Miss Kelmansegg and Her Precious Leg, 6, by Thomas Hood. Her Marriage, 219. 'Twas morn, a most auspicious one. From the golden east the golden sun Came forth his glorious race to run Through clouds of most splendid tinges, clouds that lately slept in shade, but now seemed made of gold brocade with magnificent golden fringes. 220. Gold above and gold below, the earth reflected the golden glow From river and hill and valley. Gilt by the golden light of morn, the Thames, it looked like the Golden Horn, And the barge that carried coal or corn, like Cleopatra's galley. 221. Bright as clusters of goldenrod, suburban poplars began to nod, With extempore splendour furnished, while London was bright with glittering clocks, golden dragons and golden cocks, and above them all the dome of St. Paul, with its golden cross and its golden ball, shone out as if newly burnished. 222. And lo! for golden hours and joys, troops of glittering golden boys Danced along with a jocund noise, and their gilded emblems carried. In short, 'twas the year's most golden day, by mortals called the 1st of May, when Miss Kelmansegg of the Golden Leg with a golden ring was married. 223. And thousands of children, women, and men counted the clock from 8 till 10 from St. James's sonorous steeple. For next to that interesting job, the hanging of Jack or Bill or Bob, there's nothing so draws a London mob as the noosing of very rich people. 224. And a treat it was for the mob to behold the bridal carriage that blazed with gold, and the footmen tall and the coachman bold, in liveries so resplendent. Coats you wondered to see in place, they seemed so rich with golden lace that they might have been independent. 225. Coats that made those menials proud gaze with scorn on the dingy crowd from their gilded elevations, not to forget that saucy lad, ostentation's favourite cad, the page, who looked so splendidly clad like a page of the wealth of nations. 226. But the coachman carried off the state, with what was a Lancashire body of late turned into a Dresden figure, with a bridal nosegay of early bloom, about the size of a birchen broom, and so huge a white favour, had Gog been groom, he need not have worn a bigger. 227. And then to see the groom, the Count, with foreign orders to such an amount, and whiskers so wild, nay, bestial. He seemed to have borrowed the shaggy hair as well as the stars of the polar bear, to make him look celestial. 228. And then, great Jove, the struggle, the crush, the screams, the heaving, the awful rush, the swearing, the tearing and fighting. The hats and bonnets smashed like an egg to catch a glimpse of the golden leg, which between the steps and Miss Kelmansegg was fully displayed in alighting. 229. From the golden ankle up to the knee, there it was for the mob to see, a shocking act had it chanced to be a crooked leg or a skinny. But although a magnificent veil she wore, such as never was seen before, in case of blushes she blushed no more than George the First on a guinea. 230. Another step, and lo! she was launched, all in white as brides are blanched, with a wreath of most wonderful splendour. Diamonds and pearls so rich in device, that according to calculation nice, her head was worth as royal a price as the head of the young Pretender. 231. Bravely she shone, and shone the more as she sailed through the crowd of squalid and poor, thief, beggar, and tatterdemalion, led by the Count with his slow black eyes bright with triumph and some surprise, like Anson on making sure of his prize, the famous Mexican galleon. 232. Anon came Lady Kay, with her face quite made up to act with grace, but she cut the performance shorter, for instead of pacing stately and stiff, at the stare of the vulgar she took a miff, and ran full speed into church, as if to get married before her daughter. 233. But Sir Jacob walked more slowly, and bowed right and left to the gaping crowd, wherever a glance was seizable. For Sir Jacob thought he bowed like a Guelph, and therefore bowed to imp and elf, and would gladly have made a bow to himself, had such a bow been feasible. 234. And last, and not the least of the sight, 6 handsome fortunes all in white came to help in the marriage rite, and rehearse their own hymeneals. And then the bright procession to close, they were followed by just as many beaux, quite fine enough for ideals. 235. Glittering men and splendid dames, thus they entered the porch of St. James, pursued by a thunder of laughter, for the beadle was forced to intervene, for Jim the Crow and his May-day queen, with her gilded ladle, and Jack i' the Green would fain have followed after. 236. Beadle-like he hushed the shouts, but the temple was full, inside and out, and a buzz kept buzzing all round about, like bees when the day is sunny. A buzz universal that interfered with the rite that ought to have been revered, as if the couple already was smeared with wedlock's treacle and honey. 237. Yet wedlock's a very awful thing, 'tis something like that feat in the ring, which requires good nerve to do it. When one of a grand equestrian troop makes a jump at a gilded hoop, not certain at all of what may befall after his getting through it. 338. But the Count he felt the nervous work no more than any polygamous Turk, or bold piratical skipper, who during his buccaneering search would as soon engage a hand in church as a hand on board his clipper. 239. And how did the bride perform her part? Like any bride who is cold at heart, mere snow with the ice's glitter. But what a life of winter for her, bright but chilly, alive without stir, so splendidly comfortless, just like a fir when the frost is severe and bitter. 240. Such were the future man and wife, whose bale or bliss to the end of life a few short words were to settle. Wilt thou have this woman? I will. And then, wilt thou have this man? I will. And Amen. And those two were one flesh in the angel's ken, except one leg that was metal. 241. Then the names were signed, and kissed the kiss, and the bride, who came from her coach a miss, as a countess walked to her carriage, whilst Hymen preened his plumes like a dove, and Cupid fluttered his wings above, in the shape of a fly, as little a love as ever looked in at a marriage. 242. Another crash, and away they dashed, and the gilded carriage and footmen flashed from the eyes of the gaping people, who turned to gaze at the toe and heel of the golden boys beginning a reel, to the merry sound of a wedding peal from St. James's musical steeple. 243. Those wedding bells, how sweetly they sound in pastoral dells from a tower in an ivy-green jacket. But town-made joys, how dearly they cost, and after all are tumbled and tossed, like a peal from a London steeple, and lost in town-made riot and racket. 244. The wedding peal, how sweetly it peals with grass or heather beneath our heels, for bells are music's laughter. But a London peal, well mingled, be sure, with vulgar noises and voices impure, with a harsh and discordant overture to the harmony meant to come after. 245. But hence with discord, perchance too soon to cloud the face of the honeymoon with a dismal occultation. Whatever fate's concerted trick, the Countess and Count at the present nick have a chicken and not a crow to pick at a sumptuous cold collation. 246. A breakfast, no unsubstantial mess, but one in the style of good Queen Bess, who, hearty as Hippocampus, broke her fast with ale and beef, instead of toast and the Chinese leaf, and in lieu of anchovy, grampus. 247. A breakfast of fowl and fish and flesh, whatever was sweet or salt or fresh, with wines the most rare and curious. Wines of the richest flavour and hue, with fruits from the worlds both old and new, and fruits obtained before they were due, at a discount most usurious. 258. For wealthy palates there be, that scout what is in season for what is out, and prefer all precocious savour. For instance, early green peas, of the sort that costs some 4 or 5 guineas a quart, where the mint is the principal flavour. 259. And many a wealthy man was there, such as the wealthy city could spare, to put in a portly appearance. Men whom their fathers had helped to gild, and men who had had their fortunes to build, and, much to their credit, had richly filled their purses by perseverance. 250. Men, by popular rumour at least, not the last to enjoy a feast, and truly they were not idle, luckier far than the chestnut tits, which down at the door stood champing their bits at a different sort of bridal. 251. For the time was come, and the whiskered Count helped his bride in the carriage to mount, and fain would the muse deny it. But the crowd, including 2 butchers in blue, the regular killing Whitechapel hue, of her precious calf had as ample a view as if they had come to buy it. 252. Then away, away, with all the speed that golden spurs can give to the steed. Both yellow boys and guineas, indeed, concurred to urge the cattle. Away they went, with favours white, yellow jackets and panels bright, and left the mob, like a mob at night, agape at the sound of a rattle. 253. Away, away they rattled and rolled, the Count and his bride and her leg of gold, that faded charm to the charmer. Away, through old Brentford rang the din of wheels and heels, on their way to win that hill named after one of her kin, the hill of the Golden Farmer. 254. Gold, still gold, it flew like dust, it tipped the postboy and paid the trust, in each open palm it was freely thrust, there was nothing but giving and taking. And if gold could ensure the future hour, what hopes attended that bride to her bower? But alas, even hearts with a 4-horse power of opulence end in breaking. Her honeymoon. 255. The moon, so silver and cold, her fickle temper has oft been told, now shady, now bright and sunny, but of all the lunar things that change, the one that shows most fickle and strange, and takes the most eccentric range, is the moon, so called, of honey. 256. To some a full-grown orb revealed, as big and as round as Norval's shield, and as bright as a burner bude lighted. To others as dull, and dingy, and damp as any oleaginous lamp, of the regular old parochial stamp, in a London fog benighted. 257. To the loving, a bright and constant sphere, that makes earth's commonest things appear all poetic, romantic, and tender. Hanging with jewels a cabbage stump, and investing a common post, or a pump, a currant bush, or a gooseberry clump, with a halo of dreamlike splendour. 258. A sphere such as shone from Italian skies in Juliet's dear, dark, liquid eyes, tipping trees with its argent braveries, and to couples not favoured with fortune's boons, one of the most delightful of moons, for it brightens their pewter platters and spoons like a silver service of savouries. 259. For all is bright and beauteous and clear, and the meanest thing most precious and dear when the magic of love is present. Love that lends a sweetness and grace to the humblest spot and the plainest face, that turns Wilderness Row into Paradise Place, and Garlick Hill to Mount Pleasant. 260. Love that sweetens sugarless tea, and makes contentment and joy agree with the coarsest boarding and bedding. Love that no golden ties can attach, but nestles under the humblest thatch, and will fly away from an emperor's match to dance at a penny wedding. 261. O happy, happy, thrice happy state, when such a bright planet governs the fate of a pair of united lovers! 'Tis theirs, in spite of the serpent's hiss, to enjoy the pure primeval kiss, with as much of the old original bliss as mortality ever recovers. 262. There's strength in double joints, no doubt, in double ale and Dublin stout, that the single sorts know nothing about, and a fist is strongest when doubled. And double aqua fortis, of course, and double soda water perforce, are the strongest that ever bubbled. 263. There's double beauty whenever a swan swims on a lake with her double thereon, and ask the gardener, Luke or John, of the beauty of double blowing. A double dahlia delights the eye, and it's far the loveliest sight in the sky when a double rainbow is glowing. 264. There's warmth in a pair of double soles, as well as a double allowance of coals, in a coat that is double-breasted, in double windows and double doors, and a double yew wind is blessed by scores for its warmth to the tender-chested. 265. There's a twofold sweetness in double pipes, and a double barrel and double snipes give the sportsman a duplicate pleasure. There's double safety in double locks, and double letters bring cash for the box, and all the world knows that double knocks are gentility's double measure. 265. There's a double sweetness in double rhymes, and a double at whist and a double times in profit are certainly double. By doubling the hare contrives to escape, and all seamen delight in a doubled cape, and a double reefed topsail in trouble. 267. There's a double chuck at a double chin, and of course there's a double pleasure therein, if the parties were brought to telling. And however our Dennises take offence, a double meaning shows double sense, and if proverbs tell truth, a double tooth is wisdom's adopted dwelling. 268. But double wisdom and pleasure and sense, beauty, respect, strength, comfort, and thence through whatever the list discovers, they are all in the double blessedness summed, of what was formerly doubled drummed, the marriage of two true lovers. 269. Now the Kelmansegg moon, it must be told, though instead of silver it tipped with gold, shone rather wan and distant and cold, and before its days were at 30, such gloomy clouds began to collect, with an ominous ring of ill effect, as gave but too much cause to expect such weather as seamen call dirty. 270. And yet the moon was the young May moon, and the scented hawthorn had blossomed soon, and the thrush and the blackbird were singing. The snow-white lambs were skipping in play, and the bee was humming a tune all day to flowers, as welcome as flowers in May, and the trout in the stream was springing. 271. But what were the hues of the blooming earth, its scents, its sounds, or the music and mirth of its furred or its feathered creatures, to a pair in the world's last sordid stage, who had never looked into nature's page, and had strange ideas of a golden age without any Arcadian features? 272. And what were joys of the pastoral kind to a bride, town maid, with a heart and a mind with simplicity ever at battle? A bride of an ostentatious race, who, thrown in the golden farmer's place, would have trimmed her shepherds with golden lace, and gilt the horns of her cattle. 273. She could not please the pigs with her whim, and the sheep wouldn't cast their eyes at a limb for which she had been such a martyr. The deer in the park, and the colts at grass, and the cows unheeded let it pass, and the ass on the common was such an ass that he wouldn't have swapped the thistle he cropped for her leg, including the garter. 274. She hated lanes and she hated fields, she hated all that the country yields, and barely knew turnips from clover. She hated walking in any shape, and a country stile was an awkward scrape without the bribe of a mob to gape at the leg in clambering over. 275. O blessed nature, O Russ, who cannot sigh for the country thus, absorbed in a worldly torpor? Who does not yearn for its meadow-sweet breath, untainted by care and crime and death, and to stand sometimes upon grass or heath? That soul, spite of gold, is a pauper. 276. But to hail the pearly advent of morn, and relish the odour fresh from the thorn, she was far too pampered a madam, or to joy in the daylight waxing strong, while after ages of sorrow and wrong, the scorn of the proud, the misrule of the strong, and all the woes that to man belong, the lark still carols the self-same song that he did to the uncursed Adam. 277. The lark! She had given all Leipzig's flocks for a Vauxhall tune in a musical box, and as for the birds in the thicket, thrush or ouzel in leafy niche, the linnet or finch, she was far too rich to care for a morning concert to which she was welcome without any ticket. 278. Gold, still gold, her standard of old, all pastoral joys were tried by gold, or by fancies golden and cruel, till ere she had passed 1 week unblest, as her agricultural uncles guessed, her mind was made up, and fully impressed, that felicity could not be rural. 279. And the Count, to the snow-white lambs at play, and all the scents and the sights of May, and the birds that warbled their passion, his ears and dark eyes and decided nose were as deaf and as blind and as dull as those that overlook the bouquet de rose, the huile antique, the parfum unique, in a barber's temple of fashion. 280. To tell, indeed, the true extent of his rural bias, so far it went as to covet estates in ring fences, and for rural law he had learned in town that the country was green, turned up with brown, and garnished with trees that a man might cut down instead of his own expenses. 281. And yet had that fault been his only one, the pair might have had few quarrels, or none, for their tastes thus far were in common. But faults he had that a haughty bride with a golden leg could hardly abide, faults that would even have roused the pride of a far less mettlesome woman. 282. It was early days indeed for a wife, in the very spring of her married life, to be chilled by its wintry weather. But instead of sitting as lovebirds do, on Hymen's turtles that bill and coo, enjoying their moon and honey for two, they were scarcely seen together. 283. In vain she sat with her precious leg a little exposed à la Kelmansegg, and rolled her eyes in their sockets. He left her in spite of her tender regards, and those loving murmurs described by bards for the rattling of dice and the shuffling of cards and the poking of balls into pockets. 284. Moreover he loved the deepest stake, and the heaviest bets the players would make, and he drank the reverse of sparely, and he used strange curses that made her fret, and when he played with herself at piquet, she found, to her cost, for she always lost, that the Count did not count quite fairly. 285. And then came dark mistrust and doubt, gathered by worming his secrets out, and slips in his conversations. Fears which all her peace destroyed, that his title was null, his coffers were void, and his French chateau was in Spain, or enjoyed the most airy of situations. 286. But still his heart, if he had such a part, she, only she, might possess his heart, and hold his affections in fetters. Alas, that hope, like a crazy ship, was forced its anchor and cable to slip, when, seduced by her fears, she took a dip in his private papers and letters. 287. Letters that told of dangerous leagues, and notes that hinted as many intrigues as the Count's in the Barber of Seville. In short, such mysteries came to light, that the Countess bride, on the 30th night, woke and started up in a fright, and kicked and screamed with all her might, and finally fainted away outright, for she dreamt she had married the devil. End of section 77. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Kelmansegg and Her Precious Leg, 7, by Thomas Hood. Her Misery. 288. Who hath not met with home-made bread, a heavy compound of putty and lead, and home-made wines that rack the head, and home-made liqueurs and waters? Home-made pop that will not foam, and home-made dishes that drive one from home, not to name each mess for the face or dress home-made by the homely daughters. 289. Home-made physic that sickens the sick, thick for thin and thin for thick, in short each homogeneous trick for poisoning domesticity. And since our parents, called the first, a little family squabble nursed, of all our evils the worst of the worst is home-made infelicity. 290. There's a golden bird that claps its wings, and dances for joy on its perch, and sings with a Persian exultation. For the sun is shining into the room, and brightens up the carpet bloom, as if it were new, brand new, from the loom or the lone nun's fabrication. 291. And thence the glorious radiance flames on pictures in massy gilded frames, enshrining, however, no painted dames, but portraits of colts and fillies. Pictures hanging on walls, which shine, in spite of the bard's familiar line, with clusters of gilded lilies. 92. And still the flooding sunlight shares its lustre with gilded sofas and chairs, that shine as if freshly burnished, and gilded tables, with glittering stocks of gilded china, and golden clocks, toy and trinket and musical box, that Peace and Paris have furnished. 93. And lo, with the brightest gleam of all, the glowing sunbeam is seen to fall on an object as rare as splendid. The golden foot of the golden leg of the Countess, once Miss Kelmansegg, but there all sunshine is ended. 94. Her cheek is pale, and her eye is dim, and downward cast, yet not at the limb once the centre of all speculation, but downward dropping in comfort's dearth, as gloomy thoughts are drawn to the earth, whence human sorrows derive their birth, by a moral gravitation. 95. Her golden hair is out of its braids, and her sighs betray the gloomy shades that her evil planet revolves in, and tears are falling that catch a gleam so bright as they drop in the sunny beam, that tears of aqua regia they seem, the water that gold dissolves in. 296. Yet not in filial grief were shed those tears for a mother's insanity, nor yet because her father was dead, for the bowing Sir Jacob had bowed his head to death, with his usual urbanity. The waters that down her visage rilled were drops of unrectified spirit distilled from the limbeck of pride and vanity. 297. Tears that fell alone and unchecked, without relief and without respect, like the fabled pearls that the pigs neglect when pigs have that opportunity. And of all the griefs that mortals share, the one that seems the hardest to bear is the grief without community. 298. How blessed the heart that has a friend, a sympathizing ear to lend to troubles too great to smother! For as ale and porter, when flat, are restored till a sparkling bubbling head they afford, so sorrow is cheered by being poured from one vessel into another. 299. But a friend or gossip she had not one, to hear the vile deeds that the Count had done, how night after night he rambled, and how she had learnt by sad degrees that he drank and smoked, and worse than these, that he swindled, intrigued, and gambled. 300. How he kissed the maids and sparred with John, and came to bed with his garments on, with other offences as heinous, and brought strange gentlemen home to dine, that he said were in the fancy line, and they fancied spirits instead of wine, and called her lapdog Venus. 301. Of making a book how he made a stir, but never had written a line to her, once his idol and cara sposa, and how he had stormed and treated her ill, because she refused to go down to a mill, she didn't know where, but remembered still that the miller's name was Mendoza. 302. How often he waked her up at night, and oftener still by the morning light, reeling home from his haunts unlawful, singing songs that shouldn't be sung, except by beggars and thieves unhung, or volleying oaths that a foreign tongue made still more horrid and awful. 303. How oft, instead of Otto Rose, with vulgar smells he offended her nose, from gin, tobacco, and onion. And then how wildly he used to stare, and shake his fist at nothing, and swear, and pluck by the handful his shaggy hair, till he looked like a study of giant despair for a new edition of Bunyan. 304. For dice will run the contrary way, as well is known to all who play, and cards will conspire as in treason. And what with keeping a hunting box, following fox, friends in flocks, burgundies, hocks from London docks, Stultz's frocks, Manton and Knox, barrels and locks, shooting blue rocks, trainers and jocks, buskins and socks, pugilistical knocks and fighting cocks, if he found himself short in funds and stocks, these rhymes will furnish the reason. 305. His friends indeed were falling away, friends who insist on play or pay, and he feared at no very distant day to be cut by lord and by cadger. As one, who has gone or is going to smash, for his cheques no longer drew the cash, because, as his comrades explained in flash, he had overdrawn his badger. 306. Gold! Gold! Alas for the gold, spent where souls are bought and sold, in vice's Walpurgis revel! Alas for muffles and bulldogs and guns, the leg that walks and the leg that runs, all real evils, though fancy ones, when they lead to debt, dishonour, and duns, nay, to death, and perchance the devil. 307. Alas for the last of a golden race! Had she cried her wrongs in the market-place, she had warrant for all her clamour. For the worst of rogues and brutes and rakes was breaking her heart by constant aches, with as little remorse as the pauper who breaks a flint with a parish hammer. Her last will. 308. Now the precious leg, while cash was flush, or the Count's acceptance worth a rush, had never created dissension. But no sooner the stocks began to fall, than without any ossification at all, the limb became what people call a perfect bone of contention. 309. For altered days brought altered ways, and instead of the complimentary phrase, so current before her bridal, the Countess heard, in language low, that her precious leg was precious slow, a good un to look at but bad to go, and kept quite a sum lying idle. 310. That instead of playing musical airs, like Colin's foot in going upstairs, as the wife in the Scottish ballad declares, it made an infernal stumping, whereas a member of cork or wood would be lighter and cheaper, and quite as good, without the unbearable thumping. 311. Perhaps she thought it a decent thing to show her calf to cobbler and king, but nothing could be absurder, while none but the crazy would advertise their gold before their servants' eyes, who, of course, some night would make it a prize by a shocking and barbarous murder. 312. But in spite of hint and threat and scoff, the leg kept its situation, for legs are not to be taken off by a verbal amputation. And mortals, when they take a whim, the greater the folly, the stiffer the limb that stand upon it or by it. So the Countess, then Miss Kelmansegg, at her marriage refused to stir a peg, till the lawyers had fastened on her leg as fast as the law could tie it. 313. Firmly then, and more firmly yet, with scorn for scorn and with threat for threat, the proud one confronted the cruel. And loud and bitter the quarrel arose, fierce and merciless, one of those, with spoken daggers and looks like blows, in all but the bloodshed a duel. 314. Rash and wild and wretched and wrong were the words that came from weak and strong, till maddened for desperate matters, fierce as tigress escaped from her den, she flew to her desk, 'twas opened, and then, in the time it takes to try a pen, or the clerk to utter his slow amen, her will was in 50 tatters. 315. But the Count, instead of curses wild, only nodded his head and smiled, as if at the spleen of an angry child, but the calm was deceitful and sinister, a lull like the lull of the treacherous sea, for hate in that moment had sworn to be the golden leg's sole legatee, and that very night to administer. Her death. 316. 'Tis a stern and startling thing to think how often mortality stands on the brink of its grave without any misgiving, and yet in this slippery world of strife, in the stir of human bustle so rife, there are daily sounds to tell us that life is dying and death is living. 317. Ay, beauty the girl, and love the boy, bright as they are with hope and joy, how their souls would sadden instanter, to remember that one of those wedding bells, which ring so merrily through the dells, is the same that knells our last farewells, only broken into a canter. 318. But breath and blood set doom at naught. How little the wretched Countess thought, when at night she unloosed her sandal, that the Fates had woven her burial cloth, and that Death, in the shape of a death's head moth, was fluttering round her candle. 319. As she looked at her clock of ormolu, for the hours she had gone so wearily through at the end of a day of trial, how little she saw in her pride of prime the dart of death in the hand of time, that hand which moved on the dial. 320. As she went with her taper up the stair, how little her swollen eye was aware that the shadow which followed was double, or when she closed her chamber door, it was shutting out and for evermore the world and its worldly trouble. 321. Little she dreamt, as she laid aside her jewels, after one glance of pride, they were solemn bequests to vanity, or when her robes she began to doff, that she stood so near to the putting off of the flesh that clothes humanity. 322. And when she quenched the taper's light, how little she thought as the smoke took flight, that her day was done, and merged in a night of dreams and duration uncertain, or along with her own, that a hand of bone was closing mortality's curtain. 323. But life is sweet, and mortality blind, and youth is hopeful, and fate is kind in concealing the day of sorrow, and enough is the present tense of toil, for this world is, to all, a stiffish soil, and the mind flies back with a glad recoil from the debts not due till tomorrow. 324. Wherefore else does the spirit fly, and bid its daily cares good-bye, along with its daily clothing? Just as the felon condemned to die, with a very natural loathing, leaving the sheriff to dream of ropes, from his gloomy cell in a vision elopes, to a caper on sunny gleams and slopes, instead of a dance upon nothing. 325. Thus, even thus, the Countess slept, while death still nearer and nearer crept, like the thane who smote the sleeping. But her mind was busy with early joys, her golden treasures and golden toys, that flashed a bright and golden light under lids still red with weeping. 326. The golden doll that she used to hug, her coral of gold, and the golden mug, her godfather's golden presents. The golden service she had at her meals, the golden watch and chain and seals, her golden scissors and thread and reels, and her golden fishes and pheasants. 327. The golden guineas in silken purse, and the golden legends she heard from her nurse of the mayor in his gilded carriage, and London streets that were paved with gold, and the golden eggs that were laid of old, with each golden thing to the golden ring at her own auriferous marriage. 328. And still the golden light of the sun through her golden dream appeared to run, though the night that roared without was one to terrify seamen or gypsies, while the moon, as if in malicious mirth, kept peeping down at the ruffled earth, as though she enjoyed the tempest's birth in revenge of her old eclipses. 329. But vainly, vainly the thunder fell, for the soul of the sleeper was under a spell that time had lately embittered. The Count, as once at her foot he knelt, that foot which now he wanted to melt, but, hush, 'twas a stir at her pillow she felt, and some object before her glittered. 330. 'Twas the golden leg, she knew its gleam, and up she started and tried to scream, but even in the moment she started, down came the limb with a frightful smash, and lost in the universal flash that her eyeballs made at so mortal a crash, the spark called vital departed. 331. Gold, still gold, hard yellow and cold, for gold she had lived and she died for gold, by a golden weapon, not oaken. In the morning they found her all alone, stiff and bloody and cold as stone. But her leg, the golden leg, was gone, and the golden bowl was broken. 332. Gold, still gold, it haunted her yet. At the Golden Lion the inquest met, its foreman, a carver and gilder, and the jury debated from 12 till 3 what the verdict ought to be, and they brought it in as felo de se, because her own leg had killed her. Her moral. Gold, 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 bright and yellow, hard and cold, molten, graven, hammered and rolled, heavy to get and light to hold, hoarded, bartered, bought and sold, stolen, borrowed, squandered, doled, spurned by the young, but hugged by the old, to the very verge of the churchyard mould, price of many a crime untold. Gold, 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 good or bad 1,000-fold, how widely its agencies vary, to save, to ruin, to curse, to bless, as even its minted coins express, now stamped with the image of good Queen Bess, and now of a Bloody Mary. End of section 7. End of Miss Kelmansegg and Her Precious Leg, A Golden Legend. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lee Shore by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. Sleet and hail and thunder, and ye winds that rave, till the sands thereunder tinge with sullen wave. Winds that like a demon howl that horrid note round the toiling seaman in his tossing boat. From his humble dwelling on the shingly shore, where the billows swelling keep such hollow roar, from that weeping woman seeking with her cries succour superhuman from the frowning skies, from the urchin pining from his father's knee, from the lattice shining drive him out to sea. Let broad leagues dissever him from yonder foam. O God, to think man ever comes too near his home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Sonnet. The world is with me, and its many cares, its woes, its wants, the anxious hopes and fears that wait on all terrestrial affairs, the shades of former and of future years, foreboding fancies and prophetic tears, quelling a spirit that was once elate. Heavens! What a wilderness this earth appears, where youth and mirth and health are out of date! But no! A laugh of innocence and joy resounds, like music of the fairy race, and gladly turning from the world's annoy, I gaze upon a little radiant face, and bless, internally, the merry boy who makes a sunshine in a shady place. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Elm Tree by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A Dream in the Woods. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, as you like it. Part I. 'Twas in a shady avenue, where the lofty elms abound, and from a tree there came to me a sad and solemn sound, that sometimes murmured overhead, and sometimes underground. Amongst the leaves it seemed to sigh, amid the boughs to moan. It muttered in the stem, and then the roots took up the tone, as if beneath the dewy grass the dead began to groan. No breeze there was to stir the leaves, no bolts that tempests launch, to rend the trunk or rugged bark, no gale to bend the branch, no quake of earth to heave the roots that stood so stiff and staunch. No bird was preening up aloft to rustle with its wing, no squirrel in its sport or fear from bough to bough to spring. The solid whole had ne'er a hole to hide a living thing. No scooping hollow cell to lodge a furtive beast or fowl, the marten, bat, or forest cat that nightly loves to prowl, nor ivy nooks so apt to shroud the moping snoring owl. But still the sound was in my ear, a sad and solemn sound, and sometimes murmured overhead, and sometimes underground. 'Twas in a shady avenue where lofty elms abound. Oh, hath the dryad still a tongue in this ungenial clime? Have sylvan spirits still a voice as in the classic prime, to make the forest voluble as in the olden time? The olden time is dead and gone, its years have filled their sum, and e'en in Greece, her native Greece, the sylvan nymph is dumb. From ash and beech and aged oak no classic whispers come. From poplar, pine, and drooping birch, and fragrant linden trees, no living sound e'er hovers round, unless the vagrant breeze, the music of the merry bird, or hum of busy bees. But busy bees forsake the elm that bears no bloom aloft. The finch was in the hawthorn bush, the blackbird in the croft, and among the firs the brooding dove, that else might murmur soft. Yet still I heard that solemn sound, and sad it was to boot. From every hanging bough, and each minuter shoot, from rugged trunk and mossy rind, and from the twisted root. From these a melancholy moan, for those a dreary sigh. And if the boughs were wintry bare, and wild winds sweeping by, whereas the smallest fleecy cloud was steadfast in the sky, nor sign or touch of stirring air could either sense observe, the zephyr had not breath enough the thistledown to swerve, or force the glimmy gossamers to take another curve. In still and silent slumber hushed all nature seemed to be. From heaven above or earth beneath no whispers came to me, except the solemn sound and sad from that mysterious tree. A hollow, hollow, hollow sound, as is that dreamy roar when distant billows boil and bound along a shingly shore, but the ocean brim was far aloof, 100 miles or more. No murmur of the gusty sea, no tumult of the beach, however they may foam and fret, the bounded sense could reach. Methought the trees in mystic tongue were talking each to each, mayhap rehearsing ancient tales of greenwood love or guilt, of whispered vows beneath their boughs, or blood obscurely spilt, or of that near hand mansion house a royal Tudor built. Perchance of booty won or shared beneath the starry cope, or where the suicidal wretch hung up the fatal rope, or beauty kept an evil tryst, ensnared by love and hope. Of graves, perchance, untimely scooped at midnight, dark and dank, and what is underneath the sod whereon the grass is rank, of old intrigues and privy leagues tradition leaves in blank. Of traitor lips that muttered plots, of kin who fought and fell, God knows the undiscovered schemes, the arts and acts of hell, performed long generations since, if trees had tongues to tell. With wary eyes and ears alert, as one who walks afraid, I wandered down the dappled path of mingled light and shade. How sweetly gleamed the arch of blue beyond the green arcade! How cheerily shone the glimpse of heaven beyond the verdant isle! All overarched with lofty elms that quench the light the while, as dim and chill as serves to fill some old cathedral pile. And many a gnarled trunk was there that ages long had stood, till time had wrought them into shapes like Pan's fantastic brood, or still more foul and hideous forms that pagans carve in wood. A crouching satyr lurking here, and there a goblin grim, as staring full at demon life as Gothic sculptors whim. A marvel it had scarcely been to hear a voice from him. Some whisper from that horrid mouth of strange unearthly tone, or wild infernal laugh to chill one's marrow to the bone. But no, it grins like rigid death, and silent as a stone. As silent as its fellows be, for all is mute with them, the branch that climbs the leafy roof, the rough and mossy stem, the crooked root, the tender shoot where hangs the dewy gem. One mystic tree alone there is, of sad and solemn sound, that sometimes murmurs overhead, and sometimes underground, in all that shady avenue where lofty elms abound. Part II. The scene is changed. No green arcade, no trees all ranged a row, but scattered like a beaten host, dispersing to and fro, with here and there a sylvan corse that fell before the foe that down in yonder dell pursues his daily toil, as witness many a prostrate trunk, bereft of leafy spoil, hard by its wooden stump whereon the adder loves to coil. Alone he works, his ringing blows have banished bird and beast, the hind and fawn have cantered off 100 yards at least, and on the maple's lofty top the linnet's song has ceased. No eye his labour overlooks, or when he takes his rest except the timid thrush that peeps above her secret nest, forbid by love to leave the young beneath her speckled breast. The woodman's heart is in his work, his axe is sharp and good, with sturdy arm and steady aim he smites the gaping wood. From distant rocks his lusty knocks re-echo many a rood. His axe is keen, his arm is strong, his muscles serve him well, his years have reached an extra span the number can tell. But still his lifelong task has been the timber tree to fell. Through summer's parching sultriness and winter's freezing cold, from sapling youth to virile growth, the age's rigid mold, his energetic axe hath rung within the forest old. Aloft upon his poising still the vivid sunbeams glance, about his head and round his feet the forest shadows dance, and bounding from his russet coat the acorn drops askance. His face is like a Druid's face, with wrinkles furrowed deep, and tanned by scorching suns as brown as corn that's ripe to reap. But the hair on brow, and cheek and chin, is white as wool of sheep. His frame is like a giant's frame, his legs are long and stark, his arms like limbs of knotted yew, his hands like rugged bark, so he felleth still with right good will, as if to build an ark. Oh, well within his fatal path the fearful tree might quake, through every fibre, twig and leaf with aspen tremor shake, through trunk and root and branch and shoot a low complaining make. Oh, well to him the tree might breathe a sad and solemn sound, a sigh that murmured overhead and groans from underground, as in that shady avenue where lofty elms abound. But calm and mute the maple stands, the plane, the ash, the fir, the elm, the beech, the drooping birch, without the least demur, and e'en the aspen's hoary leaf makes no unusual stir. The pines, those old gigantic pines that writhe, recalling soon the famous human group that rise with snakes in wild festoon, in Ramus wrestlings interlaced, a forest lacoon. Like Titans of primeval girth, by tortures overcome, their brown enormous limbs they twine, bedewed with tears of gum. Fierce agonies that ought to yell, but like the marble dumb. Nay, yonder blasted elm stands so like a man of sin, who, frantic, flings his arms abroad to feel the worm within, for all that gesture, so intense it makes no sort of din. An universal silence reigns in rugged bark or peel, except that very trunk which rings beneath the biting steel. Meanwhile the woodman plies his axe with unrelenting zeal. No rustic song is on his tongue, no whistle on his lips, but with a quiet thoughtfulness his trusty tool he grips, and stroke on stroke keeps hacking out the bright and flying chips. Stroke after stroke with frequent dent he spreads the fatal gash, till lo, the remnant fibres rend with harsh and sudden crash, and on the dull resounding turf the jarring branches lash. Oh, now the forest trees may sigh, the ash, the poplar tall, the elm, the beech, the drooping birch, the aspens, one and all, with solemn groan and hollow moan, lament a comrade's fall. A goodly elm of noble girth, that thrice the human span, while on their variegated course the constant seasons ran, through gale and hail and fiery bolt, had stood erect as man. But now, like mortal man himself, struck down by the hand of God, or heathen idol tumbled prone beneath the Eternal's nod, in all its giant bulk and strength it lies in the sod. Ay, now the forest trees may grieve, and make a common moan around that patriarchal trunk so newly overthrown, and with a murmur recognize a doom to be their own. The echo sleeps, the idle axe, a disregarded tool, lies crushing with its passive weight the toad's reputed stool. The woodman wipes his dewy brow within the shadows cool. No zephyr stirs, the ear may catch the smallest insect hum, but on the disappointed sense no mystic whispers come, no tone of sylvan sympathy. The forest trees are dumb. No leafy noise, nor inward voice, no sad and solemn sound That sometimes murmurs overhead, and sometimes underground, As in that shady avenue where lofty elms abound. III. The deed is done. The tree is low that stood so long and firm. The woodman and his axe are gone. His toil has found its term. And where he wrought, the speckled thrush securely hunts the worm. The coney from the sandy bank has run a rapid race Through thistle, bent, and tangled fern to seek the open space, And on its haunches sits erect to clean its furry face. A dappled fawn is close at hand, the hind is browsing near, And on the larch's lowest bough the ousel whistles clear, But checks the note within its throat, as choked with sudden fear. With sudden fear her wormy quest the thrush abruptly quits. Through thistle bent, the tangled fern, the startled coney flits, And on the larch's lowest bough no more the ousel sits. With sudden fear the dappled deer effect a swift escape, But well might bolder creatures start and fly, or stand agape, With rising hair and curdled blood, to see so grim a shape. The very sky turns pale above, the earth grows dark beneath, The human terror thrills with cold and draws a shorter breath, And universal panic owns the dread approach of death. With silent pace as shadows come, and dark as shadows be, The grisly phantom takes his stand beside the fallen tree, And scans it with his gloomy eyes, and laughs with horrid glee. A dreary laugh and desolate, where mirth is void and null, As hollow as it echo sounds within the hollow skull. Whoever laid this tree along, his hatchet was not dull. The human arm and human tool have done their duty well. But after sound of ringing axe must sound the ringing knell. When elm or oak have felt the stroke, my turn is to fell. No passive unregarded tree, a senseless thing of wood, Wherein the sluggish sap ascends to swell the vernal bud, But conscious, moving, breathing trunks that throb with living blood. No forest monarch yearly clad in mantle green or brown, That unrecorded lives and falls by hand of rustic clown, But kings who don the purple robe and wear the jewelled crown. Ah, little recks the royal mind within his banquet hall, While tapers shine, and music breathes, and beauty leads the ball. He little recks the oaken plank shall be his palace wall. Ah, little dreams that haughty peer the while his falcon flies, Or on the blood bedabbled turf the antlered quarry dies, That in his own ancestral park the narrow dwelling lies. But haughty peer and mighty king one doom shall overwhelm, The oaken cell shall lodge him well, whose sceptre ruled a realm, While he, who never knew a home, shall find it in the elm. The tattered, lean, dejected wretch, who begs from door to door, And dies within the cressy ditch, or on the barren moor, The friendly elm shall lodge and clothe the houseless man and poor. Yea, this recumbent, rugged trunk that lies so long and prone, With many a fallen acorn cup, and mast and furry cone, This rugged trunk shall hold its share of mortal flesh and bone. A miser, hoarding heaps of gold, but pale with ague fears, A wife lamenting love's decay with secret cruel tears, Distilling bitter, bitter drops from sweets of former years. A man within whose gloomy mind offence has deeply sunk, Who out of fierce revenge's cup hath madly darkly drunk. Grief, avarice, and hate shall sleep within this very trunk, This massy trunk that lies along, and many more must fall, For the very knave who digs the grave, the man who spreads the pall, And he who tolls the funeral bell, the elm shall have them all. The tall abounding elm that grows in hedgerows up and down, In field and forest, copse and park, and in the peopled town, With colonies of noisy rooks that nestle on its crown. And well the bounding elm may grow in field and hedge so rife, In forest, copse, and wooded park, and mid the city's strife, For every hour that passes by shall end a human life. The phantom ends, the shade is gone, the sky is clear and bright, Of turf and moss and fallen tree there glows a ruddy light, and bounding through the golden fern the rabbit comes to bite. The thrush's mate beside her sits and pipes a merry lay. The dove is in the evergreen and on the larch's spray. The flybird flutters up and down to catch its tiny prey. The gentle hind and dappled fawn are coming up the glade. Each harmless furred and feathered thing is glad and not afraid. But on my saddened spirit still the shadow leaves a shade. A secret, vague, prophetic gloom, as though by certain mark I knew the fore-appointed tree, within whose rugged bark this warm and living frame shall find its narrow house and dark. That mystic tree which breathed to me a sad and solemn sound, that sometimes murmured overhead and sometimes underground, within that shady avenue where lofty elms abound. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lear by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A poor old king with sorrow for my crown, throned upon straw, and mantled with the wind. For pity my own tears have made me blind, that I might never see my children's frown. And, may be, madness, like a friend, has thrown a folded fillet over my dark mind, so that unkindly speech may sound for kind, albeit I know not. I am childish grown, and have not gold to purchase wit withal. I that have once maintained most royal state, a very bankrupt now, that may not call my child, all beggared save in tears, wherewith I daily weep an old man's fate, foolish and blind, and overcome with years. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Panama. Sonnet. My heart is sick with longing, though I feed on hope. Time goes with such a heavy pace that neither brings nor takes from thy embrace, as if he slept, forgetting his old speed. For, as in sunshine only we can read the march of minutes on the dial's face, so in the shadows of this lonely place there is no love, and time is dead indeed. But when, dear lady, I am near thy heart, thy smile is time, and then so swift it flies, it seems we only meet to tear apart, with aching hands and lingering of eyes. Alas, alas, that we must learn hours' flight by the same light of love that makes them bright! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Song of the Shirt by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. With fingers weary and worn, with eyelids heavy and red, a woman sat in unwomanly rags, plying her needle and thread. Stitch, 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 in poverty, hunger, and dirt, and still with a voice of dolorous pitch, she sang the Song of the Shirt. Work, 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 while the cock is crowing aloof, and work, 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 till the stars shine through the roof. It's oh to be a slave along with the barbarous Turk, where woman has never a soul to save, if this is Christian work. Work, 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 till the brain begins to swim. Work, 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 till the eyes are heavy and dim. Seam and gusset and band, band and gusset and seam, till over the buttons I fall asleep and sew them on in a dream. O men with sisters dear, O men with mothers and wives, it is not
linen you're wearing out, but human creatures' lives. Stitch, stitch, stitch in poverty, hunger, and dirt, sewing at once with a double thread a shroud as well as a shirt. But why do I talk of death, that phantom of grisly bone? I hardly fear his terrible shape, it seems so like my own. It seems so like my own because of the fasts I keep. O God, that bread should be so dear, and flesh and blood so cheap. Work, 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 my labor never flags, and what are its wages? A bed of straw, a crust of bread, and rags, that shattered roof and this naked floor, a table, a broken chair, and a wall so blank my shadow I thank for sometimes falling there. Work, 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 from weary chime to chime. Work, 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 as prisoners work for crime. Band and gusset and seam, seam and gusset and band, till the heart is sick and the brain benumbed as well as the weary hand. Work, work, work in the dull December light, and work, work, work while the weather is warm and bright, while underneath the eaves the brooding swallows cling, as if to show me their sunny backs, and twit me with the spring. Oh, but to breathe the breath of the cowslip and primrose sweet, with the sky above my head, and the grass beneath my feet, for only one short hour to feel as I used to feel before I knew the woes of want, and the walk that costs a meal. Oh, but for one short hour, a respite however brief, no blessed leisure for love or hope, but only time for grief. A little weeping would ease my heart, but in their briny bed my tears must stop, for every drop hinders needle and thread. With fingers weary and worn, with eyelids heavy and red, a woman sat in unwomanly rags, plying her needle and thread. Stitch, 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 in poverty, hunger, and dirt, and still with a voice of dolorous pitch, would that its tone could reach the rich, she sang this song of the shirt. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pauper's Christmas Carol by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The Pauper's Christmas Carol. Full of drink and full of meat on our Saviour's natal day, charity's perennial treat, thus I heard a pauper say. Ought not I to dance and sing, thus supplied with famous cheer? Hi-oh, I hardly know, Christmas comes but once a year. After labor's long turmoil, sorry fare and frequent fast, 52 weeks of toil, pudding time is come at last. But are raisins high or low, flour and suet cheap or dear? Hi-oh, I hardly know, Christmas comes but once a year. Fed upon the coarsest fare 300 days and 64, but for one on viands rare, just as if I wasn't poor. Ought not I to bless my stars, warden, clerk, and overseer? Hi-oh, I hardly know, Christmas comes but once a year. Treated like a welcome guest, one of nature's social chain, seated, tended on, and pressed, but when shall I be pressed again? Twice to pudding, thrice to beef, a dozen times to ale and beer? Hi-oh, I hardly know, Christmas comes but once a year. Come tomorrow how it will, diet scant and usage rough, hunger once has had its fill, thirst for once has had enough. But shall I ever dine again, or see another feast appear? Hi-oh, I only know, Christmas comes but once a year. Frozen cares begin to melt, hopes revive and spirits flow, feeling as I have not felt since a dozen months ago. Glad enough to sing a song, tomorrow shall I volunteer? Hi-oh, I hardly know, Christmas comes but once a year. Bright and blessed is the time, sorrows end and joys begin, while the bells with merry chime ring the day of plenty in. But the happy tide to hail, with a sigh or with a tear, hi-oh, I hardly know, Christmas comes but once a year. End a poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Haunted House by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The Haunted House, a Romance. A jolly place, said he, in days of old, but something ails it now. The spot is cursed. Wordsworth. Part 1. Some dreams we have are nothing else but dreams, unnatural and full of contradictions. Yet others of our most romantic schemes are something more than fictions. It might be only on enchanted ground. It might be merely by thought's expansion. But in the spirit or the flesh I found an old deserted mansion. A residence for woman, child, and man. A dwelling place, and yet no habitation. A house, but under some prodigious ban of excommunication. Unhinged, the iron gates half open hung, jarred by the gusty gales of many winters, that from its crumbled pedestal had flung one marble globe in splinters. No dog was at the threshold, great or small, no pigeon on the roof, no household creature, no cat demurely dozing on the wall, not one domestic feature. No human figure stirred to go or come, no face looked forth from shut or open casement, no chimney smoked, there was no sign of home, from parapet to basement. With shattered panes the grassy court was starred, the time-worn coping stone had tumbled after, and through the ragged roof the sky shone barred with naked beam and rafter. O'er all there hung a shadow and a fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said, as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." The flower grew wild and rankly as the weed, roses with thistles struggled for espile, and vagrant plants of parasitic breed had overgrown the dial. But gay or gloomy, steadfast or infirm, no heart was there to heed the hour's duration. All times and tides were lost in one long term of stagnant desolation. The wren had built within the porch. She found its quiet loneliness so sure and thorough. And on the lawn, within its turfy mound, the rabbit made his burrow. The rabbit wild and gray that flitted through the shrubby clumps and frisked and sat and vanished, but leisurely and bold as if he knew his enemy was banished. The wary crow, the pheasant from the woods, lulled by the still and everlasting sameness, close to the mansion like domestic broods, fed with a shocking tameness. The coot was swimming in the reedy pond, beside the water-hen so soon affrighted, and in the weedy moat the heron, fond of solitude, alighted. The moping heron, motionless and stiff, that on a stone, as silently and stilly, stood, an apparent sentinel, as if to guard the water-lily. No sound was heard except, from far away, the ringing of the whitwall's shrilly laughter, or, now and then, the chatter of the jay, that echo murmured after. But echo never mocked the human tongue, some weighty crime that heaven could not pardon, a secret curse on that old building hung, and its deserted garden. The beds were all untouched by hand or tool, no footstep marked the damp and mossy gravel. Each walk as green as is the mantled pool, for want of human travel. The vine unpruned, and the neglected peach, drooped from the wall with which they used to grapple, and on the cankered tree, in easy reach, rotted the golden apple. But awfully the truant shunned the ground. The vagrant kept aloof, and daring poacher, in spite of gaps that through the fences round, invited the encroacher. For over all there hung a cloud of fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said, as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." The pear and quince lay squandered on the grass, the mould was purple with unheeded showers, of bloomy plums a wilderness it was, of fruits and weeds and flowers. The marigold amidst the nettles blue, the gourd embraced the rosebush in its ramble, the thistle and the stock together grew, the hollyhock and bramble. The bee urbine with the lilac interlaced, the sturdy burdock choked its slender neighbor. The spicy pink, all tokens were effaced of human care and labor. The very yew formality had trained to such a rigid pyramidal stature, for want of trimming had almost regained the raggedness of nature. The fountain was a dry, neglect and time had marred the work of artisan and mason, and efts and croaking frogs, begot of slime, sprawled in the ruined basin. The statue, fallen from its marble base, amidst the refuse leaves and herbage rotten, lay like the idol of some bygone race, its name and rites forgotten. On every side the aspect was the same, all ruined, desolate, forlorn, and savage. No hand or foot within the precinct came to rectify or ravage. For over all there hung a cloud of fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." Part II. Oh, very gloomy is the house of woe, where tears are falling while the bell is knelling, with all the dark solemnities which show that death is in the dwelling. Oh, very, very dreary is the room where love, domestic love, no longer nestles, but, smitten by the common stroke of doom, the corpse lies on the trestles. But house of woe and hearse and sable pall, the narrow home of the departed mortal, ne'er looks so gloomy as the ghostly hall, with its deserted portal. The centipede along the threshold crept, the cobweb hung across in mazy tangle, and in its winding sheet the maggot slept, at every nook and angle. The keyhole lodged the earwig and her brood, the emmets of the steps had old possession, and marched in search of their diurnal food, in undisturbed procession. As undisturbed as the prehensile cell of moth or maggot or the spider's tissue, for never foot upon the threshold fell, to enter or to issue. O'er all there hung the shadow of a fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." Howbeit the door I pushed, or so I dreamed, which slowly, slowly gaped, the hinges creaking, with such a rusty eloquence it seemed that Time himself was speaking. But Time was dumb within that mansion old, or left his tale to the heraldic banners that hung from the corroded walls and told of former men and manners. Those tattered flags that with the opened door seemed the old wave of battle to remember, while fallen fragments danced upon the floor like dead leaves in December. The startled bats flew out, bird after bird, the screech owl overhead began to flutter, and seemed to mock the cry that she had heard some dying victim utter. A shriek that echoed from the joisted roof, and up the stair, and further still and further, till in some ringing chamber far aloof it ceased its tale of murder. Meanwhile the rusty armour rattled round, the banner shuddered, and the ragged streamer, all things the horrid tenor of the sound, acknowledged with a tremor. The antlers where the helmet hung and belt stirred as the tempest stirs the forest branches, or as the stag had trembled when he felt the bloodhound at his haunches. The window jingled in its crumbled frame, and through its many gaps of destitution, dolorous moans and hollow sighings came, like those of dissolution. The woodlouse dropped and rolled into a ball, touched by some impulse, occult or mechanic, and nameless beetles ran along the wall in universal panic. The subtle spider that from overhead hung like a spy on human guilt and error, suddenly turned and up its slender thread ran with a nimble terror. The very stains and fractures on the wall, assuming features solemn and terrific, hinted some tragedy of that old hall, locked up in hieroglyphic. Some tale that might, perchance, have solved the doubt, wherefore amongst those flags so dull and livid, the banner of the bloody hand shone out, so ominously vivid. Some key to that inscrutable appeal, which made the very frame of nature quiver, and every thrilling nerve and fibre feel, so ague-like a shiver. For over all there hung a cloud of fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said, as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." If but a rat had lingered in the house, to lure the thought into a social channel, but not a rat remained, or tiny mouse, to squeak behind the panel. Huge drops rolled down the walls as if they wept, and where the cricket used to chirp so shrilly, the toad was squatting and the lizard crept on that damp hearth and chilly. For years no cheerful blaze had sparkled there, or glanced on coat of buff or knightly metal. The slug was crawling on the vacant chair, the snail upon the settle. The floor was redolent of molten must, the fungus in the rotten seams had quickened, while on the oaken table coats of dust perennially had thickened. No mark of leathern jack or metal can, no cup, no horn, no hospitable token. All social ties between that board and man had long ago been broken. There was so foul a rumour in the air, the shadow of a presence so atrocious, no human creature could have feasted there, even the most ferocious. For over all there hung a cloud of fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." Part 3. 'Tis hard for human actions to account, whether from reason or from impulse only, but some internal prompting bade me mount the gloomy stairs and lonely. Those gloomy stairs, so dark and damp and cold, with odours as from bones and relics carnal, deprived of rite and consecrated mould, the chapel vault or charnel. Those dreary stairs, where with the sounding stress of every step so many echoes blended, the mind with dark misgivings feared to guess how many feet ascended. The tempest with its spoils had drifted in, till each unwholesome stone was darkly spotted, as thickly as the leopard's dappled skin, with leaves that rankly rotted. The air was thick, and in the upper gloom the bat, or something in its shape, was winging, and on the wall, as chilly as a tomb, the death-head's moth was clinging. That mystic moth, which, with a sense profound, of all unholy presence augurs truly, and with a grim significance flits around the taper burning bluely. Such omens in the place there seemed to be, at every crooked turn or on the landing, the straining eyeball was prepared to see some apparition standing. For over all there hung a cloud of fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." Yet no portentous shape the sight amazed, each object plain and tangible and valid. But from their tarnished frames dark figures gazed, and faces spectre pallid. Not merely with a mimic life that lies within the compass of art's simulation, their souls were looking through their painted eyes, with awful speculation. On every lip a speechless horror dwelt, on every brow the burden of affliction. The old ancestral spirits knew and felt the house's malediction. Such earnest woe their features overcast, they might have stirred, or sighed, or wept, or spoken, but, save the hollow moaning of the blast, the stillness was unbroken. No other sound or stir of life was there, except my steps in solitary clamber, from flight to flight, from humid stair to stair, from chamber into chamber. Deserted rooms of luxury and state, that old magnificence had richly furnished, with pictures, cabinets of ancient date, and carvings gilt and burnished. Rich hangings storied by the needle's art, with scripture, history, or classic fable, but all had faded save one ragged part, where Cain was slaying Abel. The silent waste of mildew and the moth had marred the tissue with a partial ravage, but undecaying frowned upon the cloth, each feature stern and savage. The sky was pale, the cloud a thing of doubt, some hues were fresh, and some decayed and duller, but still the bloody hand shone strangely out, with vehemence of colour. The bloody hand, that with a lurid stain shone on the dusty floor a dismal token, projected from the casement's painted pane, where all beside was broken. The bloody hand, significant of crime, that glaring on the old heraldic banner, had kept its crimson unimpaired by time in such a wondrous manner. O'er all there hung the shadow of a fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said as plain as whisper in the air, "The place is haunted." The death watch ticked behind the panelled oak. Inexplicable tremor shook the arras. An echo strange and mystical awoke the fancy to embarrass. Prophetic hints that filled the soul with dread, but through one gloomy entrance pointing mostly, the while some secret inspiration said, "That chamber is the ghostly." Across the door no gossamer festoon swung pendulous, no web, no dusty fringes, no silky chrysalis or white cocoon about its nooks and hinges. The spider shunned the interdicted room, the moth, the beetle, and the fly were banished, and where the sunbeam felt athwart the gloom, the very midge had vanished. One lonely ray that glanced upon a bed, as if with awful aim direct and certain, to show the bloody hand in burning red, embroidered on the curtain. And yet no gory stain was on the quilt, the pillow in its place had slowly rotted, the floor alone retained the trace of guilt, those boards obscurely spotted to the door, and thence, with mazy doubles to the grated casement. Oh, what a tale they told of fear intense, of horror and amazement! What human creature in the dead of night had coursed like a hunted hare that cruel distance, had sought the door, the window in his flight, striving for dear existence? What shrieking spirit in that bloody room its mortal frame had violently quitted? Across the sunbeam with a sudden gloom a ghostly shadow flitted. Across the sunbeam and along the wall, but painted on the air so very dimly, it hardly veiled the tapestry at all, or a portrait frowning grimly. O'er all there hung the shadow of a fear, a sense of mystery the spirit daunted, and said as plain as whisper in the ear, "The place is haunted." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mary, a Seaside Sketch, by Thomas Hood, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Lovest thou not, Alice, with the early tide To see the hardy fisher hoist his mast, And stretch his sail towards the ocean wide, Like God's own beadsman going forth to cast His net into the deep, which doth provide Enormous bounties hidden in its vast bosom Like charities for all who seek And take its gracious boon, thankful and meek? The sea is bright with morning, the dark Seems still to linger on his broad black sail, for it is early hoisted, like a mark for the low sun to shoot at with his pale and level beams. All round the shadowy bark the green wave glimmers, and the gentle gale swells in her canvas, till the waters show the keel's new speed, and whiten at the bow. Then look abaft, for thou canst understand that phrase, and there he sitteth at the stern, grasping the tiller in his broad brown hand, the hardy fisherman. Thou mayst discern 10 fathoms off the wrinkles in the tanned and honest countenance that he will turn to look upon us with a quiet gaze, as we are passing on our several ways. So, some 10 days ago, on such a morn, the Mary, like a sea-mew, sought her spoil amongst the finny race. 'Twas when the corn wooed the sharp sickle, and the golden toil summoned all rustic hands to fill the horn of Ceres to the brim. That brave turmoil was at the prime, and Woodgate went to reap his harvest too upon the broad blue deep. His mast was up, his anchor heaved aboard, his mainsail stretching in the first grey gleams of morning for the wind. Ben's eye was stored with fishes. Fishes swam in all his dreams, and all the goodly east seemed but a hoard of silvery fishes that in shoals and streams groped into the deep dusk that filled the sky, for him to catch in meshes of his eye. For Ben had the true sailor's sanguine heart, and saw the future with a boy's brave thought. No doubts nor faint misgivings had a part in his bright vision. Say, before he caught his fish, he sold them in the scaly mart, and summed the net proceeds. This should have brought despair upon him when his hopes were foiled, but though one crop was marred, again he toiled, and sowed his seed afresh. Many foul blights perished his hard-won gains, yet he had planned no schemes of too extravagant delights, no goodly houses on the Goodwin sand, but a small, humble home, and loving knights, such as his honest heart and earnest hand might fairly purchase. Were these hopes too airy? Such as they were, they rested on thee, Mary. She was the prize of many toilsome year, and hard-won wages on the perilous sea, of savings ever since the ship-boy's tear was shed for home, and lay beyond the lee. She was purveyor of his other dear Mary, and for the infant yet to be fruit of their married loves. These made him dote upon the homely beauties of his boat, whose pitch-black hull rolled darkly on the wave. No gayer than one single stripe of blue could make her swarthy sides. She seemed a slave, a negro among boats, that only knew hardship and rugged toil. No pennons brave flaunted upon the mast, but oft a few dark dripping jackets fluttered to the air, ensigns of hardihood and toilsome care. And when she ventured for the deep, she spread a tawny sail against the sun-bright sky, dark as a cloud that journeys overhead. But then those tawny wings were stretched to fly across the wide sea desert for the bread of babes and mothers. Many an anxious eye dwelt on her course, and many a fervent prayer invoked the heavens to protect and spare. Where is she now? The secrets of the deep are dark and hidden from the human ken. Only the sea-bird saw the surges sweep over the dark and devoted Ben. Meanwhile a widow sobs and orphans weep, and sighs are heard from weather-beaten men, dark sunburnt men, uncouth and rude and hairy, while loungers idly ask, "Where is the Mary?" End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lady's Dream by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by David McClintock. The Lady's Dream by Thomas Hood. The lady lay in her bed, her couch so warm and soft, but her sleep was restless and broken still, for turning often and oft from side to side she muttered and moaned, and tossed her arms aloft. At last she startled up, and gazed on the vacant air, with a look of awe as if she saw some dreadful phantom there. And then in the pillow she buried her face from visions ill to bear. The very curtains shook, her terror was so extreme, and the light that fell on the broidered quilt kept a tremulous gleam, and her voice was hollow and shook as she cried, "Oh me, that awful dream, that weary, weary walk in the churchyard's dismal ground, and those horrible things with shady wings that came and flitted round. Death, death, and nothing but death in every sight and sound. And oh, those maidens young who wrought in that dreary room, with figures drooping and spectres thin, and cheeks without a bloom, and the voice that cried, 'For the pomp of pride we haste to an early tomb. For the pomp and pleasure of pride we toil like Afric slaves, and only to earn a home at last where yonder cypress waves.' And then they pointed. I never saw a ground so full of graves. And still the coffins came, with their sorrowful trains and slow, coffin after coffin still, a sad and sickening show. From grief exempt I never had dreamt of such a world of woe, of the hearts that daily break, of the tears that hourly fall, of the many, many troubles of life that grieve this earthly ball, disease and hunger and pain and want, but now I dreamt of them all, for the blind and the cripple were there, and the babe that pined for bread, and the houseless man and the widow poor who begged to bury the dead. The naked, alas, that I might have clad, the famished I might have fed, the sorrow I might have soothed, and the unregarded tears, for many a thronging shape was there from long forgotten years, ay, even the poor rejected Moor who raised my childish fears. Each pleading look that long ago I scanned with a heedless eye, each face was gazing as plainly there as when I passed it by. Woe, woe for me if the past should be thus present when I die. No need of sulphurous lake, no need of fiery coal, but only that crowd of humankind who wanted pity and dole. In everlasting retrospect will ring my sinful soul. Alas, I have walked through life, too heedless where I trod, nay, helping to trample my fellow worm and fill the burial sod, forgetting that even the sparrow falls not unmarked of God. I drank the richest draughts, and ate whatever is good, fish and flesh and fowl and fruit supplied my hungry mood. But I never remembered the wretched ones that starved for want of food. I dressed as the noble dress, in cloth of silver and gold, with silk and satin and costly furs in many an ample fold. But I never remembered the naked limbs that froze with winter's cold, the wounds I might have healed, the human sorrow and smart, and yet it never was in my soul to play so ill a part. But evil is wrought by want of thought as well as want of heart. She clasped her fervent hands, and the tears began to stream. Large and bitter and fast they fell, remorse was so extreme. And yet, oh yet, that many a dame would dream the lady's dream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Key by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A Moorish Romance. On the east coast, towards Tunis, the Moors still preserve the key of their ancestors' house in Spain, to which country they still express the hopes of one day returning and again planting the crescent on the ancient walls of the Alhambra. Scott's Travels in Morocco and Algiers. Is Spain cloven in such a manner as to want closing? Sancho Panza. The Moor leans on his cushion with the pipe between his lips, and still at frequent intervals the sweet sherbet he sips. But spite of lulling vapour and the sober cooling cup, the spirit of the swarthy Moor is fiercely kindling up. One hand is on his pistol, on its ornamented stock, while his finger feels the trigger and is busy with the lock. The other seeks his atagan, and clasps its jewelled hilt. Oh, much of gore in days of yore that crooked blade has spilt. His brows are knit, his eyes of jet in vivid blackness roll, and gleam with fatal flashes like the fire damp of the coal. His jaws are set, and through his teeth he draws a savage breath, as if about to raise the shout of victory or death. For why? The last Xebec that came and moored within the mole, such tidings unto Tunis brought as stir his very soul. The cruel jar of civil war, the sad and stormy rain that blackens like a thundercloud the sunny land of Spain. No strife of glorious chivalry for honour, gain, or loss, nor yet that ancient rivalry, the crescent with the cross. No charge of gallant paladins on Moslem stern and stanch, but Christians shedding Christian blood beneath the olive's branch. The war of horrid parricide, and brother killing brother, yea, like to dogs and sons of dogs, that worry one another, but let them bite and tear and fight, the more the Kafirs slay. The sooner Hagar's swarming sons shall make the land a prey, the sooner shall the Moor behold the Alhambras pile again, and those who pined in Barbary shall shout for joy in Spain. The sooner shall the crescent wave on dear Granada's walls, and proud Muhammad Ali sit within his father's halls. Allah, Allah, tiger-like, up springs the swarthy Moor, and with a wide and hasty stride steps o'er the marble floor, across the hall, till from the wall, where such quaint patterns be, with eager hand he snatches down an old and massive key. A massive key of curious shape, and dark with dirt and rust, and well 3 weary centuries the metal might encrust. For since the King Boabdil fell before the native stock, the ancient key, so quaint to see, hath never been in lock. Brought over by the Saracens, who fled across the main, a token of the secret hope of going back again. From race to race, from hand to hand, from house to house it passed. Oh, will it ever, ever ope the palace gate at last? 300 years and 52 on post and wall it hung. 300 years and 52, a dream to old and young. But now a brighter destiny the prophet's will accords. The time is come to scour the rust and lubricate the wards. For should the Moor with sword and lance at Algeciras land, where is the old Bernardo now, their progress to withstand? To Burgos should the Moslem come, where is the noble Cid? 5 royal crowns to topple down, as gallant Diaz did. Hath Xerxes any pounder now, when other weapons fail, with club to thrash invaders rash, like barley with a flail? Hath Seville any Perez still, to lay his clusters low, and ride with 7 turbans green around his saddle bow? No, never more shall Europe see such heroes brave and bold, such valour, faith, and loyalty, as used to shine of old. No longer to one battle cry united Spaniards run, and with their thronging spears uphold the Virgin and her Son, whom Cadiz Bay through Biscay internal discord dwells, and Barcelona bears the scars of Spanish shot and shells. The fleets decline, the merchants pine for want of foreign trade, and gold is scant, and Alicante is sealed by strict blockade. The loyal fly, the valour falls, opposed by court intrigue, but treachery and traitors thrive, upheld by foreign league, while factions seeking private ends by turns usurping reign. Well may the dreaming scheming Moor exulting point to Spain. Well may he cleanse the rusty key with Afric sand and oil, and hope an Andalusian home shall recompense the toil. Well may he swear the Moorish spear through wild Castile shall sweep, and where the Catalonian sowed the Saracen shall reap. Well may he vow to spurn the cross beneath the Arab hoof, and plant the crescent yet again above the Alhambra's roof. Then those from whom Santiago's name in chorus once arose are shouting faction's battle cries, and Spain forgets to close. Well may he swear his Atagan shall rout the traitor swarm, and carve them into arabesques that show no human form. The blame be theirs, whose bloody feuds invite the savage Moor, and tempt him with the ancient key to seek the ancient door. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Workhouse Clock by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Workhouse Clock, an allegory. There is a murmur in the air, a noise in every street, the murmur of many tongues, the noise of numerous feet, while round the workhouse door the labouring classes flock, for why? The overseer of the poor is setting the workhouse clock, who does not hear the tramp of thousands speeding along, of either sex and various stamp, sickly, cripple, or strong, walking, limping, creeping, from court and alley and lane, but all in one direction sweeping, like rivers that seek the main, who does not see them sally from mill and garret and room, in lane and court and alley, from homes in poverty's lowest valley, furnished with shuttle and loom, poor slaves of civilization's galley, and in the road and footways rally, as if for day of doom, some of hardly human form, stunted, crooked, and crippled by toil, dingy with smoke and dust and oil, and smirched besides with vicious soil, clustering, mustering, all in a swarm. Father, mother, and careful child, looking as if it had never smiled, the sempstress lean and weary and wan, with only the ghosts of garments on. The weaver, her sallow neighbour, the grim and sooty artisan, every soul, child, woman, or man, who lives or dies by labour. Stirred by an overwhelming zeal and social impulse, a terrible throng leaves shuttle and needle and wheel, furnace and grindstone, spindle and reel, thread and yarn and iron and steel, yea, rest and the yet untasted meal. Gushing, rushing, crushing along, a very torrent of man, urged by the sighs of sorrows and wrong, grown at last to a hurricane strong. Stop its course who can, stop who can its onward course, an irresistible moral force, O vain and idle dream. For surely as men are all akin, whether of fair or sable skin, according to nature's scheme, that human's movement contains within a blood power stronger than steam. Onward, onward with hasty feet they swarm, and westward still, masses born to drink and eat, but starving amidst Whitechapel's meat, and famishing down Cornhill, through the poultry, but still unfed. Christian charity, hang your head, hungry, passing the street of bread, thirsty, the street of milk, ragged, beside the Ludgate mart, so gorgeous, through mechanic art, with cotton, and wool, and silk. At last, before that door, that bears so many a knock, ere ever it opens to sick or poor, like sheep they huddle and flock. And would that all the good and wise could see the millions of hollow eyes, with a gleam derived from hope and the skies, upturned to the workhouse clock. Oh, that the parish powers, who regulate labour's hours, the daily amount of human trial, weariness, pain, and self-denial, would turn from the artificial dial that striketh 10 or 11, and go for once by that older one that stands in the light of nature's sun and takes its time from heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bridge of Sighs by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. One more unfortunate, weary of breath, rashly importunate, gone to her death. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Look at her garments clinging like cerements, whilst the wave constantly drips from her clothing. Take her up instantly, loving, not loathing. Touch her not scornfully, think of her mournfully, gently, and humanly, not of the stains of her. All that remains of her now is pure womanly. Make no deep scrutiny into her mutiny. Rash and undutiful, past all dishonour, death has left on her only the beautiful. Still, for all slips of hers, one of Eve's family, wipe those poor lips of hers, oozing so clammily. Loop up her tresses escaped from the comb, her fair auburn tresses, whilst wonderment guesses where was her home. Who was her father? Who was her mother? Had she a sister? Had she a brother? Or was there a dearer one still, and a nearer one yet than all other? Alas, for the rarity of Christian charity under the sun! Oh, it was pitiful! Near a whole city full, home she had none. Sisterly, brotherly, fatherly, motherly feelings had changed. Love by harsh evidence thrown from its eminence, even God's providence seeming estranged. Where the lamps quiver so far in the river, with many a light, from window and casement, from garret to basement, she stood with amazement, houseless by night. The bleak wind of March made her tremble and shiver, but not the dark arch or the black flowing river. Mad from life's history, glad to death's mystery, swift to be hurled anywhere, anywhere out of the world. In she plunged boldly, no matter how coldly the rough river ran. Over the brink of it, picture it, think of it, dissolute man. Lave in it, drink of it then, if you can. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Ere her limbs frigidly stiffened too rigidly, decently, kindly, smooth and compose them, and her eyes close them, staring so blindly, dreadfully staring through muddy impurity, as when with a daring last look of despairing, fixed on futurity. Perishing gloomily, spurred by contumely, cold inhumanity burning insanity into her rest, cross her hands humbly, as if praying dumbly over her breast, owning her weakness, her evil behavior, and leaving with meekness her sins to her Savior. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lay of the Labourer by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. A spade, a rake, a hoe, a pickaxe or a bill, a hook to reap or a scythe to mow, a flail or what ye will, and here's a ready hand to ply the needful tool, and skilled enough by lessons rough in labour's rugged school, to hedge or dig the ditch, to lop or fell the tree, to lay the swarth on the sultry field, or plough the stubborn lea, the harvest stack to bind, the wheaten rick to thatch, and never fear in my pouch to find the tinder or the match. To a flaming barn or farm my fancies never roam, the fire I yearn to kindle and burn is on the hearth of home, where children huddle and crouch through long dark winter days, where starving children huddle and crouch to see the cheerful rays a-glowing on the haggard cheek and not in the haggard's blaze. To him who sends a drought to parch the fields forlorn, the rain to flood the meadows with mud, the blight to blast the corn, to him I leave to guide the bolt in its crooked path, to strike the miser's rick and show the skies blood red with wrath. A spade, a rake, a hoe, a pickaxe or a bill, a hook to reap or a scythe to mow, a flail or what ye will, the corn to thrash or the hedge to plash, the market team to drive, or mend the fence by the cover side and leave the game alive. Aye, only give me work, and then you need not fear that I shall snare his worship's hare or kill his grace's deer, break into his lordship's house to steal the plate so rich, or leave the yeoman that had a purse to welter in a ditch. Wherever nature needs, wherever labor calls, no job I'll shirk of the hardest work, to shun the workhouse walls, where savage laws begrudge the pauper babe its breath, and doom a wife to a widow's life before her partner's death. My only claim is this, with labor stiff and stark, by lawful turn my living to earn between the light and dark, my daily bread and nightly bed, my bacon and drop of beer, but all from the hand that holds the land, and none from the overseer. No parish money or loaf, no pauper badges for me, a son of the soil, by right of toil, entitled to my fee. No alms I ask, give me my task. Here are the arm, the leg, the strength, the sinews of a man, to work and not to beg. Still one of Adam's heirs, though doomed by chance of birth to dress so mean, and to eat the lean instead of the fat of the earth, to make such humble meals as honest labor can, a bone and a crust with a grace to God and little thanks to man. A spade, a rake, a hoe, a pickaxe or a bill, a hook to reap or a scythe to mow, a flail or what ye will, whatever the tool to ply, here is a willing drudge with muscle and limb, and woe to him who does their pay begrudge, who every weekly score docks labor's little mite, bestows on the poor at the temple door, but robbed them overnight. The very shilling he hoped to save, as health and morals fail, shall visit me in the new Bastille, the Spittal, or the jail. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Stanzas by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. Farewell, life, my senses swim, and the world is growing dim. Thronging shadows cloud the light, like the advent of the night. Colder, colder, colder still, upward steals a vapour chill. Strong the earthy odour grows, I smell the mould above the rose. Welcome life, the spirit strives, strength returns and hope revives. Cloudy fears and shapes forlorn fly like shadows at the morn. O'er the earth there comes a bloom, sunny light for sullen gloom, warm perfume for vapour cold. Smell the rose above the mould. February 1845. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to Mr. Graham, The Aeronaut, by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. Up with me into the sky. Wordsworth, on a lark. Dear Graham, whilst the busy crowd, the vain, the wealthy and the proud, their meaner flights pursue, let us cast off the foolish ties that bind us to the earth and rise and take a bird's eye view. A few more whiffs of my cigar, and then in fancy's airy car have with thee for the skies. How oft this fragrant smoke upcurled have borne me from this little world and all that in it lies. Away, away the bubble fills, farewell to earth and all its hills. We seem to cut the wind. So high we mount, so swift we go, the chimney tops are far below, the eagles left behind. Ah me, my brain begins to swim, the world is growing rather dim, the steeples and the trees. My wife is getting very small, I cannot see my babe at all, the Dolland, if you please. Do, Graham, let me have a quiz. Lord, what a lilliput it is, that little world of Moggies. Are those the London docks, that channel, the mighty Thames, a proper kennel for that small isle of dogs? What is that seeming tea-urn there, that fairy dome, St. Paul's, I swear, where must have been a wren? And that small stripe, it cannot be the city road, good luck to see the little rays of men. Little indeed my eyeballs ache to find a turnpike I must take their tolls upon my trust. And where immortal labour gone, look, Graham, for a little stone, Macadam is to dust. Look at the horses less than flies, oh what a waste it was of size, to wish to be a mayor. What is the honour? None at all. One's honour must be very small for such a civic chair. And there's the Guildhall, 'tis far aloof, methinks I fancy through the roof its little garden gogs. Like penny dolls, the tiny show, well, I must say they're ruled below by very little logs. Oh, Graham, how the upper air alters the standards of compare. One of our silken flags would cover London all about, nay, then let's even empty out another brace of bags. Now for a glass of bright champagne, above the clouds, come let's strain a bumper as we go. But hold, for God's sake do not cant the cork away unless you want to brain your friends below. Think what a mob of little men are crawling just within our ken like mites upon a cheese. Psh! How the foolish sigh rebukes ambitious thoughts, can there be dukes of Gloucester such as these? Oh, what is glory, what is fame? Hark to the little mob's acclaim, 'tis nothing but a hum. A few near gnats would trump as loud as all the shouting of the crowd that has so far to come. Well, there are wise that choose the near, a few small buzzards in the air, to organs ages hence. Ah me, how distant touches all! It makes the true look rather small, but murders poor pretence. The world recedes, it disappears. Heaven opens on my eyes, my ears, with buzzing noises ring. A fig of Sotheby's laurel lore. What's Rogers here? Who cares for more that hears the angels sing? A fig for earth and all its minions. We are above the world's opinions. Graham, we'll have our own. Look what a vantage height we've got. Now do you think Sir Walter Scott is such a great unknown? Speak up, or hath he hide his name to crawl through subways unto fame, like Williams of Cornhill? Speak up, my lad, when men run small. We'll show what's little in them all, receive it how they will. Think now of Irvine, shall he preach the princes down? Shall he impeach the potent and the rich? Merely on ethics stilts and eye, not moralise at 2 Mile High, the true didactic pitch. Come, what d'ye think of Geoffrey, sir? Is Gifford such a Gulliver in Lilliput's Review, that like Colossus he should stride certain small brazen inches wide for poets to pass through? Look down, the world is but a spot. Now say, is Blackwood's low or not? For all the Scottish tone, it shall not weigh us here, not where the sandy burden's lost in air, our landing where it's flown. Now, like you Crowley's verse indeed, in heaven where one cannot read the warren on the wall? What think you here of that man's fame? Though Jerdan magnified his name, to me it's very small. And truly is there such a spell in those 3 letters L-E-L, to witch a world with song? On crowds and Byron did not sit, yet dared on Shakespeare's head to spit, and say the world was wrong. And shall not we, let's think aloud, thus being couched upon a cloud, Graham will have our eyes. We felt the great when we were less, but we'll retort on littleness now we are in the skies. Oh, Graham, Graham, how I blame the bastard blush, the petty shame that used to fret me quite. The little sores I covered then, no sores on earth, no sorrows when the world is out of sight. My name is Timms, I am the man that North's unseen diminished clan so scurvily abused. I am the very P.A.Z. the London's lion's small pin's head so often hath refused. Campbell, you cannot see him there, hath scorned my lays, do his appear such great eggs from the sky. And Longman and his lengthy co, long only in a little row, have thrust my poems by. What else? I'm poor and much beset with damned small duns that is in debt, some grains of golden dust, but only worth above is worth. What's all the credit of the earth? An inch of cloth on trust? What's Rothschild's here, that wealthy man? Nay, worlds of wealth? Or if you can, spy out the golden ball. Sure as we rose, all money sank. What's gold or silver now? The bank is gone, the change and all. What's all the ground rent of the globe? Oh, Graham, it would worry Job to hear its landlords prate. But after this survey, I think I'll never be bullied more nor shrink from men of large estate. And less, still less, will I submit to poor means acres worth of wit. I that have heaven's span, I that, like Shakespeare's self, may dream beyond the very clouds and seem a universal man. Mark, Graham, mark those gorgeous crowds, like birds of paradise the clouds are winging on the wind. But what is grander than their range, more lovely than their sunset change? The free creative mind. Well, the adult schools in the air, the greatest men are lessoned there, as well as the lessee. Oh, could earth's Ellistons thus small behold the greatest stage of all, how humble they would be! Oh, would some power the gifty Geum to see the selves and others see 'em, 'twould much abate their fuss. If they could think that from the skies they are as little in our eyes as they can think of us. Of us are we gone out of sight, lessened, diminished, vanished quite, lost to the tiny town? Beyond the eagle ken the grope of Dollond's longest telescope, Graham, we're going down. Ah me, I've touched a strange that opes the airy valve, the gas elopes, down goes our bright balloon. Farewell the skies, the clouds I smell, the lower world, Graham, farewell, man of the silken moon. The earth is closed, the city nears, like a burnt paper it appears, studded with tiny sparks. Methinks I hear the distant rout of coaches rumbling all about, we're close above the parks. I hear the watchmen on their beats, hawking the hour about the streets. Lord, what a cruel jar it is upon the earth to light. Well, there's the finish of our flight. I've smoked my last cigar. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Friendly Address to Mrs. Fry in Newgate by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Sermons in stones, as you like it. Out, out, damn spot. Macbeth. I like you, Mrs. Fry, I like your name. It speaks the very warmth you feel in pressing, in daily act round charity's great flame. I like the crisp brown way you have of dressing. Good Mrs. Fry, I like the placid claim you make to Christianity, professing love and good works. Of course you buy of Barton, beside the young Fry's bookseller, friend Darton. I like, good Mrs. Fry, your brethren moot, those serious solemn gentlemen that sport. I should have said that wear the sober suit, shaped like a court dress, but for heaven's court. I like your sisters too, sweet Rachel's fruit. Protestant nuns, I like their stiff support of virtue, and I like to see them clad with such a difference, just like good from bad. I like the sober colours, not the wet, those gaudy manufactures of the rainbow, green, orange, crimson, purple, violet, in which the fair, the flirting, and the vain go. The others are a chaste, severer set, in which the good, the pious, and the plain go. Their moral standards to no Christians by. In short, they are your colours, Mrs. Fry. As for the naughty tinges of the prism, crimson's the cruel uniform of war, blue, hue of brimstone, mine's no catechism, and green is young and gay, not noted for goodness, or gravity, or quietism, till it is saddened down to tea green, or olive, and purple's given to wine, I guess, and yellow is a convict by its dress. They're all the devil's liveries that men and women wear in servitude to sin, but how will they come off, poor motleys, when sin's wages are paid down, and they stand in the evil's presence? You and I know then how all the party colours will begin to part. The Pittite hues will sadden there, whereas the Foxite shades will all show fair. Witness their goodly labours one by one. Russet makes garments for the needy poor. Dove colour preaches love to all, and Dun calls every day at Charity's street door. Brown studies Scripture and bids women shun all gaudy furnishing. Olive doth pour oil into wounds, and drab and slate supply scholar and book in Newgate, Mrs. Fry. Well, heaven forbid that I should discommend the gratis, charitable, jail endeavour, when all persuasions in your praises blend. The Methodist creed and cry are, Fry for ever. No, I will be your friend, and, like a friend, point out your very worst defect. Nay, never start at that word. But I must ask you why you keep your school in Newgate, Mrs. Fry? Top well I know the price our mother Eve paid for her schooling, but must all her daughters commit a petty larceny and thieve, pay down a crime for entrance to your quarters? Your classes may increase, but I must grieve over your pupils at their bread and waters. Oh, though it cost you rent, and rooms run high, keep your school out of Newgate, Mrs. Fry. Oh, save the vulgar soul before it's spoilt, set up your mounted sign without the gate, and there inform the mind before 'tis soiled. 'Tis sorry writing on a greasy slate. Nay, if you would not have your labours foiled, take it inclining towards a virtuous state,
Not prostrate and laid flat,
else woman meek, the upright pencil will but hop and shriek. Ah, who can tell how hard it is to drain the evil spirit from the heart it preys in,
to bring sobriety to life again,
choked with the vile
anacreontic raisin,
to wash black Betty when her black's in grain, to stick a moral lacquer on mole brazen, of sulky tawdry's habits to deprive her, to tame the wild foul ways of Jenny Diver. Ah, who can tell how hard it is to teach Miss Nancy Dawson on her bed of straw, to make Long Sal sew up the endless breach she made in manners, to write heaven's own law on hearts of granite? Nay, how hard to preach in cells that are not memories, to draw the moral thread
through the immortal eye,
of blunt Whitechapel natures, Mrs. Fry. In vain you teach them baby work within, 'tis but a clumsy botchery of crime, 'tis but a tedious darning of old sin. Come out yourself, and stitch up souls in time. It is too late for scouring to begin, when virtue's ravelled out, when all the prime is worn away, and nothing sound remains. You'll fret the fabric out before the stains. I like your chocolate, good Mistress Fry, I like your cookery in every way, I like your Shrove-tide service and supply, I like to hear your sweet Pandeans play, I like the pity in your full-brimmed eye, I like your carriage, and your silken grey, your dove-like habits, and your silent preaching, but I don't like your Newgatory teaching. Come out of Newgate, Mrs. Fry, repair abroad and find your pupils in the streets. O come abroad into the wholesome air, and take your moral place before sin seats her wicked self in the professor's chair. Suppose some morals raw, the true receipts, to dress them in the pan, but do not try to cook them in the fire, good Mrs. Fry. Put on your decent bonnet and come out. Good lack! The ancients did not set up schools in jail, but at the porch, hinting, no doubt, that vice should have a lesson in the rules, before 'twas whipped by law. O come about, good Mrs. Fry, and set up forms and stools, all down the Old Bailey, and through Newgate Street, but not in Mr. Wontner's proper seat. Teach Lady Barrymore, if, teaching you, that peerless peeress can absolve from dolour, teach her it is not virtue to pursue ruin of blue, or any other colour, teach her it is not virtue's crown to rue, month after month, the unpaid drunken dollar. Teach her that flooring Charlie's is a game, unworthy one that bears a Christian name. O come and teach our children that aren't ours, that heaven's straight pathway is a narrow way, not broad St. Giles, where fierce sin devours children like time, or rather they both prey on youth together, meanwhile Newgate lowers, even like a black cloud at the close of day. To shut them out from any more blue sky, think of these hopeless wretches, Mrs. Fry. You are not nice, go into their retreats, and make them Quakers, if you will, 'twere best. They wore straight collars, and their shirts sans pleats, that they had hats with brims, that they were dressed in garbs without lapels, than shame the streets with so much raggedness. You may invest much cash this way, but it will cost its price to give a good round, real check to vice. In brief, O teach the child its moral rote, not in the way from which 'twill not depart, but out, 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 O bid it walk remote, and if the skies are closed against the smart, e'en let him wear the single-breasted coat, for that insureth singleness of heart. Do what you will, his every want supply, keep him but out of Newgate, Mrs. Fry. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to Richard Martin, Esquire, by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org, by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Martin in this has proved himself a very good man. Boxiana. How many sing of wars, of Greek and Trojan jars, the butcheries of men? The Muse hath a perpetual ruby pen, dabbling with heroes and the blood they spill, but no one sings the man, that, like a pelican, nourishes pity with his tender bill. Thou Wilberforce of hacks, of whites as well as blacks, piebald and dapple grey, chestnut and bay, no poet's eulogy thy name adorns, but oxen from the fens, sheep in their pens, praise thee, and red cows with their winding horns. Thou art sung on brutal pipes, drovers may curse thee, knackers asperse thee, and sly MPs bestow their cruel wipes. But the old horse neighs thee, and zebras praise thee, asses, I mean, that have as many stripes. Hast thou not taught the drover to forbear in Smithfield's muddy, murderous, vile environ, staying his lifted bludgeon in the air? Bullocks don't wear oxide of iron. The cruel Jarvey thou hast summoned off, enforcing mercy on the coarse Yahoo, that thought his horse the courser of the two, while Swift smiled down aloft. O worthy pair, for this when ye inhabit bodies of birds, if so the spirit shifts from flesh to feather when the clown uplifts his hands against the sparrow's nest to grab it, he shall not harm the martins and the swifts. Ah, when Dean Swift was quick, how he enhanced the horse, and humbled biped man like Plato. But now he's dead, the charger is mischanced, gone backward in the world, and not advanced. Remember Cato. Swift was the horse's champion, not the king's, whom Southey sings. Mounted on Pegasus, would he were thrown, he'll wear that ancient hackney to the bone, like a mere clothes horse airing royal things. Ah, well a day, the ancients did not use their steeds so cruelly, let it debar men from wanton rowling and whip's abuse. Look at the ancients, Muse, look at their carmen. O Martin, I how thine eyes, that one would think had put aside its lashes, that can't bear gashes, through any horse's side, must ache to spy that horrid window fronting Fetter Lane, for there's a nag the crows have picked for victual, or some man painted in a bloody vein. Gods, is there no horse-spittle, that such raw shows must sticken the humane? Sure Mr. Whittle loves thee but a little, to let that poor horse linger in his pain. O build a Brooks Theatre for horses, O wipe away the national reproach, and find a decent vulture for their courses, and in thy funeral track, for sorry steeds shall follow in each coach, steeds that confess the luxury of woo, to mourning steeds in no extemporate black, and many a wretched hack shall sorrow for thee, sore with kick and blow, and bloody gash, it is the Indian knack, save the savage in his own tormentor, Banting shall weep too in his sable scarf, the biped woe the quadruped shall enter, and man and horse go half and half, as if their griefs met in a common centaur. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. to the Great Unknown by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Oh, breathe not his name. More.
Thou great unknown,
I do not mean eternity nor death, that vast incog. For I suppose thou hast a living breath, howbeit we know not from whose lungs 'tis blown, though man of fog, parent of many children, child of none, nobody's son, nobody's daughter, but a parent still. Still but an ostrich parent of a batch of orphan eggs, left to the world to hatch, superlative nil. A vox and nothing more, yet not Vauxhall. A head in papers, yet without a curl, not the invisible girl. No hand, but a handwriting on a wall, a popular nonentity, still called the same, without identity. A lark heard out of sight, a nothing shined upon, invisibly bright, dark with excess of light. Constable's literary John a notes, the real Scottish wizard and not witch, nobody in a niche, everyone's hoax, maybe Sir Walter Scott, perhaps not. Why dost thou so conceal and puzzle curious folks?
thou,
Whom the second sighted never saw, the master fiction of fictitious history, chief Nong Tong Pa. No mister in the world, and yet all mystery. The tricksy spirit of a Scottish Cock Lane, a novel
Junius,
puzzling the world's brain. A man of magic, yet no
talisman,
a man of clair obscur, not he o' the moon, a star at noon, a nondescriptus in a caravan, a private of no corp, a northern light, in a dark lantern, bogey in a crape, a figure, but no shape, a visor, and no knight, the real abstract hero of the age, the staple stranger of the stage, a some one made in every man's presumption, Frankenstein's monster, but instinct with gumption, another strange state captive in the north, constable guarded in an iron mask. Still let me ask, hast thou no silver platter, no door plate, or no card, or some such matter, to scrawl a name upon, and then cast forth? Though Scottish Barmecide, feeding the hunger of curiosity with airy gammon, though mystery monger, dealing it out like middle cut of salmon, that people buy and can't make head or tail of it. Howbeit that puzzle never hurts the sale of it, though chief of authors mystic and abstractical, that lay their proper bodies on the shelf, keeping thyself so truly to thyself, though Zimmerman made practical, though secret fountain of a Scottish style, that, like the Nile, hideth its source
wherever
it is bred, but still keeps disembogging, not disembroguing. Though such broad sandy mouths without a head, though disembodied Arthur, not dead. The whole world's literary absentee, ah, wherefore hast thou fled? Though learned Nemo, wise to a degree, anonymous LL.D. Though nameless captain of the nameless gang, that do an inquest cannot say who did it. Wert thou at Mrs. Donati's death pang? Hast thou made gravy of Weir's watch, or hid it? Hast thou a Bluebeard chamber? Heaven forbid it! I should be very loath to see thee hang. I hope thou hast an alibi well planned, an innocent although an ink-black hand, though that hast newly turned thy private bolt on, the curiosity of all invaders. I hope thou art merely closeted with Colton, who knows a little of the Holy Land, writing thy next new novel, The Crusaders. Perhaps thou wert even born to be unknown, perhaps hung, some foggy morn, at Captain Coram's charitable wicket, pinned to a ticket that fate had made illegible, foreseeing the future great unmentionable being. Perhaps thou hast ridden, a scholar poor on St. Augustine's back, like Chatterton, and found a dusty pack of rolling novels in an old chest hidden, a little hoard of clever simulation, that took the town, and constable has bidden some £100 for a continuation, to keep and clothe thee in genteel starvation. I like thee Waverley, first of thy breeding, I like its modest 60 years ago, as if it was not meant for ages reading. I don't like Ivanhoe, though Dymoke does, it makes him think of clattering in iron overalls before the king, secure from battering, to ladies flattering, tuning his challenge to the gauntlet's ring. O better far than all that anvil clang, it was to hear thee touch the famous string of Robin Hood's tough bow and make it twang, rousing him up all verdant with his clan, like Sagittarian Pan. I like Guy Mannering, but not that sham son of Brown. I like that literary Samson, 9/10 a dyer, with a smack of Porson. I like Dirk Hatteraick, that rough sea Orson, that slew the Gogger, and Dandy Dinmont, like old Ursa Major, and Merrilees, young Bertram's old defender, that Scottish witch of Endor, that doomed thy fame, she was the witch, I take it, to tell a great man's fortune, or to make it. I like the antiquary, with his fit on, he makes me think of Mr. Britton. I like the antiquary, with in's fit on, it makes me think, who has, or had, within his garden wall, a miniature Stonehenge, so very small, that sparrows find it difficult to sit on, and Douster Weevil, like Poyes MacGregor, and Eddie Ochiltree, that old blue beggar, painted so cleverly. I think you thou surely knowest, Mrs. Beverley. I like thy barber, him that furred the beacon, but that's a tender subject now to speak on. I like long-armed Rob Roy, his very charms fashioned him for renown, in sad sincerity. The man that robs or writes must have long arms, if he's to hand his deeds down to posterity. Witness Miss Biffin's posthumous prosperity, her poor brown crumpled mummy, nothing more, bearing the name she bore. A thing Time's tooth is tempted to destroy, but Roy's can never die. Why else, in verity, is Paris echoing with Vive le Roi? Rob shall live again, and deathless die. Vernon, of course, shall often live again, whilst there's a stone in Newgate, or a chain. Who can pass by, nor feel the thieves in prison, and at hand there be Old Bailey Jarvis on the stand. I like thy landlord's tales, I like that idyll of Love and Lammermoor, the blue-eyed maid, that led to church the mounted cavalcade, and then pulled up with such a bloody bridle, throwing equestrian Hymen on his haunches, like the family, not silver, branches that hold the tapers, to light the serious legend of Montrose. I like Macaulay's second-sighted vapours, as if he could not walk or talk alone, without the devil, or the great unknown. Dalgetty is the dearest of De Crows. I like St. Leonard's lily, drenched with dew, I like thy vision of thy Covenanters, that bloody-minded Graham shot and slew. I like the battle lost and won, the hurly-burly's bravery done, the warlike gallop and the warlike canters. I like that girded chieftain of the Ranters, ready to preach down heathens, or to grapple, with one eye on his sword, and one upon the word. How he would cram the Caledonian Chapel! I like stern Claverhouse, though he cloth dapple his raven steed with blood of many a course. I like dear Mrs. Headrigg, that unravels her text of Scripture on a trotting horse. She is so like Ray Wilson when he travels. I like thy Kyleworth, but I'm not going to take a retrospective review of all thy dainty novels, merely showing the old familiar faces of a few. The question to renew, how thou canst leave such deeds without a name, forego the unclaimed dividends of fame, forego the smiles of literary Aris, mid Lothian's trump, and Fife's shrill note of praise, and all the carse of Gowries, when thou mightest have the statue in Cromarty, or see thy image on Italian trays, betwixt Queen Caroline and Bonaparte, be painted by the Titan of our A's, or vie in signboards with the royal Guelph. Perhaps have thy bust seat cheek by jowl with Homer's, perhaps seek out plaster proxies of thyself to other Englands with Australian roamers, mayhap, in literary owlee, displace the native wooden gods, or be the China Lar of a Canadian shelf. It is not modesty that bids thee hide, she never wastes her blushes out of sight. It is not to invite the world's decision, for thy fame is tried, and thy fair deeds are scattered far and wide. Even royal heads are with thy readers reckoned, from men in trencher caps to trencher scholars in crimson collars, and learned sergeants in the 42nd. Whither by land or sea art thou not beckoned? Mayhap exported from the Firth of Forth, defying distance and its dim control, perhaps read about Stromness and reckoned worth a brace of Miltons for capacious soul, perhaps studied in the whalers further north, and set above 10 Shakespeares near the pole. O when thou writest by Aladdin's lamp, with such a giant genius at command, for ever at thy stamp, to fill thy treasury from fairyland, when haply thou midst ask the pearly hand of some great British vizier's eldest daughter, though princess sought her, and lead her in procession hymnal, O why dost thou remain a beau idle? Why stay a ghost on the Leithen wharf, enveloped in Scotch mist and gloomy fogs? Why, but because thou art some puny dwarf, some hopeless imp, like Becket with the tuft, fearing for all thy wit to be rebuffed, or bullied by our great reviewing gogs? Why in the masking age maketh unknown so many and so shy? What but the critic's page? One hath a cast he hides from the world's eye, Another hath a wen, he won't show where, a third has sandy hair, a hunch upon his back, or legs awry, things for a vile reviewer to espy. Another hath a mangle-wurt's nose, finely this is dimpled, like a pale crumpet face, or that is pimpled, things for a monthly critic to expose. Nay, what is thy own case, that being small, thou choosest to be nobody at all? Well, thou
Aren't
prudent,
with such puny bones. Ian,
like as slander the mysterious elf, that shadowy revelation of thyself, to build thee a small hut of haunted stones, for certainly the first pernicious man that ever saw thee would quickly draw thee in some vile literary caravan, showing for a shilling would be thy killing. Think of Karamaka's miserable span, no tinier frame the tiny spark could dwell in, than there it fell in. But when she felt herself a show, she tried to shrink from the world's eye, poor dwarf, and died. Oh, since it was thy fortune to be born a dwarf on some Scotch inch, and then to flinch from all the gog-like jostle of great men, still with thy small crown pen amuse and charm thy lonely hours forlorn, still Scottish story daintily adorn, be still a shade, and when this age is fled, when we poor sons and daughters of reality are in our graves forgotten and quite dead, and time destroys our mottoes of morality, the lithographic hand of old
mortality.
shall still restore thy emblem on the stone, a featureless death's head, and rob oblivion even of the unknown. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to Joseph Grimaldi, Sr. by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. This fellow's wise enough to play the fool, and to do that well craves a kind of wit. Twelfth Night. Joseph, they say thou'st left the stage, to toddle down the hill of life, and taste the flannelled ease of age, apart from pantomimic strife. Retired, for young would call it so, the world shut out, in Pleasant Row. And hast thou really washed at last, from each white cheek, the red half-moon, and all thy public clownship cast, to play the private pantaloon? All youth, all ages, yet to be, shall have a heavy miss of thee.
Thou didst
not preach to make us wise,
thou
hadst no finger in our schooling,
thou
didst not lure us to the skies, thy simple, simple trade was fooling, and yet, heaven knows, we can, much better spare a better man. Oh, had it pleased the gout to take the Reverend Crowley from the stage, or Southey, for our quiet sake, or Mr. Fletcher, Cupid's sage, or damn Namby-Pamby Poole, or any other clown or fool. Go Dibdin, all that bear the name, go byway highway man, go, go, go Skeffy, man of painted fame, but leave thy partner, Painted Joe. I could bear Kirby on the wane, or Signor Paulo with a sprain. Had Joseph Wilfrid Parkins made his grey hair scarce in private peace, had Waithman sought a rural shade, or Cobbett taken a turnpike lease, or Liesel Bowes gone to Balham Hill, I think I could be cheerful still. Had Medwin left off to his praise, dead lying kicking, like a friend? Had long Irving gone his ways to muse on death at Ponder's End, or Lady Morgan taken leave of letters, still I might not grieve. But Joseph, everybody's Joe, is gone, and grieve I will and must, as Hamlet did for Yorick, so will I thee, though not yet dust, and talk as he did when he missed the kissing crust that he had kissed. Ah, where is now thy rolling head, thy winking, reeling, drunken eyes, as old Catullus would have said, thy oven mouth that swallowed pies, enormous hunger, monstrous drouth, thy pockets greedy as
thou
mouth? Ah, where thy ears so often cuffed, thy funny, flapping, filching hands, thy partridge body, always stuffed with waifs and strays and contrabands, thy foot like Berkeley's foot, for why? 'Twas often made to wipe an eye. Ah, where thy legs, that witty pair, for great wits jump, and so did they. Lord, how they leaped in lamplight air, capered, and bounced, and strode away, that years should tame the legs, alack! I've seen Spring throw an almanac, but bounds will have their bound, the shocks of time will cramp the nimblest toes, and those that frisk in silken clocks may look to limp in fleecy hose. One only, champion of the ring, could ever make his winter spring, and gout that owns no odds between the toe of Czar and toe of clown will visit, but I did not mean to moralize, though I am grown thus sad. Thy going seemed to beat a muffled drum for fun's retreat, and may be 'tis no time to smother a sigh when two prime wags of London are gone,
thou
Joseph one, the other a Joe, sic transit Gloria Munden. A third departure some insist on, stage apoplexy threatens Liston. Nay then, let Sleeping Beauty sleep, with ancient Dozy to the dregs, let Mother Goose wear mourning deep, and put a hatchment o'er her eggs. Let Farley weep, for Magic's man is gone his Christmas Caliban. Let Kemble, Forbes, and Willett reign, and though they walk behind thy bier, for since
thou
wilt not play again, what matters if in heaven or here, or in thy grave, or in thy bed, their quick might just as well be dead. O how will thy departure cloud the lamplight of the little breast? The Christmas child will grieve aloud to miss his broadest friend and best. Poor urchin, what avails to him the cold New Monthly's ghost of Grim? For who like thee could ever stride some dozen paces to the mile, the motley medley coach provide, or like Joe Frankenstein compile the vegetable man complete, a proper covenant garden feat? O who like thee could ever drink, or eat, swill, swallow, bolt, and choke, nod, weep, and hiccup, sneeze, and wink? Thy very yawn was quite a joke, though Joseph Junior acts not ill. There's no fool like the old fool still. Joseph, farewell, dear funny Joe, we meet with mirth, we part in pain, for many a long year must go ere fun can see thy like again, for nature does not keep great stores of perfect clowns that are not bores. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. An Address to the Steam Washing Company by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Archer, how many are there? Scrub? Scrub, 45, sir. Bow Stringham. For shame, let the linen alone. M.W. of Windsor. Mr. Scrub, Mr. Slop, or whoever you be, the cock of steam laundries, the head pantee of Associate Cleansers, chief founder and prime of the firm for the wholesale distilling of grime, co-partners and dealers in linen's propriety, that make washing public, and wash in society. O lend me your ear, if that ear can forego, for a moment the music that bubbles below, from your new Surrey geysers all foaming and hot, that soft simmer sang, so endeared to the Scot. If your hands may stand still, or your steam without danger, if your suds will not cool, and a mere simple stranger, both to you and to washing, may put in a rub, O wipe out your Amazon arms from the tub, and lend me your ear, let me modestly plead, for a race that your labours may soon supersede. For a race that, now washing no living affords, like Grimaldi must leave their aquatic old boards, not with pence in their pockets to keep them at ease, not with bread in the funds, or investments of cheese, but to droop like sad willows that lived by a stream, which the sun had sucked up into vapour and steam. Ah, look at the laundress, before you begrudge her hard daily bread to that laudable drudge, when Chancellor singeth his earliest matins, she slips her amphibious feet in her pattens, and beginneth her toil while the morn is still grey, as if she was washing the night into day, not with sleeker or rosier fingers Aurora beginneth to scatter the dewdrops before her, not Venus that rose from the billow so early, looked down on the foam with a forehead more pearly. Her head is involved in an aerial mist, and a bright beaded bracelet encircles her wrist. Her visage glows warm with the order of duty. She's industry's moral, she's all moral beauty, growing brighter and brighter at every rub. Would any man ruin her? No, Mr. Scrub. No man that is manly would work her mishap, no man that is manly would covet her cap, nor her apron, her hose, not her gown made of stuff, nor her gin, nor her tea, nor her wet pinch of snuff. Alas, she thought, but that slippery hope has betrayed her, as though she had trod on her soap, and she, whose support, like the fishes that fly, was to have her fins wet, must now drop from her sky. She whose living it was, and a part of her fare, to be damped once a day, like the great white sea bear, with her hands like a sponge, and her head like a mop, quite a living absorbent that revelled in slop. She that paddled in water must walk upon sand, and sigh for her deeps like a turtle on land. Lo then, the poor laundress, all wretched she stands, instead of a counterpane wringing her hands, all haggard and pinched, going down in life's vale, with no faggot for burning like Allan a Dale, no smoke from her flue, and no steam from her pane. There's once she watched heaven, fearing God and the rain, or gazed o'er her bleach field so fairly engrossed, till the lines wandered idle from pillar to post. Ah, where are the playful young pinners? Ah, where the harlequin quilts that cut capers in air? The brisk waltzing stockings, the white and the black, that danced on the tightrope or swung on the slack? The light sylph-like garments so tenderly pinned, that blew into shape and embodied the wind? There was white on the grass, there was white on the spray, her garden, it looked like a garden of May. But now all is dark, not a shirt's on the shrub. You've ruined her prospects in life, Mr. Scrub. You've ruined her custom, now families drop her from her silver reduced, nay, reduced from her copper. The last of her washing is done at her eye, one poor little kerchief that never gets dry. From mere lack of linen she can't lay a cloth, and boils neither barley nor alkaline broth. But her children come round her as victuals grow scant, and recall with foul faces the source of their want, when she thinks of their poor little mouse to be fed, and then thinks of her trade that is utterly dead, and even its peerlashes laid in the grave, whilst her tub is a dry rotting stave after stave, and the greatest of coopers, even he that they dub Sir Astley can't bind up her heart or her tub. Need you wonder she curses your bones, Mr. Scrub? Need you wonder when steam has deprived her of bread? If she prays that the evil may visit your head, nay, scald all the heads of your washing committee, if she wishes you all the soot blacks of the city, in short, not to mention all plagues without number, if she wishes you all in the wash at the Humber, ah, perhaps in some moment of drouth and despair, when her linen got scarce and her washing grew rare, when the sum of her suds might be summed in a bowl, and the rusty cold iron quite entered her soul, when perhaps the last glance of her wandering eye had caught the cock laundress's coach going by, or her lines that hung idle to waste the fine weather, and she thought of her wrongs and her rights both together, in a lather of passion that frothed as it rose, too angry for grammar, too lofty for prose. On her sheet, if a sheet were still left her to write, some remonstrance like this then perchance saw the light. Letter of Remonstrance from Bridget Jones to the noblemen and gentlemen forming the washing committee. It's a shame, so it is, men can't let alone jobs as is women's right to do, and go about their own. There's reforms enough already without your new schools, for washing to sit up, and push the old tubs from their stools. But you're just like the Radicals, for upsetting of the suds, when the world wagged well enough, and women washed your old dirty duds. I'm certain sure enough, your ancestors had no steam Indians, that's flat. But I warrant your forefathers went as tidy and gentlemanly for all that. I suppose you're the family as lived in the great kittle I see on Clapham Common sometimes a very considerable period back when I were little, and they said it went with steam, but that was a joke, for I never see none come of it. That's out of it, but only some smoke. And for all your power of horses about your Indians, you never had but two, in my time to draw you about to fairs, and hang you, you know that's true. And for all your fine perspectuses, howsomever you bewitch 'em, there's as pretty ones off Primrose Hill as ever a one at Mitcham, though I can't see what perspectives and washing has to do with one another to do. It ain't as if a bird's eye handkerchiefer could take a bird's eye view. But that's your lookout. I've not much to do with that, but please God to hold up fine. I'll show you caps and pinners and small things as little wit as ever crossed the line, without going any farther off than little Parody's place, and that's more than you can, and I'll say it behind your face. But when folks talk of washing, it ain't for you to speak, as kept Dr. Pattison out of his shirt for a week. Thinks I, when I heard it, well, there's a pretty go, that comes o' not marking of things or washing out the marks, and huddling up them so, till their friends coonies and owns them, like drowned corpses in a vault. But you haven't larned to spell, and that ain't your fault. Only you ought to leave the limons to them as had learned, for if it warn't for washin', and where bills is concerned, what's the use of all the world for a woman's hedication, and their being made schollards of Sundays, fit for any sitiation? Well, what I say is this, when every kittle has its spout, there's no need for companies to puff steam about. To be sure is very well, when there ain't enough wind for blowing up boats with, but not to hurt humankind, like that Perkins with his blunderbush, that's loaded with hot water, though ex-sheriff might know better than make things for slaughter, as if war warn't cruel enough, whenever it befalls, without shooting poor soldiers with sick scalding hot balls. But that's not so bad as a set of bare-faced grubs, as joins their soaps together, and sits up steam-rubbin' clubs, for washing dirt cheap, and eating other people's grubs, which all very fine for you and your patent tea. But I wonders how poor women is to get their beau-tea. They must drink Hunt wash, the only wash God knows there will be, and their little drop of somethings as they takes for their goods, when you and your steam has ruined, G'd forgive me, their livelihoods, poor women as was born to washin' in their youth, and now must go and larn other businesses forsooth. But if to be they leave their lines, what are they to go at? They won't do for angels, nor any trade like that. Nor we can't so babby work, for that's all bespoke for the Quakers in bridal, and a vast of the confined folk do their own of themselves, even the better most of 'em, and even them of middlin' degrees. Why, luck help you babby linen, and bread and cheese. No, we can't go a hammering the roads in dust, but we must all go and be bankers, like Mr. Marshes and Mr. Charnboroughs, and that's what we must. God knows you ought to have more concern for our sects, when you knows you have sucked us and hanged round our motherly necks, and remembers what you owes to women besides washing. You ain't blame you, like men to go a slushing and sloshing, in mop caps and pattens, a doing of female labours, and pretty jeered at you great horse God merrill things, ain't you now by your next door neighbours? Lawk, I think I see you with your sleeves tucked up, no more like washing than is drownding a pup. And for all your fine water works going round and round, they'll scrunch your bones some day, I'll be bound, and no more nor be a grudgment, for it can't come to good to sit up again Providence, which you're a doing, nor not fit it should, for man warn't made for woman's starvation, nor to do away laundresses as is links of the creation, and can't be done without in any country but a naked Hottentot nation. Ah, I wish our minister would take one of your tubs, and preach a sermon in it, and give you some good rubs, but I warrants you reads, for you can't spell we knows, neither billy bells or good tracts, or you'd know better than taking the clothes off of one's back, and let your neighbours' oxen as asses alone, and everything that's hern, and give every one their hone. Well, it's God for us all, and every washerwoman for herself, and so you might, without shoving any on us off the shelf. But if you warn't nodus you'd let women be, and pull off your pantons and leave the washing to we that knows what's what, or mark what I say, you'll make a fine kittle of fish of your close some day. When the odder men wants the bibs and there ain't none at all, and Christmas come and never a cloth to lay in Guildhall, or send a damp shirt to his worship the mayor, till he's rheumatiz poor man, and can't sit upright do good in his harm chair, besides mismatching larned lady hose, as it's sent for you not to wash, for you don't wash, and make people's stockins yeller as ought to be blue, with a vast more like that, and all along of steam, which warn't mean by nater for any sick scheme. That's your losses, and you'll have to make it good, and I can't say I'm sorry afore God if you should, for men mought get their bread a great many ways, without taking our'n and more to your praise. You might go and skim the cream off Mr. Muck Adam's milky ways, that's what you might, or bit carpets, or get into Parliament, or drive cabriolets from morning to night, or you must be of our sex, be watchman and sleep upon a post, which is an odd way of sleeping, I must say, and a very hard pillow at most. Or you might be any trade, as we are not on that I am awares, or be waterman now, not waterwomen, and row people up and down Hungerford stairs, or if you was even to turn dustmen a dry sifting dirt, but you oughtn't to hurt them as never did you no hurt. Yours with animosity, Bridget Jones. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to Captain Parry by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. By the North Pole I do challenge thee. Love's Labour Lost. Parry, my man, has thy brave leg yet struck its foot against the peg on which the world is spun? Or hast thou found no thoroughfare writ by the hand of nature there, where man has never run? Hast thou yet traced the great unknown of channels in the frozen zone, or held at icy bay? Hast thou still missed the proper track for homeward Indian men that lack a bracing by the way? Still hast thou wasted toil and trouble on nothing but the North Sea bubble of geographic scholar? Or found new ways for ships to shape, instead of winding round the Cape, a short cut thro' the collar? Hast found the way that sighs were sent to the Pole, though God knows whom they went to? That track revealed to Pauper or if the Arctic waters sally, or terminate in some blind alley, a chilly path to grope? Alas, though Ross, in love with snows, has painted them couleur de rose, it is a dismal doom, as Calico said, to wither thrice in regions of thick-ribbed ice, all bright, and yet all gloom. 'Tis well for Gabber souls that sit before the fire and worship it, with packs of Wallsend coals, with feet upon the fender's front, roasting their corns, like Mr. Hunt, to speculate on poles. 'Tis easy for our naval board, 'tis easy for our civic lord, of London and of ease, that lies in 90 feet of down, with fur on his nocturnal gown, to talk of frozen seas. 'Tis fine for Monsieur Ude to sit, and prate about the mundane spit, and babble of Cook's track, he'd roast the leather off his toes, ere he would trudge thro' polar snows, to plant a British Jack. O not the proud licentious great, that travel on a carpet skate, can value toils like thine, was 'tis to take a Hecla range, through the ice unknown to Mrs. Grange, and Alpine lumps of brine? But we that mount the hill o' rhyme, can tell how hard it is to climb the lofty slippery steep. Ah, there are more snow hills than that, which doth back Newgate like a hat, upon its forehead keep. Perchance there thou art, while I'm writing, feeling a bear's wet grinder biting about thy frozen spine, or thou thyself art eating whale, oily and underdone and stale, that haply crossed thy line. But I'll not dream such dreams of ill, rather will I believe thy still, safe cellar'd in the snow, reciting many a gallant story, of British kings and British glory, to crony Esquimaux. Cheering the dismal game when night makes one slow move from black to white, thro' all the tedious year, or smitten by some fond frost fair, that combed out crystals from her hair, wooing a sealskin dear. So much a long communion tends, as Byron says, to make us friends, with what we daily view. God knows the daintiest taste may come, to love a nose that's like a plum, in marble, cold and blue. To dote on hair, an oily fleece, as though it hung from Helen o' Greece. They say that love prevails, even in the veriest polar land, and surely she may steal thy hand, that used to steal thy nails. But ah! ere thou art fixed to marry, and take a polar Mrs. Parry, think of a 6 months' gloom, think of the wintry waste and hers, each furnish'd with a dozen furs, think of thine icy dome! Think of the children born to blubber, ah me, hast thou an Indian rubber inside, to hold a meal, for months about a stone and half, of whale, and part of sea calf, a fillet of salt veal, some walrus ham, no trifle but a decent steak, a solid cut, of seal no wafer slice, a reindeer's tongue and drink beside, gallons of sperm, not rectified, and pails of water ice. O canst thou fast and then feast thus, still come away and teach to us those blessed alternations? To day to run our dinners fine, to feed on air and then to dine with civic corporations, to save the Old Bailey daily shilling, and then to take a half year's filling in Pian's Pious Row, when asked to hock and haunch o' venison, through something we have worn our pens on for Longham and his co. O come and tell us what the pole is, whether it singular and sole is, or straight or crooked bent, if very thick or very thin, made of what wood, and if akin to those there be in Kent. There's comb, there's spurzheim, and there's gall, have talked of poles, yet after all, what has the public learned? And Hunt's account must still defer, he sought the pole at Westminster, and is not yet returned. Alvaney asks if whist, dear soul, is played in snow towns near the pole, and how the furman deals, and Eldon doubts if it be true that icy chancellors really do exist upon the seals. Barrow, by well-fed office grates, talks of his own be Christian straits, and longs that he were there, and Croker in his cabriolet sighs o'er his brown horse at his bay, and pants to cross the mare. O come away and set us right, and haply throw a northern light on questions such as these, whether when this downed world was lost, the surflux waves were locked in frost, and turned to icy seas? Is Ursula Major white or black, or do the polar tribes attack their neighbours, and for what? Whether they ever play at cuffs, and then if they take off their muffs in pugilistic war? Tell us, is winter champion there, as in our milder fighting air? Say what are chilly loans, what cures they have for rheums beside, and if their hearts get ossified from eating bread of bones? Whether they are such dwarfs, the quicker to circulate the vital liquor, and then from head to heel, how short the Methodists must choose their dumpy envoys not to lose their toes in spite of zeal? Whether 'twill soften or sublime it to preach of hell in such a climate? Whether may Wesley hope to win their souls, or that old function of seals with the extreme of unction bespeaks them for the Pope? Whether the lamps will e'er be learned where 6 months midnight oil is burned, or letters must confer with people that have never conned an ABC but live beyond the sound of Lancaster? O come away at any rate, well hast thou earned a dourier state with all thy hardy peers. Good lack, thou must be glad to smell dock, and rub thy feet with Opole del Dock after such frosty years. Mayhap some gentle dame at last, smit by the perils thou hast passed, however coy before, shall bid thee now set up thy rest in that breast harbour, woman's breast, and tempt the fates no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to W. Kitchener, M.D. by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. I rule the roast, as Milton says. Caleb Cotham. O multifarious man, thou wondrous, admirable kitchen Crichton, born to enlighten the laws of optics, peptics, music, cooking, master of the piano and the pan, as busy with the kitchen as the skies, now looking at some rich stew through Galileo's eyes, or boiling eggs, time to a metronome, as much at home, in spectacles as in mirror isinglass, in the art of frying brown, as a digression, on music and poetical expression, whereas how few of our cooks, alas, could tell Calliope from Calliope. How few there be could leave the lowest for the highest stories, observatories, and turn, like thee, Diana's calculator. However cooks, synonymous with cater, alas, still let me say, how few could lay the carving knife beside the tuning fork, like the proverbial Jack ready for any work. Oh, to behold thy features in thy book, thy proper head and shoulders in a plate, how it would look, with one raised eye watching the dial's date, and one upon the roast gently cast down, thy chops, done nicely brown, the garnished brow, with a few leaves of bay, the hair, done Wiggy's way, and still one studious finger near thy brains, as if thou wert just come from editing some new soup, or hashing Dibdin's cold remains, or Orpheus like, fresh from thy dying strains of music, Epping luxuries of sound, as Milton says, in many a bout of linked sweetness long drawn out, whilst all thy tame stuffed leopards listened round. O rather thy whole proper length reveal, standing like Fortune on the jack thy wheel, thou art like Fortune full of chops and changes, thou hast a fillet too before thine eye, scanning our kitchen and our vocal ranges, as though it were the same to sing or fry. Nay, so it is. Hear how Miss Patten's throat makes fritters of a note, and how Tom Cook, friar and singer born, by name and nature, oh, how night and morn, he for the nicest public taste doth dish up the good things from that pan of music, Bishop, and is not reading near akin to feeding? Or why should Oxford sausages be fit receptacles for wit? Or why should Cambridge put its little smart minced brains into a tart? Nay then, thou wert but wise to frame receipts, book treats, equally to instruct the cook and cram her, receipts to be devoured as well as read, the culinary art in gingerbread, the kitchen's Eton grammar. Oh, very pleasant is thy motley page, very pleasant in its chatty vein, so in a kitchen would have talked Montaigne, that merry Gascon, humorist and sage. Let slender minds with single themes engage, like Mr. Bowles with his eternal Pope, or Haydn on perpetual Haydn, or Hume on twice three makes four, or Lovelace upon wills. Thou goest on, plating 10 topics, like Tate Wilkinson. Thy brain is like a rich kaleidoscope, stuffed with a brilliant medley of odd bits, and ever shifting on from change to change. Saucepans, old songs, pills, spectacles, and spits. Thy range is wider than a Rumford range. Thy grasp a miracle, till I recall the indubitable cause of thy variety. Thou art, of course, the epitome of all that spying, frying, singing, mixed society of scientific friends who used to meet, Welch rabbits, and thyself, in Warren Street. Oh, hast thou still those conversationalee, where learnt visitors discoursed, and fed? There came Belzoni, fresh from the ashes of Egyptian dead, and General Pokey, and that royal pair, of whom thou didst declare, thanks to the greatest cook we ever read, there were, what sandwiches should be, half bread. Their famed M'Adam from his manual toil relaxed, and freely owned he took thy hints on making broth with flints. There Parry came, and showed thee polar oil For melted butter, comb with his medullary Notions about the scullery, And Mr. Poole, too partial to a broil, There witty Rogers came, that punning elf, Who used to swear thy book Would really look A Delphic oracle, if laid on delph. There, once a month, came Campbell and discussed His own, and thy own, magazine of taste. There Wilberforce the just Came in his old black suit, till once he traced Thy sly advice to poachers of black folks, That do not break their yokes, Which huffed him home in grave disgust and haste. There came John Clare the poet, nor forbore Thy Paddies, thou wert hand and glove with Moore, Who called thee Kitchen Addison, for why Thou givest rules for health and peptic pills, Form for made dishes and receipts for wells, Teaching us how to live and how to die. There came thy cousin cook, good Mrs. Fry, There Trench, the Thames projector, first bought on His side quay non. There Martin would drop in on Monday eves, Or Fridays, from the pens, and raise his breath 'Gainst cattle days and death, Answered by Mellish, feeder of fat beeves, Who swore that Frenchmen never could be eager For fighting on soup meagre, and yet, as thou wouldst add, The French have seen a martial tureen. Great was the evening cluster, often graced With Dolland, Burgess, and Sir Humphrey Davy. 'Twas there Macdermot first inclined to taste, There Colburn learnt the art of making paste For puffs, and Accum analyzed a gravy. Colman, the cutter of Colman Street, 'tis said, Came there, and Parkins with his wise head, His claim to letters, cater to the moons, Croney and Graham, lofty on balloons. There Crowley stalked, with holy humour heated, Who wrote a light horse play, which Yeats completed, And Lady Morgan, that grinding organ, And Bracebridge telling anecdotes of spoons. Madame Varbeck thrice honoured thee, and came With great Wozzini, his own bow and fiddle. The Dibbons, Tom, Charles, Frognell, came with tons Of old books, old puns, And even Irving sparred a night from fame, And talked till thou didst stop him in the middle, To serve round Tewa Diddle. Then all the guests rose up and sighed goodbye, So let them, thou thyself art still a host, Dibdin, Coronado, Newton, Mrs. Fry, Mrs. Glass, Mr. Speck, Lovelace, and Weber, Matthews in quodam, Moore's fire worshipping Geber, Thrice worthy seemed by thee engrossed, Howbeit the peptic cook still rules the roast, Potent to hush all ventriloquial snarling, And ease the bosom pangs of indigestion. Thou art, sans question, the corporation's love its doctor darling. Look at the civic pallet, nay the bed, Which set dear Mrs. Opie on supplying Illustrations of lying. 90 square feet of down from heel to head It measured, and I dread Was haunted by a terrible night mare, A monstrous burthen on the corporation. Look at the bill of fare for one day's share, Sea turtles by the score, oxen by droves, Geese, turkeys by the flock, fishes and loaves, Countless as when the Lilliputian nation Was making up the huge Man Mountain's ration. O, worthy doctor, surely thou hast driven The squatting demon from great Garrett's breast. his honour seems to rest. And what is thy reward? Hath London given thee public thanks for thy important service? Alas, not even the tokens it bestowed on Howe and Jervis. Yet I could speak as orators could speak, before the worshipful the Common Council, utter my bold bad grammar and pronounce ill. Thou shouldst not miss thy freedom for a week, richly engrossed on vellum. Reason urges that he who rules our cookery, that he who edits soups and gravies, ought to be a citizen, where sauce can make a burgess. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Last Man by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. 'Twas in the year 2001, a pleasant morning of May. I sat on the gallows tree all alone, a chanting a merry lay, to think how the pest had spared my life, to sing with the larks that day. When up the heath came a jolly knave, like a scarecrow, all in rags. It made me crow to see his old duds, all abroad in the wind like flags. So up he came to the timber's foot, and pitched down his greasy bags. Good Lord, how blithe the old beggar was, at pulling out his scraps! The very sight of his broken orts made a work in his wrinkled chaps. Come down, says he, you Newgate bird, and have a taste of my snaps. Then down the rope, like a tar from the mast, I slided, and by him stood. But I wished myself on the gallows again, when I smelt that beggar's food. A foul beef bone and a mouldy crust. Oh, quoth he, the heavens are good. Then after this grace he cast him down. Says I, you'll get sweeter air a pace or two off, on the windward side, for the felon's bones lay there. But he only laughed at the empty skulls, and offered them part of his fare. I never harmed them, and they won't harm me. Let the proud and the rich be cravens. I did not like that strange beggar man, he looked so up at the heavens. Anon he shook out his empty old poke. There's the crumbs, saith he, for the ravens. It made me angry to see his face, it had such a jesting look. But while I made up my mind to speak, a small case bottle he took. Quoth he, though I gather the green watercress, my drink is not of the brook. Full manners like he tendered the dram, oh it came of a dainty cask. But whenever it came to his turn to pull, your leave, good sir, I must ask. But I always wipe the brim with my sleeve, when a hangman sups at my flask. And then he laughed so loudly and long, the churl was quite out of breath. I thought the very old one was come, to mock me before my death, and wished I had buried the dead man's bones, that were lying about on the heath. But the beggar gave me a jolly clap. Come, let us pledge each other, for all the wide world is dead beside, and we are brother and brother. I've a yearning for thee in my heart, as if we had come of one mother. I've a yearning for thee in my heart, that almost makes me weep, for as I passed from town to town, the folks were all stone asleep. But when I saw thee sitting aloft, it made me both laugh and leap. Now a curse, I thought, be on his love, and a curse upon his mirth, and it were not for the beggar man, I'd be the king of the earth. But I promised myself an hour should come to make him rue his birth. So down we sat and bonsed again, till the sun was in mid sky, when just as the gentle west wind came, we hearkened a dismal cry. Up, up on the tree, quoth the beggar man, till those horrible dogs go by. And lo, from the forest's far off skirts, they came all yelling for gore, 100 hounds pursuing at once, and a panting hart before, till he sunk adown at the gallows foot, and there his haunches they tore. His haunches they tore without a horn, to tell where the chase was done, and there was not a single scarlet coat to flaunt it in the sun. I turned and looked at the beggar man, and his tears dropped one by one, and with curses sore he chid at the hounds, till the last dropped out of sight. Anon saith he, let down again, and ramble for our delight, for the world's all free, we might choose a right cosy barn for to night. With that he set up his staff on end, and it fell with the point due west. So we fared that way to a city great, where the folks had died on the pest. It was fine to enter in house and hall, whenever it liked me best, for the porters all were stiff and cold, and could not lift their heads. And when we came where their masters lay, the rats leapt out of their beds. The grandest palaces in the land were as free as workhouse sheds. But the beggar man made a mumping face, and knocked at every gate. It made me curse to hear how he whined, so our fellowship turned to hate. And I bade him walk the world by himself, for I scorned to humble a mate. So he turned right and I turned left, as if we'd never met. I chose a fair stone house for myself, for the city was all to let, and for 3 brave holidays drank my fill of the choicest that I could get. And because my jerkin was coarse and worn, I got me a proper vest. I was purple velvet stitched o'er with gold, and shining star at the breast. 'Twas enough to fetch old Joan from her grave, to see me so purely dressed. But Joan was dead and under the mould, and every buxom lass. In vain I watched at the window pane, for a Christian soul to pass. But sheep and kine wandered up the street, and browsed on the new come grass, when lo, I spied the old beggar man, and lusty he did sing. His rags were lapped in a scarlet cloak, and a crown he had like a king. So he stepped right up before my gate, and danced me a saucy fling. Heaven mend us all, but within my mind I had killed him then and there, to see him lording so braggart like, that was born to his beggar's fare, and how he had stolen the royal crown his betters were meant to wear. But God forbid that a thief should die without his share of the laws. So I nimbly whipped my tackle out, and soon tied up his claws. I was judge, myself, and jury, and all, and solemnly tried the cause. But the beggar man would not plead, but cried, like a babe without its corals, for he knew how hard it is apt to go when the law and a thief have quarrels. There was not a Christian soul alive to speak a word for his morals. Oh, how gaily I doffed my costly gear, and put on my work-day clothes. I was tired of such a long Sunday life, and never was one of the sloths. But the beggar man grumbled a weary deal, and made many crooked mows. So I hauled him off to the gallows foot, and blinded him in his bags. 'Twas a weary job to heave him up, for a doomed man always lags, but by 10 of the clock he was off his legs, in the wind and airing his rags. So there he hung, and there I stood, the last man left alive, to have my own will of all the earth. Quoth I, now I shall thrive. But when was ever honey made with one bee in a hive? My conscience began to gnaw my heart before the day was done, for other men's lives had all gone out like candles in the sun. But it seemed as if I had broke at last 1,000 necks in one. So I went and cut his body down to bury it decently. God sent there were any good soul alive to do the like by me. But the wild dogs came with a terrible speed and bayed me up the tree. My sight was like a drunkard's sight, and my head began to swim, to see their jaws all white with foam, like the ravenous ocean brim. But when the wild dogs trotted away, their jaws were bloody and grim. Their jaws were bloody and grim, good Lord, but the beggar man, where was he? There was not of him but some ribbons of rags below the gallows tree. I know the devil, when I am dead, will send his hounds for me. I've buried my babies one by one, and dug the deep hole for Joan, and covered the faces of kith and kin, and felt the old churchyard stone go cold to my heart full many a time, but I never felt so lone. For the lion and Adam were company, and the tiger him beguiled, but the simple kine are foes to my life, and the household brutes are wild. If the veriest cur would lick my hand, I could love it like a child. And the beggar man's ghost besets my dreams at night to make me madder, and my wretched conscience within my breast is like a stinging adder. I sigh when I pass the gallows foot, and look at the rope and ladder, for hanging looks sweet, but alas, in vain, my desperate fancy begs. I must turn my cup of sorrows quite up, and drink it to the dregs, for there is not another man alive in the world to pull my legs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Faithless Sally Brown by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Young Ben he was a nice young man, a carpenter by trade, and he fell in love with Sally Brown, that was a lady's maid. But as they fetched a walk one day, they met a press-gang crew, and Sally she did faint away, whilst Ben he was brought to. The boatswain swore with wicked words enough to shock a saint, that though she did seem in a fit, 'twas nothing but a faint. "Come, girl," said he, "hold up your head, you'll be as good as me, for when your swain is in our boat, a boatswain he will be." So when they'd made their game of her, and taken off her elf, she roused, and found she only was a-coming to herself. "And is he gone, and is he gone?" she cried, and wept outright. "Then I will to the water's side, and see him out of sight." The waterman came up to her. "Now, young woman," said he, "if you weep on so, you will make I watered in the sea." "Alas, they've taken my beau Ben to sail with old Ben Bow." And her woe began to run afresh, as if she'd said, "Gee woe." Says he, "They've only taken him to the tender ship, you see." "The tender ship!" cried Sally Brown. "What a hardship that must be! Oh, would I were a mermaid now, for then I'd follow him. But oh, I'm not a fish woman, and so I cannot swim. Alas, I was not born beneath the Virgin and the scales, so I must curse my cruel stars, and walk about in Wales. Now Ben had sailed to many a place that's underneath the world, but in 2 years the ship came home, and all the sails were furled. But when he'd called on Sally Brown to see how she went on, he found she'd got another Ben, whose Christian name was John. "Oh, Sally Brown, oh, Sally Brown, how could you serve me so? I've met with many a breeze before, but never such a blow." Then reading on his tobacco-box he heaved a heavy sigh, and then began to eye his pipe, and then to pipe his eye. And then he tried to sing All's Well, but could not, though he tried. His head was turned, and so he chewed his pigtail till he died. His death, which happened in his birth, at 40 odd befell. They went and told the sexton, and the sexton tolled the bell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
As It Fell Upon a Day by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Oh, what's befallen Bessie Brown? She stands so squalling in the street. She's let her pitcher tumble down, and all the water's at her feet. The little schoolboys stood about, and laughed to see her pumping, now with a curtsy to the spout, and then upon her tiptoes jumping. Long time she waited for her neighbors to have their turns, but she must lose the watery wages of her labors, except a little in her shoes. Without a voice to tell her tale, an ugly transport in her face, all like a jugless nightingale, she thinks of her bereaved case. At last she sobs, she cries, she screams, and pours her flood of sorrows out, from eyes and mouth in mingled streams, just like the lion on the spout. For well poor Betsy knows her mother must lose her tea for water's lack, that sulky Burns and baby brother must be dry rubbed with huck a back. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Stag-eyed Lady by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Scheherazade immediately began the following story. Ali Ben Ali,
did you never read
his wondrous acts that chronicles relate, how there was one in pity might exceed the sack of Troy? Magnificent he sate upon the throne of greatness, great indeed, for those that he had under him were great. The horse he rode on, shod with silver nails, was a bashaw. Bashaws have horses' tails. Ali was cruel, a most cruel one. 'Tis rumored he had strangled his own mother. Howbeit such deeds of darkness he had done, 'tis thought he would have slain his elder brother, and sister too, but happily that none did live within harm's length of one another, else he had sent the sun in all its blaze to endless night, and shortened the moon's days. Despotic power, that mars a weak man's wit, and makes a bad man absolutely bad, made Ali wicked to a fault. 'Tis fit monarch should have some check strings, but he had no curb upon his will, no, not a bit, wherefore he did not reign well, and full glad. His slaves had been to hang him, but they'd faltered, and let him live unhanged, and still unaltered, until he got a sage brush of a beard, wherein an attic owl might roost, a trail, a bristly hair, that honored and unsheared, grew downward like old women, and cow's tail, being a sign of age, some gray appeared, mingling with duskier brown its warnings pale, but yet not so poetic as when time comes like Jack Frost, and whitens it in rhyme. Ben Ali took the hint, and much did vex his royal bosom that he had no son, no living child of the more noble sex, to stand in his morocco shoes, not one, to make a negro pollard, or tread necks, when he was gone, doomed, when his days were done, to leave the very city of his fame, without an Ali to keep up his name. Therefore he chose a lady for his love,
Singling from out the herd,
one stag-eyed deer, so called because her lustrous eyes above all eyes were dark, and timorous, and clear. Then through his muffis piously he strove, and drummed with proxy prayers Mohammed's ear, knowing a boy for certain must come of it, or else he was not
praying
to his prophet. Beer will grow motherly, and ladies fair will grow like beer, so did that stag-eyed dame. Ben Ali, hoping for a son and heir, buoyed up his hopes, and even chose a name of mighty hero that his child should bear, he made so certain ere his chicken came. But oh, all worldly wit is little worth, not knoweth what to-morrow will bring forth. To-morrow came, and with to-morrow's sun, a little daughter to this world of sins. Misfortunes never came alone, so one brought on another, like a pair of twins. Twins! Female twins! It was enough to stun their little wits, and scare them from their skins, to hear their father stamp, and curse, and swear, pulling his beard, because he had no hair. Then strove their stag-eyed mother to calm down this his paternal rage, and thus addressed: "O, most serene, why dost thou stamp and frown, and box the compass of the royal chest? Ah! thou wilt mar that portly trunk, I own, I love to gaze on. Prithee, thou hadst best pocket thy fists. Nay, love, if you so thin your beard, you'll want a wig upon your chin." But not her words, nor e'en her tears could slack the quicklime of his rage, that hotter grew. He called his slave to bring an ample sack, wherein a woman might be poked. A few Dark grimly men felt pity and looked black At this sad order, but their slaveships knew When any dared demur, his sword so bending, Cut off the head and front of their offending. For Ali had a sword, much like himself, a crooked blade, guilty of human gore. The trophies it had lopped from many an elf Were struck at his head quarters by the score. Not yet in peace belayed it on the shelf, But jested with it, and his wit cut sore, So that, as they of public houses speak, He often did his dozen butts a week. Therefore his slaves, with most obedient fears, Came with the sack the lady to enclose. In vain from her stag eyes, the big round tears Coursed one another down her innocent nose. In vain her tongue wept sorrow in their ears, Though there were some felt willing to oppose. Yet when their heads came in their heads that minute, Though 'twas a pious case, they put her in it. And when the sack was tied, some two or three Of these black undertakers slowly brought her to a kind of Moorish serpentine, for she was doomed to have a winding sheet of water. Then farewell, earth, farewell to the green tree, farewell the sun, the moon, each little daughter. She shot from off the shoulders of a black, like bag of Wall's End from a coalman's back. The waters opted, and the wide sack, full filled, all that the waters opted, as down it fell. Then closed the wave, and then the surface rilled a ring above her, like a water knell. A moment more, and all its face was stilled, and not a guilty heave was left to tell, that underneath its calm and blue transparence, a dame lay drowned in her sack, like Clarence. But heaven beheld, and awful witness bore, the moon in black eclipse deceased the night. Like Desdemona smothered by the Moor, the lady's natal star was pale of fright, fainted and fell, and what were stars before, turned comets as the tale was brought to light, and all looked downward on the fatal wave, and made their own reflections on her grave. Next night a head, a little lady head, pushed through the waters, a most glassy face, with weedy tresses, thrown apart and spread, coned by live ivory, to show the space of a pale forehead, and two eyes that shed a soft blue mist, breathing a bloomy grace over their sleepy lids, and so she raised her aquiline nose above the stream, and gazed. She opted her lips, lips of a gentle blush, so pale it seemed near drowned to a white. She opted her lips, and forth there sprang a gush of music bubbling through the surface light. The leaves are motionless, the breezes hush, to listen to the air, and through the night there come these words of a most plaintive ditty, sobbing as they would break all hearts with pity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Water Parry Song and the Irish Schoolmaster by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Water Parry Song. Farewell, farewell to my mother's own daughter, the child that she wet nurse is lapped in the wave. The Mussulman coming to fish in this water adds a tear to the flood that weeps over her grave. This sack is her coffin, this water's her bier, this grayish bath cloak is her funeral pall, and stranger, oh stranger, this song that you hear is her epitaph, elegy, dirges, and all. Farewell, farewell to the child of Al Hassan, my mother's own daughter, the last of her race. She's a corpse, the poor body, and lies in this basin, and sleeps in the water that washes her face. The Irish Schoolmaster. Alack! 'tis melancholy theme to think How learning doth in rugged states abide, And like her bashful owl obscurely blink In pensive glooms and corners scarcely spied, Not as in founders' halls and domes of pride, Served with grey homage, like a tragic queen, But with one lonely priest compelled to hide In midst of foggy moors, and mosses green, In that clay cabin high the College of Kilreen. This college looketh south and west alose, Because it hath a cast in windows twain. Crazy and cracked they be, and wind doth blow Through transparent holes in every pane, Which Pan, with many pains, makes whole again, With nether garments, which his thrift doth teach To stand for glass, like pronouns, and when rain Stormeth he puts once more unto the breach outside and in, though broke, yet so he mendeth each. And in the midst a little door there is, whereon a board that doth congratulate, with painted letters, red as blood I wis, thus written, Children taken in to bait. And off indeed the inward of that gate, most ventriloquy, doth utter tender squeak, and moans of infants that bemoan their fate, in midst of sounds of Latin, French, and Greek, which all the Irish tongue he teacheth then to speak. For some are meant to right illegal wrongs, and some for doctors of divinity, whom he doth teach to murder the dead tongues, and so win academical degree. But some are bred for service of the sea, howbeit, their store of learning is but small, for mickle waste he counteth it would be, to stock a head with bookish wares at all, only to be knocked off by ruthless cannon ball. 6 babes he sways, some little and some big, divided into classes 6, also, he keeps a parlour boarder of a pig, that in the college fareth to and fro, and picketh up the urchins' crumbs below, and eke the learned rudiments they scan, and thus his ABC doth wisely know, hereafter to be shown in caravan, and raise the wonderment of many a learned man. Also, he schools some tame familiar fowls, whereof, above his head, some 2 or 3, sit darkly squatting like Minerva's owls, but on the branches of no living tree, and overlook the learned family, while sometimes, Partlet, from her gloomy perch, drops feather on the nose of Dominie. Meanwhile with serious eye he makes research in leaves of that sour tree of knowledge, now a birch. No chair he hath, the awful pedagogue, such as would magisterial hams in bed, but sitteth lowly on a beechen log, secure in high authority and dread. Large as a dome for learning seems his head, and like Apollo's all beset with rays, because his locks are so unkempt and red, and stand abroad in many several ways. No laurel crown he wears, howbeit his cap is baize, and underneath a pair of shaggy brows, o'erhang as many eyes of gizzard hue, that inward giblet of a fowl, which shows a mongrel tint, that is ne brown ne blue. His nose is a coral to the view, well nourished with Pierian potheen, for much he loves his native mountain dew, but to depict the dye would lack, I ween, a bottle red in terms, as well as bottle green. As for his coat, 'tis such a jerkin short, as Spenser had, ere he composed his tales, but underneath he hath no vest, nor aught, so that the wind his airy breast assails. Below he wears the nether garb of males, of crimson plush, but not plushed at the knee, thence further down the native red prevails, of his own naked fleecy hosiery. 2 sandals, without soles, complete his cap a pee. Nathless, for dignity, he now doth lap his function in magisterial gown, that shows more countries in it than a map, blue tinct, and red, and green, and russet brown, besides some blots, standing for country town, and eke some rents, for streams and rivers wide. But sometimes, bashful when he looks adown, he turns the garment of the other side, hopeful that so the holes may never be espied. And so he sits, amidst the little pack, that looks for shady or for sunny noon, within his visage, like an almanac, his quiet smile foretelling gracious boon, but when his mouth droops down, like rainy moon, with horrid chill each little heart unwarms, knowing that infant showers will follow soon, and with forebodings of near wrath and storms, they sit, like timid hares, all trembling on their forms. Ah, luckless wight, who cannot then repeat corduroy colloquy or Keawe cod, for soon his tears shall make his turfy seat more sodden, though already made of sod. For Dan shall whip him with the word of God, severe by rule and not by nature mild. He never spoils the child and spares the rod, but spoils the rod and never spares the child, and so with holy rule deems he is reconciled. But surely the just sky will never wink at men who take delight in childish throw, and stripe the nether urchin like a pink, or tender hyacinth, inscribed with woe, such bloody pedagogues when they shall know, by useless birches, that forlorn recess, which is no holiday, in pit below, will hell not seem designed for their distress, a melancholy place, is that all bottomless. Yet would the Muse not chide the wholesome use of needful discipline in due degree, devoid of sway, what wrongs will time produce, whene'er the twig untrained grows up a tree, this shall a carter, that a white boy be, ferocious leaders of atrocious bands, and learning's help be used for infamy, by lawless kirks, that, with their bloody hands, in murdered English right rocks murderous commands. But ah! what shrilly cry doth now alarm the sooty fowls that dozed upon the beam, all sudden fluttering from the brandished arm, and crackling chorus with the human scream, meanwhile the scourge plies that unlikely seam, in flim's brogues which bares his naked skin, like traitor Gap in warlike fort, I deem, that falsely lets the fierce besieger in, nor seeks the pedagogue by other course to win. No parent dear he hath to heed his cries, alas his parent dear is far aloof, and deep in Seven Dial cellar lies, killed by kind cudgel play or gin of proof, or climbeth catwise on some London roof, singing, perchance, a lay of Erin's Isle, or whilst he labors, weaves a fancy woof, dreaming he sees his home, his flim smile. Ah me! that luckless imp, who weepeth all the while. Ah! who can paint that hard and heavy time, when first the scholar lists in learning's train, and mounts her rugged steep, in force to climb, like sooty imp, by sharp posterior pain, from bloody twig, and eke that Indian cane, wherein, alas! no sugared juices dwell, for this, the whole one stripling sluices drain, another weepeth over chilblains fell, always upon the heel, yet never to be well. Anon a third, for his delicious root, late ravished from his tooth by elder chit, so soon is human violence afoot, so hardly is the harmless biter bit. Meanwhile the tyrant, with untimely wit, and mouthing face, derides the small one's moan, who, all lamenting for his loss, doth sit. Alack! mischance comes seldomtimes alone, but aye the worried dog must rue more curs than one. For lo! the pedagogue, with sudden drub, smites the scald head, that is already sore. Superfluous wound, such is misfortune's rub, who straight makes answer with redoubled roar, and sheds salt tears twice faster than before, that still with backward fist he strives to dry, washing with brackish moisture o'er and o'er his muddy cheek that grows more foul thereby, till all his rainy face looks grim as rainy sky. So Dan, by dint of noise, obtains a peace, and with his natural undertender knack, by new distress bids former grievance cease, like tears dried up with rugged huck a back, that sets the mournful visage all a wrack. Yet soon the childish countenance will shine, even as thorough storms the soonest slack, for grief and beef in adverse ways incline, this keeps and that decays, when duly soaked in brine. Now all is hushed, and with a look profound, the Dominie lays op the learned page, so be it called, although he doth expound, without a book, both Greek and Latin sage. Now telleth he of Rome's rude infant age, how Romulus was bred in savage wood, by wet nurse wolf, devoid of wolfish rage, and laid foundation stone of walls and mud, but watered it, alas! with warm fraternal blood. Anon he turns to that Homeric war, how Troy was sieged like Londonderry town, and stout Achilles, at his jaunting car, dragged mighty Hector with a bloody crown, and eke the bard, that sung of their renown, in garb of Greece, most beggar like and torn, he paints with Colley, wandering up and down, because at once, in 7 cities born, and so, of parish rites, was, all his days, forlorn. Anon, through old mythology he goes, of gods defunct, and all their pedigrees, but shuns their scandalous amours, and shows How Plato wise, and clear eyed Socrates, Confessed not to those heathen he's and she's, But thro' the clouds of the Olympic cope, Beheld St. Peter with his holy keys, And owned their love was naught, and bowed to Pope, Whilst all their purblind race in pagan mist did grope. From such quaint themes he turns at last aside, To new philosophies that are still our green, And shows what railroads have been tracked to guide The wheels of great political machine. If English corn should grow abroad, I ween, And gold be made of gold, or paper sheet, How many pigs be born to each spalpeen, And ah, how man shall thrive beyond his meat, With 20 souls alive to one square sod of peat. Here he makes end, and all the fry of youth, That stood around with serious look intense, Close up again their gaping eyes and mouth, Which they had opened to his eloquence, As if their hearing were a threefold sense. But now the current of his words is done, And whether any fruit shall spring from thence, In future time, with any mother's son, It is a thing, God wot, that can be told by none. Now by the creeping shadows of the noon, The hour is come to lay aside the lore. The cheerful Penegose perceives it soon, And cries begone, until the imps and four Snatch their 2 hats and struggle for the door, Like ardent spirits vented from a cask, All blithe and boisterous, but leave 2 more, With reading made uneasy for a task, To weep, whilst all their mates in merry sunshine bask. Like supported elfins on the verdant sod, With tender moss so sleekly overgrown, That doth not hurt but kiss the soul unshod. So soothly kind is Erin to her own, and one, at hare and hound, plays all alone, for Phim's gone to tend his stepdame's cow. Ah, Phim's stepdame is a cankered crone, while other twain play at an Irish row, and with Sheila small break one another's brow. But careful Dominie, with ceaseless thrift, now changeth Ferrah for rural hoe, but first of all with tender hand doth shift his college gown, because of solar glow, and hangs it on a brush, to scare the crow. Meanwhile he plants in earth the dappled bean, or trains the young potatoes all a row, or plucks the fragrant leek for pottage green, with that crispy curly herb, called kale in Aberdeen. And so he wisely spends the fruitful hours, linked each to each by labour, like a bee, or rules in learning's hall, or trims her bowers. Would there be many more such wights as he, to sway each capital academy of Cam and Isis, for, alack, at each there dwells I wot some donish dominie, that does no garden work, nor yet doth teach, but wears a flowery head, and talks in flowery speech. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Faithless Nellie Gray by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Faithless Nellie Gray, a pathetic ballad. Ben Battle was a soldier bold, and used to war's alarms, but a cannon ball took off his legs, so he laid down his arms. Now as they bore him off the field, said he, "Let others shoot, for here I leave my second leg, and the 42nd foot." The army surgeons made him limbs. Said he, "They're only pegs, but they're as wooden members quite as represent my legs." Now Ben he loved a pretty maid, her name was Nellie Gray. So he went to pay her his devours, when he'd devoured his pay. But when he called on Nellie Gray, she made him quite a scoff, and when she saw his wooden legs, began to take them off. "Oh, Nellie Gray, oh, Nellie Gray, is this your love so warm? The love that loves a scarlet coat should be more uniform." Said she, "I loved a soldier once, for he was blithe and brave, but I will never have a man with both legs in the grave. Before you had those timber toes, your love I did allow, but then, you know, you stand upon another footing now. Oh, Nellie Gray, oh, Nellie Gray, for all your jeering speeches, at duty's call I left my legs in Badajo's breeches." "Why, then," said she, "you've lost the feat of legs in war's alarms, and now you cannot wear your shoes upon your feats of arms." "Oh, false and fickle Nellie Gray, I know why you refuse. Though I've no feet, some other man is standing in my shoes. I wish I ne'er had seen your face, but now a long farewell, for you will be my death, alas, you will not be my Nell." Now when he went from Nellie Gray, his heart so heavy got, and life was such a burthen grown, it made him take a knot. So round his melancholy neck a rope he did entwine, and for his second time in life enlisted in the line. One end he tied around a beam, and then removed his pegs, and as his legs were off, of course he soon was off his legs. and there he hung till he was dead as any nail in town, for though distress had cut him up, it could not cut him down. A dozen men sat on his corpse to find out why he died, and they buried Ben in 4 crossroads, with the stake in his inside. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bianca's Dream by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Bianca's Dream, a Venetian Story. 1. Bianca, fair Bianca, who could dwell with safety on her dark and hazel gaze, nor find there lurked in it a witching spell, fatal to balmy nights and blessed days? The peaceful breath that made the bosom swell she turned to gas and set it in a blaze. Each eye of hers had love's Eupyrean in it, that he could light his link at in a minute. 2. So that wherever in her charms she shone, 1,000 breasts were kindled into flame. Maidens who cursed her looks forgot their own, and bows were turned to flambeaux where she came. All hearts indeed were conquered but her own, which none could ever temper down or tame. In short, to take our haberdasher's hints, she might have written over it, from flints. 3. She was, in truth, the wonder of her sex, at least in Venice, where with eyes of brown, tenderly languid, ladies seldom vex an amorous gentle with a needless frown, where gondolas convey guitars by pecks, and love at casements climbeth up and down, whom for his tricks and custom in that kind some have considered a Venetian blind. 4. Howbeit, this difference was quickly taught amongst more youth, who had this cruel jailer, to hapless Julio, all in vain he sought with each new moon his hatter and his tailor. In vain the richest paduasoy he bought, and went in brand new beaver to assail her, as if to show that love had made him smart all over, and not merely round his heart. 5. In vain he laboured through the sylvan park Bianca haunted in, that where she came, her learned eyes in wondering might mark the twisted cipher of her maiden name, wholesomely going through a course of bark. No one was touched or troubled by his flame, except the dryads, those old maids that grow in trees, like wooden dolls in embryo. 6. In vain complaining elegies he writ, and taught his tuneful instrument to grieve, and sang in quavers how his heart was split, constant beneath her lattice with each eve. She mocked his wooing with her wicked wit, and slashed his suit so that it matched his sleeve, till he grew silent at the vesper star, and quite despairing hamstringed his guitar. 7. Bianca's heart was coldly frosted o'er, with snows unmelting, an eternal sheet, but his was red within him like the core of old Vesuvius, with perpetual heat, and oft he longed internally to pour his flames and glowing lava at her feet, but when his burnings he began to spout, she stopped his mouth and put the crater out. 8. Meanwhile he wasted in the eyes of man, so thin he seemed a sort of skeleton key, suspended at death's door, so pale, and then he turned as nervous as an aspen tree. The life of man is 80 years and 10, but he was perishing at 23. For people truly said, as grief grew stronger, it could not shorten his poor life much longer. 9. For why, he neither slept, nor drank, nor fed, nor relished any kind of mirth below. Fire in his heart, and frenzy in his head, love had become his universal foe. Salt in his sugar, nightmare in his bed. At last, no wonder wretched Julio, a sorrow-ridden thing, in utter dearth of hope, made up his mind to cut her girth. 10. For hapless lovers always died of old, sooner than chew reflection's bitter cud. So Thisbe stuck herself, what time 'tis told, the tender-hearted mulberries wept blood. And so poor Sappho, when her boy was cold, drowned her salt teardrops in a salter flood. Their fame still breathing, though their breath be past, for those old suitors lived beyond their last. 11. So Julio went to drown, when life was dull, but took his corks, and merely had a bath, and once he pulled a trigger at his skull, but merely broke a window in his wrath. And once, his hopeless being to annul, he tied a pack-thread to a beam of lath, a line so ample 'twas a query whether 'twas meant to be a halter or a tether. 12. Smile not in scorn that Julio did not thrust his sorrows through, 'tis horrible to die, and come down with our little all of dust, that dun of all the duns to satisfy. To leave life's pleasant city as we must, in death's most dreary sponging house to lie, where even all our personals must go to pay the debt of nature that we owe. 13. So Julio lived. 'Twas nothing but a pet he took at life, a momentary spite. Besides, he hoped that time would some day get the better of love's flame, however bright. A thing that time has never compassed yet, for love, we know, is an immortal light, like that old fire that, quite beyond a doubt, was always in, for none have found it out. 14. Meanwhile Bianca dreamed. 'Twas once when night along the darkened plain began to creep, like a young Hottentot, whose eyes are bright, although in skin as sooty as a sweep. The flowers had shut their eyes, the zephyr light was gone, for it had rocked the leaves to sleep, and all the little birds had laid their heads under their wings, sleeping in feather beds. 15. Lone in her chamber sate the dark-eyed maid, by easy stages jaunting through her prayers, but listening sidelong to a serenade that robbed the saints a little of their shares. For Julio underneath the lattice played his De Vieni, and such amorous airs born only underneath Italian skies, where every fiddle has a bridge of sighs. 16. Sweet was the tune, the words were even sweeter, praising her eyes, her lips, her nose, her hair, with all the common tropes wherewith in metre the hackney poets overcharge their fair. Her shape was like Diana's, but completer, her brow with Grecian Helen's might compare. Cupid, alas, was cruel Sagittarius, Julio, the weeping waterman, Aquarius. 17. Now after listing to such laudings rare, 'twas very natural indeed to go, what if she did postpone one little prayer, to ask her mirror, if it was not so? 'Twas a large mirror, none the worse for wear, reflecting her at once from top to toe, and there she gazed upon that glossy track that showed her front face, though it gave her back. 18. And long her lovely eyes were held in thrall by that dear page where first the woman reads, that Julio was no flatterer, none at all, she told herself, and then she told her beads. Meanwhile the nerves insensibly let fall 2 curtains fairer than the lily breeds, for sleep had crept and kissed her unawares, just at the half-way milestone of her prayers. 19. Then, like a drooping rose, so bended she, till her bowed head upon her hand reposed, but still she plainly saw, or seemed to see, that fair reflection, though her eyes were closed, a beauty bright as it was wont to be, a portrait fancy painted while she dozed, 'Tis very natural, some people say, to dream of what we dwell on in the day. 20. Still shone her face, yet not, alas, the same, but 'gan some dreary touches to assume, and sadder thoughts with sadder changes came. Her eyes resigned their light, her lips their bloom, her teeth fell out, her tresses did the same, her cheeks were tinged with bile, her eyes with rheum. There was a throbbing at her heart within, for oh, there was a shooting in her chin. 21. And lo, upon her sad desponding brow the cruel trenches of besieging age, with seams, but most unseemly, 'gan to show. Her place was booking for the 7th stage. And where her raven tresses used to flow, some locks that time had left her in his rage, and some mock ringlets made her forehead shady, a compound, like our psalms, of Ted and Brady. 22. Then for her shape, alas, how Saturn racks and bends and corkscrews all the frame about, doubles the hems, and crooks the straightest necks, draws in the nape, and pushes forth the snout, makes backs and stomachs concave or convex. Witness those pensioners called in and out, who all day watching first and second rater, quaintly unbend themselves, but grow no straighter. 23. So time with fair Bianca dealt, and made her shape a bow, that once was like an arrow. His iron hand upon her spine he laid, and twisted all awry her winsome marrow. In truth it was a change. She had obeyed the holy Pope before her chest grew narrow, but spectacles and palsy seemed to make her something between a Glassite and a Quaker. 24. Her grief and gall meanwhile were quite extreme, and she had ample reason for her trouble. For what sad maiden can endure to seem set in for singleness, though growing double? The fancy maddened her, but now the dream, grown thin by getting bigger, like a bubble, burst, but still left some fragments of its size, that, like the soap-suds, smarted in her eyes. 25. And here, just here, as she began to heed the real world, her clock chimed out its score. A clock it was of the Venetian breed, that cried the hour from 1 to 24. The works, moreover, standing in some need of workmanship, it struck some dozens more. A warning voice that clenched Bianca's fears, such strokes referring doubtless to her years. 26. At 15 chimes she was but half a nun. By 20 she had quite renounced the veil. She thought of Giulio just at 21, and 30 made her very sad and pale. To paint that ruin where her charms would run, at 40 all the maid began to fail, and thought no higher, as the late dream crossed her, of single blessedness than single Gloucester. 27. And so Bianca changed. The next sweet even, with Giulio in a black Venetian bark, rode slow and stealthily, the hour 11, just sounding from the tower of old St. Mark. She sate with eyes turned quietly to heaven, perchance rejoicing in the grateful dark that veiled her blushing cheek, for Giulio brought her, of course, to break the ice upon the water. 28. But what a puzzle is one's serious mind to open! Oysters, when the ice is thick, are not so difficult and disinclined, and Giulio felt the declaration stick about his throat in a most awful kind. However, he contrived by bits to pick his trouble forth, much like a rotten cork, groped from a long-necked bottle with a fork. 29. But love is still the quickest of all readers, and Giulio spent besides those signs profuse that English telegraphs and foreign pleaders in help of language are so apt to use. Arms, shoulders, fingers, all were interceders. Nods, shrugs, and bends, Bianca could not choose but soften to his suit with more facility, he told his story with so much agility. 30. Be thou my park, and I will be thy deer, So he began at last to speak or quote, "Be thou my bark, and I thy gondolier," for passion takes this figurative note. "Be thou my light, and I thy chandelier, be thou my dove, and I will be thy cote. My lily be, and I will be thy river, be thou my life, and I will be thy liver." 31. This with more tender logic of the kind he poured into her small and shell-like ear, that timidly against his lips inclined. Meanwhile her eyes glanced on the silver sphere that even now began to steal behind a dewy vapour which was lingering near, wherein the dull moon crept all dim and pale, just like a virgin putting on the veil. 32. Bidding adieu to all her sparks, the stars that erst had wooed and worshipped in her train, Saturn and Hesperus and gallant Mars, never to flirt with heavenly eyes again. Meanwhile, remindful of the convent bars, Bianca did not watch these signs in vain, but turned to Giulio at the dark eclipse, with words like verbal kisses on her lips. 33. He took the hint full speedily, and backed by love and night and the occasion's meetness, bestowed a something on her cheek that smacked, though quite in silence, of ambrosial sweetness, that made her think all other kisses lacked till then but what she knew not of completeness, being used but sisterly salutes to feel insipid things like sandwiches of veal. 34. He took her hand, and soon she felt him wring the pretty fingers all instead of one. Anon his stealthy arm began to cling about her waist that had been clasped by none. Their dear confessions I forbear to sing, since cold description would but be outrun, for bliss and Irish watches have the power in 20 minutes to lose half an hour. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Demon Ship by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. 'Twas off the Wash, the sun went down. The sea looked black and grim, for stormy clouds with murky fleece were mustering at the brim. Titanic shades, enormous gloom, as if the solid night of Erebus arose suddenly to seize upon the light. It was a time for mariners to bear a wary eye, with such a dark conspiracy behind the sea and sky. Down went my helm, close reefed, the tack held freely in my hand, with ballast snug. I put about and scudded for the land. Loud hissed the sea beneath her lee. My little boat flew fast, but faster still the rushing storm came borne upon the blast. Lord, what a roaring hurricane beset the straining sail! What furious sleet with level drift and fierce assaults of hail! What darksome caverns yawned before, what jagged steeps behind! Little battle steeds with foamy manes, each after each sank down astern, exhausted in the chase. But where it sank another rose and galloped in its place. As black as night they turned to white, and cast against the cloud a snowy sheet, as if each surge upturned a sailor's shroud. Still flew my boat. Alas, alas, her course was nearly run. Behold yon fatal billow rise, 10 billows heaped in one. With fearful speed the dreary mass came rolling, rolling fast, as if the scooping sea contained one only wave at last. Still on it came with horrid roar a swift pursuing grave. It seemed as though some cloud had turned its hugeness to a wave. Its briny sleet began to beat beforehand in my face. I felt the rearward keel begin to climb its swelling base. I saw its alpine hoary head impending over mine. Another pulse, and down it rushed, an avalanche of brine. Brief pause had I, on God to cry, or think of wife and home. The waters closed, and when I shrieked below the foam. Beyond that rush I have no hint of any after deed, for I was tossing on the waste, as senseless as a weed. Where am I? In the breathing world, or in the world of death? With sharp and sudden pang I drew another birth of breath. My eyes drank in a doubtful light, my ears a doubtful sound. And was that ship a real ship, whose tackle seemed around? A moon, as if the earthly moon was shining up aloft. But were those beams the very beams that I had seen so oft? A face that mocked the human face before me watched alone. But were those eyes the eyes of man that looked against my own? Oh, never may the moon again disclose me such a sight as met my gaze when first I looked on that accursed night. I've seen 1,000 horrid shapes begot of fierce extremes of fever, and most frightful things have haunted in my dreams: hyenas, cats, blood-loving bats, and apes with hateful stare, pernicious snakes and shaggy bulls, the lion and she-bear, strong enemies with Judas looks of treachery and spite, detested features, hardly dimmed and banished by the light, pale sheeted ghosts with gory locks upstarting from their tombs, all fantasies and images that flit in midnight glooms. Hags, goblins, demons, lemures have all made me aghast, but nothing like the grimly one who stood beside the mast. His cheek was black, his brow was black, his eyes and hair as dark, his hands was black, and where it touched it left a sable mark. His throat was black, his vest the same, and when I looked beneath, his breast was black. All was black except his grinning teeth. His sooty crew were like in hue, as black as Afric slaves. Oh, horror! E'en the ship was black that ploughed the inky waves. Alas! I cried, for love of truth and blessed mercy's sake, where am I? In what dreadful ship? Upon what dreadful lake? What shape is that so very grim and black as any coal? It is Mahound, the evil one, and he has gained my soul. O mother dear, my tender nurse, dear meadows that beguiled my happy days when I was yet a little sinless child, my mother dear, my native fields I never more shall see. I'm sailing in the devil's ship upon the devil's sea. Loud laughed the sable mariner, and loudly in return his sooty crew sent forth a laugh that rang from stem to stern. A dozen pair of grimly cheeks were crumpled on the nunce, as many sets of grinning teeth came shining out at once. A dozen gloomy shapes at once enjoyed the merry fit, with shriek and yell and oaths as well, like demons of the pit. They cowered their fill, and then the chief made answer for the whole. Our skins, he said, are black, ye see, because we carry coal. You'll find your mother sure enough, and see your native fields, for this here ship has picked you up, the Mary Ann of Shields. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tim Turpin, A Pathetic Ballad, by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by RecordingPerson. Tim Turpin, A Pathetic Ballad. Tim Turpin he was gravel blind, and ne'er had seen the skies, for mature when his head was made, forgot to dot his eyes. So like a Christmas pedagogue, what Tim was forced to do, look out for pupils, for he had a vacancy for 2. There's some have specs to help their sight of objects dim and small, but Tim had specs within his eyes and could not see at all. Now Tim he wooed a servant maid and took her to his arms, for he like Pyramus had cast a walleye on her charms. By day she led him up and down where'er he wished to jog, a happy wife although she led the life of any dog. But just when Tim had lived a month in honey with his wife, a surgeon opened his Milton eyes like oysters with a knife. But when his eyes were opened thus, he wished them dark again. For when he looked upon his wife, he saw her very plain. Her face was bad, her figure worse, he couldn't bear to eat, for she was anything but like a grace before his meat. Timmy was a feeling man, for when his sight was thick, he made him feel for everything, but that was with the stick. So with the cudgel in his hand, it was not light or slim, he knocked at his wife's head until it opened unto him. And when the corpse was stiff and cold, he took his slaughtered spouse, and laid her in a heap with all the ashes of her house. But like a wicked murderer, he lived in constant fear, from day to day, and so he cut his throat from ear to ear. The neighbours fetched a doctor in. Said he, this wound I dread can hardly be sewed up, his life is hanging on a thread. But when another week was gone, he gave him stronger hope, instead of hanging on a thread, of hanging on a rope. Ah, when he hid his bloody work in ashes round about, how little he supposed the truth would soon be sifted out. But when the parish dustman came his rubbish to withdraw, he found more dust within the heap than he contracted for. A dozen men to try the fact were sworn that very day, but though they all were jurors yet, no conjurers were they. Said Tim unto these jurymen, you need not waste your breath, for I confess myself at once the author of her death. And oh, when I reflect upon the blood that I have spilt, just like a button is my soul, inscribed with double guilt. Then turning round his head again, he saw before his eyes a great judge and a little judge, the judges of a size. The great judge took his judgment cap and put it on his head, and sentenced Tim by law to hang till he was 3 times dead. So he was tried and he was hung, fit punishment for such, on Horsham drop, and none can say it was a drop too much. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Death's Ramble by Thomas Hood, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. One day the dreary old king of death inclined for some sport with the carnal, so he tied a pack of darts on his back, and quietly stole from his charnel. His head was bald of flesh and of hair, his body was lean and lank, his joints at each stir made a crack, and the cur took a gnaw by the way at his shank. And what did he do with his deadly darts, this goblin of grisly bone? He dabbled and spilled man's blood, and he killed like a butcher that kills his own. The first he slaughtered it made him laugh, for the man was a coffin maker, to think how the mutes, the men in black suits, would mourn for an undertaker. Death saw 2 Quakers sitting at church. Quoth he, "We shall not differ." But he let them alone like figures of stone, for he could not make them stiffer. He saw 2 duellists going to fight, in fear they could not smother, and he shot one through at once, for he knew they never would shoot each other. He saw a watchman fast in his box, and he gave a snore infernal. Said Death, "He may keep his breath, for his sleep can never be more eternal." He met a coachman driving his coach so slow that his fare grew sick, but he let him stay on his tedious way, for Death only wars on the quick. Death saw a tollman taking a toll, in spirit of his fraternity, but he knew that sort of man would exhort, though summoned to all eternity. He found an author writing his life, but he let him write no further, for Death, who strikes whenever he likes, is jealous of all self-murther. Death saw a patient that pulled out his purse, and a doctor that took the sum, but he let them be, for he knew that the fee was a prelude to faw and fum. He met a dustman ringing a bell, and he gave him a mortal thrust, for he himself by law, since Adam's flaw, is contractor for all our dust. He saw a sailor mixing his grog, and he marked him out for a slaughter, for on water he scarcely had cared for death, and never on rum and water. Death saw 2 players playing at cards, but the game wasn't worth a dump, for he quickly laid them flat with a spade, to wait for the final trump. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Sailor's Apology for Bowlegs by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. There's some is born with their straight legs by nature, and some is born with bow legs from the first, and some that should have grown a good deal straighter, but they were badly nursed, and set you see like Bacchus, with their pegs, astride of cask and kegs. I got myself a sort of bow to larboard and starboard, and this is what it was that warped my legs. 'Twas all along of Paul, as I may say, that fouled my cable when I ought to slip. But on the 10th of May, when I gets under way, down there in Hertfordshire to join my ship, I sees the Mail get under sail. The only one there was to make the trip. Well, I gives chase, but as she run 2 knots to 1, there warn't no use in keeping on the race. Well, casting round about what next to try on, and how to spin, I spies an ensign with a bloody lion, and bears away to leeward for the inn, beats round the gable, and fetches up before the coach horse stable. Well, there they stand, 4 kickers in a row, and so I just makes free to cut a brown un's cable, but riding isn't in a seaman's nature, so I whips out a toughish end of yarn, and gets a kind of sort of a land waiter, to splice me, heel to heel, under the she mare's keel, and off I goes, and leaves the inn astern. My eyes, how she did pitch, and wouldn't keep her own to go in no line, though I keep bowsing at her bow line, but always making lee way to the ditch, and yawed her head about all sorts of ways, the devil sink the craft. And wasn't she tremendous slack in stays, we couldn't, no how, keep the inn abaft. Well, I suppose, we hadn't run a knot, or much beyond. What will you have on it? But off she goes, up to her bends in a fresh water pond. There I am, all aback. So I looks forward to her bridle gears, to heave her head round on the other track. But when I starts, the leather parts, and goes away right over by the ears. What could a fellow do, whose legs, like mine, you know, were in the bilboes, but trim myself upright for bringing to, and square his yard arms, and brace up his elbows, in rig all snug and clever, just while his craft was taking in her water. I didn't like my berth though, howsomedever, because the yarn, you see, kept getting tauter. Says I wish this job was rather shorter. The chase had gained a mile ahead, and still the she mare stood a drinking. Now all the while, her body didn't take of course to shrinking. Says she's letting out her reefs, I'm thinking. And so she swelled and swelled, and yet the tackle held, till both my legs began to bend like winkin'. My eyes! But she took in enough to founder, and there's my timbers straining every bit, ready to split, and her tarnation hull a growing rounder. Well there, off Hertfordness, we lay both lashed and water logged together, and can't contrive a signal of distress. Thinks I, we must ride out this here foul weather, though sick of riding out, and nothing less, when looking round, I sees a man astern. "Hollo!" says I, come underneath her quarter, and hands him out my knife to cut the yarn. So I gets off, and lands upon the road, and leaves the she mare to her own concern, a standing by the water. If I get on another, I'd be blowed. And that's the way you see my legs got bowed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Volunteer and the Lover's Progress by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Volunteer. The clashing of my armor in my ears sounds like a passing bell. My buckler puts me in mind of a bier. This, my broadsword, a pickaxe to dig my grave. The Lover's Progress. 'Twas in that memorable year France threatened to put off in flat-bottomed boats intending each to be a British coffin, to make sad widows of our wives, and every babe an orphan. When coats were made of scarlet cloaks, and heads were dredged with flour, I listed in the Lorger's Corps, against the battle hour, a perfect volunteer, for why? I brought my will and power. One dreary day, a day of dread, like Cato's overcast, about the hour of 6, the morn, and I were breaking fast, there came a loud and sudden sound, that struck me all aghast. A dismal sort of morning roll, that was not to be eaten, although it was no skin of mine, but parchment that was beaten. I felt tattooed through all my flesh, like any Otaheitan. My jaws with utter dread enclosed the morsel I was munching, and terror locked them up so tight, my very teeth went crunching all through my bread and tongue at once, like sandwich made at lunching. My hand that held the teapot fast, stiffened but yet unsteady, kept pouring, pouring, pouring o'er the cup in one long eddy, till both my hose were marked with tea, as they were marked already. I felt my visage turn from red to white, from cold to hot, but it was nothing wonderful, my colour changed I wot, for like some variable silks, I felt that I was shot. And looking forth with anxious eye, from my snug upper story, I saw our melancholy corps going to beds all gory. The pioneers seemed very loth to axe their way to glory. The captain marched as mourners march, the ensign too seemed lagging, and many more although they were, no ensigns took to flagging. Like corpses in the Serpentine, methought they wanted dragging. But while I watched the thought of death came like a chilly gust, and lo! I shut the window down, with very little lust, to join so many marching men, that soon might be March dust. Quoth I, since fate ordains it so, our foe the coast must land on, I felt so warm beside the fire, I cared not to abandon. Our hearths and homes are always things, that patriots make a stand on. The fools that fight abroad for home, thought I, may get a wrong one. Let those who have no homes at all, go battle for a long one. The mirror here confirmed me this reflection by a strong one. For there where I was wont to shave, and deck me like Adonis, there stood the leader of our foes, with vultures for his armies. No Corsican but Death himself, the bony of all bonies. A horrid sight it was, and sad, to see the grisly chap Put on my crimson livery, and then begin to clap My helmet on, ah me, it felt like any felon's cap. My plume seemed borrowed from a hearse, an undertaker's crest, My epaulets like coffin plates, my belt so heavy pressed, For pipeclay crossroads seemed to lie at once upon my breast. My blazoned breastplate only lacked a little heap of salt, To make me like a corpse full dressed, preparing for the vault, To set up what the poet calls my everlasting halt. This funeral show inclined me quite to peace, and here I am, Whilst better lions go to war, enjoying with the lamb A lengthened life that may have been a martial epigram. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Epping Hunt by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Advertisement. Striding in the steps of Strutt, the historian of the old English ports, the author of the following pages has endeavored to record a yearly revel, already fast hastening to decay. The Easter phase will soon be numbered with the pastimes of past times. Its dogs will have had their day, and its deer will be fallow. A few more seasons, and this city common hunt
will become uncommon.
In proof of this melancholy decadence, the ensuing epistle is inserted. It was penned by an underling at Kells, a person more accustomed to riding than writing. Sir, about the hunt. In answer to your inquiries, there has been a great falling off latterly, so much as this year that there was nobody almost. We did smear nothing provisionally, hardly a bottle extra, which is proof in pint. In short, our hunt may be said to be in the last stage of a decline. I am, sir, with respects from your humble servant, Bartholomew Rutt. On Monday they began to hunt. Chevy Chase. John Huggins was as bold a man As trade did ever know. A warehouse good he had, that stood Hard by the church of Bow. There people brought Dutch cheeses round, And single Gloucester flat, And English butter in a lump, And Irish in a pat. 6 days a week beheld him stand,
His business next his heart,
At counter with his apron tied
about
his counterpart. The 7th, in a sluice house box, he took his pipe and pot, On Sundays for Il Pitti, a very noted spot. Ah, blest if he had never gone beyond its rural shed! One Eastertide some evil guide put Epping in his head. Epping, for butter justly famed, and pork in sausage popped, Where winter time or summer time pig's flesh is always chopped. But famous more, and annals tell, because of Easter chase, There every year 'twixt dog and deer there is a gallant race. With Monday's sun John Huggins rose, and slapped his leather thigh, And sang the burthen of the song, "This day a stag must die." For all the livelong day before, and all the night in bed, Like Beckford he had nourished thoughts on hunting in his head. Of horn and morn, and hark and bark, and echoes answering sounds, All poets' wit hath ever writ in doggerel verse of hounds. Alas, there was no morning voice to whisper in his ear, "Thou art a fool in leaping cheap to go and hunt the deer." No thought he had of twisted spine, or broken arms or legs, no chicken hearted he although 'twas whispered of his egg. Ride out he would, and hunt he would, not dreamt of ending ill, mayhap with Doctor Ridout's fee, and Surgeon Hunter's bill. So he drew on his Sunday boots, of lustre superfine, the liquid black they wore that day, was warranted to shine. His yellow buckskins fitted close, as once upon a stag, thus well equipped he gaily skipped, at once upon his nag. But first to him that held the rein, a crown he nimbly flung, for holding of the horse, why no! for holding of his tongue. To say the horse was Huggins' own, would only be a brag. His neighbor Fig and he went halves, like centaurs in a nag, and he that day had gone the grey, unknown to brother Cit. The horse he knew would never tell, although it was a tit. A well bred horse he was, I wis, and he began to show, by quickly rearing up within, the way he ought to go. But Huggins, like a wary man, was ne'er from saddle cast, resolved by going very slow, on sitting very fast. And so he jogged to Tots and Cross, an ancient town well known, where Edward wept for Eleanor, in mortar and in stone. A royal game of fox and goose, to play on such a loss, wherever she sat down her orts, thereby he put a cross. Now Huggins had a crony here, that lived beside the way, one that had promised sure to be his comrade for the day. Whereas the man had changed his mind, meanwhile upon the case, and meaning not to hunt at all, had gone to Enfield Chase. For why his spouse had made him vow to let a game alone, where folks that ride a bit of blood, may break a bit of bone. Now be his wife a plague for life, a coward sure is he. Then Huggins turned his horse's head, and crossed the bridge of Lee. Thence slowly on thro' Lakenstone, past many a Quaker's box, no friends to hunters after deer, though followers of a fox, and many a score behind, before the self same route inclined, and minded all to march one way, made one great march of mind. Gentle and simple, he and she, and swell, and blood, and prig, and some had carts, and some a chaise, according to their gig. Some long-eared jacks, some knackered hacks, however odd it sounds, let out that day to hunt instead of going to the hounds. And some had horses of their own, and some were forced to job it, and some, while they inclined to hunt, betook themselves to cob it. All sorts of vehicles and vans, bad, milding, and the smart, here rolled along the grey barouche, and there a dirty cart, and lo! a cart that held a squad of costermonger line, with one poor hack like Pegasus, that slaved for all the nine. Yet marvel not at any load that any horse might drag, when all that morn at once were drawn together by a stag. Now when they saw John Huggins go at such a sober pace, "Hallo!" cried they, "come trot away, you'll never see the chase." But John, as grave as any judge, made answer quite as blunt, "It will be time enough to trot, when I begin to hunt." And so he paced to Woodford Wells, where many a horseman met, and letting go the reins of course, prepared for heavy wet. And lo! within the crowded door stood rounding jovial elf. Here shall the muse frame no excuse, but frame the man himself. A snow white head, a merry eye, a cheek of jolly blush, a claret tint laid on by health with Master Reynard's brush. A hearty frame, a courteous bow, the prince he learned it from, his age about 70, and there you have old Tom. In merriest key I trow was he, so many guests to boast, so certain congregations meet, and elevate the host. Now welcome, lads, quoth he, and prads, you're all in glorious luck. Old Robin has a run to day, a noted forest buck. Fair mead's the place where Bob and Tom in red already ride. 'Tis but a step, and on a horse you soon may go astride. So off they scampered, man and horse, at time and temper pressed, but Huggins, hitching on a tree, branched off from all the rest. Howbeit he tumbled down in time to join with Tom and Bob. All is fair mead, which held that day its own fair meed of mob. Idlers to wit, no guardians some, of tattlers in a squeeze, ramblers in heavy carts and vans, spectators up in trees, butchers on backs of butchers' hacks, that shambled to and fro, bakers intent upon a buck, neglectful of the dough, change alley bears to speculate, as usual for a fall, and green and scarlet runners such, as never climbed a wall. 'Twas strange to think what difference a single creature made, a single stag had caused a whole stagnation in their trade. Now Huggins from his saddle rose, and in the stirrups stood, and lo! a little cart that came hard by a little wood, in shapes like half a hearse, though not for corpses in the least, for this contained the deer alive, and not the deer deceased. And now became a sudden stir, and then a sudden shout. The prison doors were opened wide, and Robin bounded out. His antlered head shone blue and red, bedecked with ribbons fine, like other bucks that come to list, the hawbucks in the line. One curious gaze of mild amaze he turned and shortly took, then gently ran adown the mead, and bounded o'er the brook. Now Huggins, standing far aloof, had never seen the deer, till all at once he saw the beast come charging in his rear. Away he went, and many a score of riders did the same, on horse and ass like high and low, and Jack pursuing game. Good Lord! to see the riders now, thrown off with sudden whirl, a score within the purling brook enjoyed their early purl. A score were sprawling on the grass, and beavers fell in showers. There was another florer there, beside the Queen of Flowers. Some lost their stirrups, some their whips, some had no caps to show, but few, like Charles and Charing Cross, rode on in statu quo. Oh dear! oh dear! now might you hear, I've surely broke a bone, my head is sore, with many more such speeches from the throne. Howbeit their wailings never moved the wide Satanic clan, who grinned as once the devil grinned to see the fall of man, and hunters good that understood their laughter knew no bounds, to see the horses throwing off so long before the hounds. For deer must have due course of law, like men the course among, before those barristers the dogs proceeded to giving tongue. And now old Robin's foes were set, that fatal taint to find, that always is sent after him, yet always left behind. And here observe how dog and man a different temper shows. What hound resents that he is sent to follow his own nose? Towler and Jowler, howlers all, no single tongue was mute. The stag had led a hart, and lo! the whole pack followed suit. No spur he lacked, fear stuck a knife and fork in either haunch, and every dog he knew had got an eye tooth to his paunch. Away, away, he scudded like a ship before the gale, now flew to hills we knew not of, now none like took the vale. Another squadron charging now, went off at furious pitch, a perfect tam o' shanter mob, without a single witch. But who was he with flying skirts, a hunter did endorse, and like a poet seemed to ride upon a winged horse. A whipper in, no whipper in, a huntsman's not such soul, a connoisseur or amateur, why yes, a horse patrol. A member of police for whom the county found a nag, and like Actaeon in the tale he found himself in stag. Away they went then, dog and deer, and hunters all away, the maddest horses that ever knew mad staggers such as they. Some gave a shout, some rolled about, and anticked as they rode, and butchers whistled on their curs, and milkmen tally hoed. About 20 there were, not more, that galloped in the race, the rest, alas, lay on the grass, at once in chevy chase. But even those that galloped on, were fewer every minute, the field kept getting more select, each thicket served to thin it. For some pulled up and left the hunt, some fell in Murray bogs, and vainly rose and ran amuck, to overtake the dogs. And some, in charging hurdle stakes, were left bereft of scent. What else could be premised of blades, that never learned to fence? But roundings Tom and Bob no gate, no hedge, no ditch could say, or all they went and did the work of leap years in a day. And by their side see Higgins ride, as fast as he could speed, for like Mazeppa he was quite at mercy of his steed. No means he had, by timely check, the gallop to remit, for firm and fast between his teeth the biter held the bit. Trees raced along, all Essex fled beneath him as he sate, he never saw a county go at such a country rate. Hold hard, you'll lame the dogs, quoth Huggins, so I do. I've got the saddle well in hand, and hold as hard as you. Good Lord, to see him ride along, and throw his arms about, and if with stitches in the side, that he was drawing out. And now he bounded up and down, now like a jelly shock, till bumped and galled, yet nowhere gale, for bumps did ever look. And rowing with his legs the while, and tars are apt to ride, with every kick he gave a prick, deep in the horse's side. But soon the horse was well avenged for cruel smart of spurs, for riding through a moor he pitched his master in a furze, where sharper set than hunger is, he squatted all forlorn, and like a bird was singing out, while sitting on a thorn. Right glad was he, as well might be, such cushion to resign. Possession is 9 points, but his seemed more than 99. Yet worse than all the prickly points that entered in his skin. His nag was running off the while the thorns were running in. Now had a Papist seen his sport thus laid upon the shelf, although no horse he had to cross, he might have crossed himself. Yet surely still the wind is ill, that none can say is fair. A jolly wight there was that rode upon a sorry mare. A sorry mare that surely came of pagan blood and bone, for down upon her knees she went to many a stock and stone. Now seeing Huggins nag adrift, the farmer, shrewd and sage, resolved, by changing horses here, to hunt another stage. Though felony, yet who would let another's horse alone, whose neck is placed in jeopardy by riding on his own? And yet the conduct of the man seemed honest like and fair, for he seemed willing, horse and all, to go before the mare. So up on Higgins' horse he got, and swiftly rode away, while Higgins mounted on the mare, down brown upon a bay. And off they set, in double chase, for such was fortune's whim. The farmer rode to hunt the stag, and Higgins hunted him. Alas, with one that rode so well, in vain it was to strive. A dab was he, as dabs should be, all leaping and alive. And here of nature's kindly care, behold a curious proof. As nags are meant to leap, she puts a frog in every hoof. Whereas the mare, although her share she had of hoof and frog, on coming to a gate stopped short, as stiff as any log. Whilst Huggins in the stirrup stood, with neck like neck of crane, as sings the Scottish song, to see the gate has heart had gain. And lo, the dim and distant hunt diminished in a trice, the steeds like Cinderella's team seemed dwindling into mice, and far remote each scarlet coat soon flitted like a spark, though still the forest murmured back an echo of the bark. But sad at soul John Huggins turned, no comfort could he find, while thus the hunting chorus sped, to stay 5 bars behind. For though by dint of spur he got a leap in spite of fate, howbeit there was no toll at all, they could not clear the gate. And like Fitz James he cursed the hunt, and sorely cursed the day, and mused anew grace elegy on his departed grey. Now many a sign at Woodford town in invitation tells, but Higgins full of ills of course betook him to the Wells, where Rounding tried to cheer him up with many a merry laugh, but Huggins thought of neighbour Fig, and called for half and half. Yet spite of drink he could not blink remembrance of his loss. To drown a care like his required enough to drown a horse. When thus forlorn a merry horn struck up without the door, the mounted mob were all returned, the Epping Hunt was o'er, and many a horse was taken out of saddle and of shaft, and men by dint of drink became the only beasts of draught. For now become a harder one, of wine and gin and beer, and overtaken men discussed the overtaken deer. How far he ran, and eke how fast, and how at bay he stood, Deer-like resolved to sell his life as dearly as he could, and how the hunters stood aloof, regardful of their lives, and shunned a beast whose very horns they knew could handle knives. How Huggins stood when he was rubbed by help and ostler kind, and when they cleaned the clay before, how worse remained behind. And one, how he had found a horse, adrift, a godly grey, and kindly rode the nag for fear the nag should go astray. Now Huggins, when he heard the tale, jumped up with sudden glee. A goodly grey, why then I say, that grey belongs to me. Let me endorse again my horse, delivered safe and sound, and gladly I will give the man a bottle and a pound. The wine was drunk, the money paid, though not without remorse, to pay another man so much for riding on his horse. And let the chase again take place, for many a long, long year, John Huggins will not ride again to hunt the Epping deer. Moral. Thus pleasure oft eludes our grasp, just when we think to grip her, and hunting after happiness, we only hunt a slipper. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Drowning Ducks by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Amongst the sights that Mrs. Bond enjoyed yet grieved at more than others, were little ducklings in a pond, swimming about beside their mothers, small things like living water lilies, but yellow as the daffodillies. It's very hard, she used to moan, that other people have their ducklings to grace their waters, mine alone have never any pretty chucklings. For why, each little yellow navy went down all downy to old Davy. She had a lake, a pond I mean, its wave was rather thick than pearly. She had two ducks, their napes were green. She had a drake, his tail was curly. Yet spite of drake, and ducks, and pond, no little ducks had Mrs. Bond. The birds were both the best of mothers, the nest had eggs, the eggs had luck, the infant D's came forth like others, but there, alas, the matter stuck. They might as well have all died addle, as die when they began to paddle. For when, as native instinct taught her, the mother set her brood afloat, they sank ere long right under water, like any overloaded boat. They were web-footed, too, to see, as ducks and spiders ought to be. No peccant humour in a gander brought havoc on her little folks. No poaching cook, a frying pander, to appetite destroyed their yolks. Beneath her very eyes, oh rotten! They went, like plummets, to the bottom. The thing was strange, a contradiction, it seemed of nature and her works, for little ducks, beyond conviction, stood float without the help of corks. Great Johnson, it bewildered him to hear of ducks that could not swim. Poor Mrs. Bond, what could she do but change the breed, and she tried divers, which dived as all seem born to do. No little ones were e'er survivors, like those that copied gems, I'm thinking, they all were given to die sinking. In vain their downy coats were shorn, they floundered still, batch after batch went, the little fools seemed only born, and hatched for nothing but a hatchment. Whene'er they launched, oh sight of wonder, like fires the water got them under. No woman ever gave their lucks a better chance than Mrs. Bond did. A lass quite out of hearts and ducks, she gave her pond up, and desponded for death among the water lilies, cried duck and me to all her dillies. But though resolved to breed no more, she brooded often on this riddle, Alas, 'twas darker than before. At last, about the summer's middle, what Johnson, Mrs. Bond, or none did, to clear the matter up the sun did. The thirsty Cyrus dog like drank so deep his furious tongue to cool, the shallow waters sank and sank, and lo from out the wasted pool, too hot to hold them any longer, there crawled some eels as big as conger. I wish all folks would look a bit, in such a case below the surface, and when the eels were caught and split, by Mrs. Bond, just think of her face, in each inside at once to spy, a duckling turned to giblet pie. The sight at once explained the case, making the dame look rather silly. The tenants of that eely place had found the way to Piccadilly, and so by under water suction had wrought the little duck's abduction. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Storm at Hastings and the Little Unknown by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. 'Twas August. Hastings every day was filling. Hastings, that greenest spot on memory's waste, with crowds of idlers willing and unwilling to be bedipped, be noticed, or be braced, and all things rose a penny in a shilling. Meanwhile, from window and from door in haste, accommodation bills kept coming down, gladding the world of letters in that town. Each day poured in new coachfuls of new cits, flying from London's smoke and dust annoying, unmarried misses hoping to make hits, and new wed couples fresh from Tunbridge toying, lacemen and placemen, ministers and wits, and Quakers of both sexes much enjoying a morning's reading by the ocean's rim, that sect delighting in the sea's broad brim. And lo! amongst all these appeared a creature, so small he almost might a twin have been, with Miss Crawmachy, dwarfish quite in stature, yet well proportioned, neither fat nor lean. His face of marvellously pleasant feature, so short and sweet a man was never seen. All thought him charming as the first beginning. Alas, ere long they found him far too winning. He seemed in love with Chance, and Chance repaid his ardent passion with her fondest smile, the sunshine of good luck, without a shade. He staked and won and staked, the bile. It stirred many a man and many a maid, to see at every venture how that vile small gambler snatched, and how he won them too, a living Pam, omnipotent at loo. Miss Wiggins set her heart upon a box, 'twas handsome rosewood, and inlaid with brass, and dreamt 3 times she garnished it with stocks of needles, silks, and cottons, but alas! She lost it wide awake, we thought Miss Cox Was lucky, but she saw 3 caddies pass, to that small imp, no living luck could loo him, Sir Stamford would have lost his Raffles to him. And so he climbed, and rode, and won, and walked, the wondrous topic of the curious swarm, that haunted the parade, many were balked, of notoriety by that small form, pacing it up and down, some even talked, of ducking him, when lo! a dismal storm stopped in, one Friday, at the close of day, and every head was turned another way, watching the grandeur guest, it seemed to rise, bulky and slow upon the southern brink of the horizon, fanned by sultry sighs, so black and threatening, I cannot think of any simile except the skies. Miss Wiggins sometimes shades in Indian ink, misshapen blotchings of such heavy vapor, They seem a deal more solid than her paper. As for the sea, it did not fret, and rave, and tear its waves to tatters, and so dash on. The stony hearted beach, some bards would have it always rampant, in that idle fashion, whereas the waves rolled in, subdued and grave, like schoolboys, when the master's in a passion, who meekly settle in, and take their places, with a very quiet awe on all their faces. Some love to draw the ocean with a head, like troubled table beer, and make it bounce, and froth, and roar, and fling, but this I've said surged in scarce rougher than a lady's flounce. But then a grandeur contrast thus it bred, with the wild welkin seeming to pronounce something more awful in the serious ear, as one would whisper a lion's near, who just begins to roar, so the hoarse thunder growled long, but low, a prelude note of death, as if the stifling clouds yet kept it under, but still it muttered to the sea beneath such a continued peal as made us wonder it did not pause more oft to take its breath, whilst we were panting with the sultry weather, and hardly cared to wed two words together, but watched the surly advent of the storm, much as the brown cheeked planters of the Barbadoes much watch a rising of the negro swarm. Meanwhile it steered, like Odin's old Armadas, right on our coast, a dismal coal black form. Many proud gates were quelled, and all bravadoes of folly ceased, and sundry idle jokers went home to cover up their tongs and pokers. So fierce the lightning flashed in all their days. The oldest smugglers had not seen such flashing, and they are used to many a pretty blaze, to keep their Hollands from an awkward clashing with hostile cutters in our creeks and bays, and truly one could think, without much lashing, the fancy, that those coasting clouds so awful, and black, were fraught with spirits as unlawful. The gay parade grew thin, all the fair crowd vanished, as if they knew their own attractions, for now the lightning, though a near hand cloud, began to make some very crooked fractions, only some few remained that were not crowd, a few rough sailors who had been in actions, and sundry boatmen, that with quick yells, lest it should blow, were pulling up the rows. No flower, but a boat. Some more were hauling The Regent by the head, another crew, with that same cry, peculiar to their calling, were having up the Hope, and as they knew, the very gods themselves oft get a mauling in their own realms, the seamen wisely drew the Neptune rather high on the beach, that he might lie beyond his bellows' reach. And now the storm, with its despotic power, had all usurped the azure of the skies, making our daylight darker by an hour, and some few drops, of an unusual size, few and distinct, scarce 20 to the shower, fell like huge teardrops from a giant's eyes, but then the sprinkle thickened in a trice, and rained much harder, in good solid ice. Oh, for a very storm of words to show how this fierce crash of hail came rushing o'er us! Handel would make the gusty organs blow grandly, and a rich storm in music score us, but even his music seemed composed and low, when we were handled by this hailstone chorus, whilst thunder rumbled with its awful sound, and frozen comfits rolled along the ground, as big as bullets. Lord, how they did batter our crazy tiles! And now the lightning flashed, alternate with the dark, until the latter was rarest of the two. The gush, too, dashed so terribly I thought the hail must shatter some panes, and so it did, and first it smashed the very square where I had chosen my station to watch the general illumination. Another and another still came in, and fell in jingling ruin at my feet, making transparent holes that let me win some samples of the storm. Oh, it was sweet to think I had a shelter for my skin, calling them through these loopholes of retreat, which in a little we begin to glaze, chiefly with a jack towel and some baize. But which? The cloud had passed o'erhead but played its crooked fires in constant flashes still, just in our rear, as though it had arrayed its heavy batteries at Fairlight Mill, so that it lit the town, and grandly made the rugged features of the castle hill, leapt like a birth from chaos into light, and then relapsed into the gloomy night. As parcel of the clouds themselves, like monstrous crags and summits everlasting, piled on each in most gigantic shelves, that Milton's devils were engaged in blasting, we could e'en fancy Satan and his elves busy upon those crags, and ever casting huge fragments loose, and that we felt the sound that made in falling to the startled ground. And so the tempest scowled away, and soon, timidly shining through its skirts of jet, we saw the rim of the Pacific moon, like a bright fish entangled in a net, flashing its silver sides. How sweet a boon seemed her sweet light, as though it would beget, with that fair smile, a calm upon the seas, peace in the sky, and coolness in a breeze. Meantime the hail had ceased, and all the brood of glaziers stole abroad to count their gains. At every window there were maids who stood lamenting o'er the glass small remains, or with coarse linens made the fractions good, staunching the wind in all the wounded panes, or holding candles to the panes in doubt, the wind resolved, blowing the candles out. No house was whole that had a southern front, no greenhouse but the same mishap fell, bow windows and bell glasses bore the brunt, no sex in glass was spared, for those who dwell on each hillside, you might have swum a punt. In any of their parlors, Mrs. Snell was slopped out of her seat, and Mr. Hitchin had a flower garden washed into a kitchen. But still the sea was mild, and quite disclaimed the recent violence, each after each. The gentle waves a gentle murmur framed, tapping like woodpeckers the hollow beach. Howbeit his weather eye the seaman aimed across the calm, and hinted by his speech a gale next morning, and when morning broke, there was a gale, quite equal to bespoke. Before high water, it were better far to christen it not water then, but waiter, for then the tide is serving at the bar, rose such a swell, I never saw one greater, black, jagged billows rearing up in war, like ragged warring bears against the baiter, with lots of froth upon the shingle shed, like stout poured out with a fine beachy head. No open boat was open to a fair, or launched that morn on 7 shillings trips. No bathing woman waded, none would dare a dipping in the wave, but waived their dips. No seagull ventured on the stormy air, and all the dreary coast was clear of ships, for 2 lee shores upon the river Lee are not so perilous as one at sea. Awestruck we sat, and gazed upon the scene before us in such horrid hurly burly, a boiling ocean of mixed black and green, a sky of copper color, grim and surely, when lo! in the vast hollow scoop between two rolling Alps of water, white and curly, we saw a pair of little arms a skimming, much like a first or last attempt at swimming. Sometimes a hand, sometimes a little shoe, sometimes a skirt, sometimes a hank of hair, just like a dab seaweed rose to view, sometimes a knee, sometimes a back was bare. At last a frightful somerset he threw, right on the shingles. Any one could swear the lad was dead, without a chance of perjury, and battered by the surge beyond all surgery. However, we snatched up the corse thus thrown, intending, Christian like, to sod and turf it, and after venting pity's sigh and groan, then curiosity began with her fit, and lo! the features of the small unknown, 'twas he that of the surf had had the surfeit, and in his fob, the cause of his late monopolies, we found a contract signed with Mephistopheles, a bond of blood, whereby the sinner gave his forfeit soul to Satan in reversion, providing in this world he was to have a lordship over luck, by whose exertion he might control the course of cards and brave all throws of dice, but on a sea excursion, the juggling demon, in his usual vein, seized the last cast, and nicked him in the main. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lines to a Lady on her departure for India by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Ray Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Go where the waves run rather Holborn hilly, and tempest makes a soda water sea, almost as rough as our rough Piccadilly, and think of me. Go where the mild Madeira ripens her juice, a wine more praised than it deserves to be. Go past the Cape, just capable of verjuice, and think of me. Go where the tiger in the darkest prowleth, making a midnight meal of he and she. Go where the lion in his hunger howleth, and think of me. Go where the serpent dangerous coileth, or lies along at full length like a tree. Go where the suttee in her own soot broileth, and think of me. Go where with human notes the parrot dealeth, in monopoly-log, with tongue as free, and like a woman all she can revealeth, and think of me. Go to the land of muslin and nankeening, and parasols of straw where hats should be. Go to the land of slaves and palankeening, and think of me. Go to the land of jungles and vast hills, and tall bamboos, may none bamboozle thee. Go gaze upon their elephants and castles, and think of me. Go where a cook must always be a courier, and parch the peppered palate like a pea. Go where the fierce mosquito is a worrier, and think of me. Go where the maiden on a marriage plan goes, consigned for wedlock to Calcutta's quay, where woman goes for mart, the same as mangoes, and think of me. Go where the sun is very hot and fervent, go to the land of pagod and rupee, where every black will be your slave and servant, and think of me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Angler's Farewell by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Resigned, I kissed the rod. Well, I think it is time to put up, for it does not accord with my notions, wrist, elbow, and chine, stiff from throwing the line, to take nothing at last by my motions. I ground bait my way as I go, and dip in at each watery dimple, but however I wish to inveigle the fish to my gentle, they will not play simple. Though my float goes so swimmingly on, my bad luck never seems to diminish. It would seem that the bream must be scarce in the stream, and the chub, though it's chubby, be thinnish. Not a trout there can be in the place, not a grayling or rudd worth the mention, and although at my hook with attention I look, I can ne'er see my hook with a tench on. At a brandling once gudgeon gape, but they seem upon different terms now. Have they taken advice of the counsel of nice, and rejected their diet of worms now? In vain my live minnow I spin, not a pike seems to think it worth snatching. For the gut I have brought, I had better have bought a good rope that was used to jack catching. Not a nibble has ruffled my cork, it is vain in this river to search then. I may wait till it's night, without any bite, and at roost time have never a perch then. No roach can I meet with, no bleak, save what in the air is so sharp now. Not a dace have I got, and I fear it is not carpe diem a day for the carp now. Oh, there is not a £1 prize to be got in this fresh water lottery. What then can I deem of so fishless a stream, but that 'tis like St. Mary's Ottery? For an eel I have learned how to try, by a method of Walton's own showing, but a fisherman feels little prospect of eels in a path that's devoted to towing. I have tried all the water for miles, till I'm weary of dipping and casting, and hungry and faint, let the fancy just paint what it is without fish to be fasting. And the rain drizzles down very fast, while my dinner time sounds from a far bell, so wet to the skin I'll e'en back to my inn, where at least I'm sure of a barbell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to the Advocates for the Removal of the Smithfield Market, by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org, by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Sweeping our flocks and herds. Douglas. O philanthropic men! For this address I need not make an apology, who aim at clearing out the Smithfield pen, and planting further off its vile zoology, permit me thus to tell, I like your efforts well, for routing that great nest of ornithology. Be not dismayed although repulsed at first, and driven from their horse, and pig, and lamb parts. Charge on, you shall upon their homewards burst, and carry all their bulwarks and their ramparts. Go on, ye wholesale drovers, and drive away the Smithfield flocks and herds, as wild as Tartar curds, that come so fat and kicking from their clovers. Off with them all, those restive buttes, that vex our streets, and plunge, then lunge, and butt, and battle, and save the female sex from being cowed, like Io, by the cattle. Fancy, when droves appear on the hill of Holborn, roaring from its top, Your ladies, ready as they own, to drop, take themselves to Thompson's with a fear on. Or, in St. Martin's Lane, scared by a bullock, in a frisky vein, fancy the terror of your timid daughters, while rushing souse, in a coffee house, to find it, slaughters. Or fancy this, walking along the street some stranger miss, her head with no such thought of danger laden, when suddenly 'tis Aries, Taurus, Virgo, you don't know Latin, I translate it ergo, into your area a bull throws the maiden. Think of some poor old crone, treated just like a penny with a toss, at that vile spot now grown so generally known for making a cow cross. Nay, fancy your own selves far off from stall, or shed or shop, and that an ox infuriate just pins you to the wall, giving you a strong dose of oxymurate. Methinks I hear the neighbors that live round the market ground thus make appeal unto their civic fellows. 'Tis well for you that live apart, unable to hear this brutal babel, but our firesides are troubled with their bellows. Folks that too freely sup, must e'en put up with their own troubles if they can't digest, but we must needs regard the case as hard, that others' victuals should disturb our rest, that from our sleep your food should start and jump us. We like, ourselves, a steak, but sirs, for pity's sake, we don't want oxen at our doors to rump us. If we do doze, it really is too bad, we constantly are roared awake or rung through bullocks mad, that run in all the night thoughts of our young. Such are the woes of sleepers. Now let's take the woes of those that wish to keep awake. Oh, think, when Wombwell gives his annual feasts, think of these bulls of Bassan, far from mild ones, such fierce tame beasts, that nobody much cares to see the wild ones. Think of the show woman, what shows a dwarf, seeing a red cow come, to swallow her Tom Thumb, and forced with broom of birch to keep her off. Think too of Messrs. Richardson and Co., when looking at their public private boxes, to see in the back row 3 live sheep's heads, a porker's, and an ox's. Think of their orchestra, when 2 horns come, though to accompany the double drum. Or, in the midst of murder and remorses, just when the ghost is certain, a great rent in the curtain, and enter 2 tall skeletons of horses. Great philanthropics, pray urge these topics upon the solemn councils of the nation. Get a bill soon, and give, some noon, the bulls a bull of excommunication. Let the old fair have fair play as its right, and to each show and sight ye shall be treated with a free list latitude to Richardson's stage dramas, Dio and Cosmo ramas, giants and Indians wild, dwarf, sea bear, and fat child, and that most rare of shows, a show of gratitude. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Report from Below by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Blow high, blow low. Sea Song. As Mr. B. and Mistress B. one night were sitting down to tea, with toast and muffins hot, They heard a loud and sudden bounce, that made the very china flounce. They could not for a time pronounce, if they were safe or shot, for memory brought a deed to match, at Deptford done by night. Before one eye appeared a patch, in t'other eye a blight, to be belaboured at of life, without some small attempt at strife. Our nature will not grovel, one impulse had both man and dame, he seized the tongs, she did the same, leaving the ruffian, if he came, the poker and the shovel. Suppose the couple standing so, when rushing footsteps from below, made pulses fast and fervent, and first burst in the frantic cat, all steaming like a brewer's rat, and then, as white as my cravat, poor Mary May, the servant. Lord, how the couple's teeth did chatter, master and mistress both flew at her, speak, fire, or murder, what's the matter, till Mary, getting breath, upon her tail began to touch, with rapid tongue, full trotting, such, as if she thought she had too much, to tell before her death. We was both, ma'am, in the wash house, ma'am, a standing at our tubs, and Mrs. Round was seconding what little things I rubs. Mary, says she to me, I say, and there she stops for coffin. That dratted copper flue he's took to smokin' very often, but please the pigs, for that's her way of swearing in a passion. I'll blow it up and not beset a coffin in this fashion. Well, down she takes my master's horn, I mean his horn for loading, and empties every grain alive for to set the flue exploding. Lauk, Mrs. Round, say I, and stares, that quantum is unproper. I'm sartin sure it can't not take a pound to sky a copper. You'll powder both our heads off, so I tells you with its puff. But she only dried her fingers, and she takes a pinch of snuff. Well, when the pinch is over, teach your grandmother to suck a powder horn, says she. Well, says I wish you luck. Them words sets up her back, so with her hands upon her hips, come, says she, quite in a huff, come keep your tongue inside your lips. Afore ever you was born, I was well used to things like these. I shall put in the grate, and let it burn up by degrees. So in it goes, and bounce, oh Lord, it gives us such a rattle. I thought we both were canonized, like soldiers in a battle. Up goes the copper like a squib, and us on both our backs, and bless the tubs they bundled off, and split all into cracks. Well, there I fainted dead away, and might have been cut shorter, but Providence was kind, and brought me to with scalding water. I first looks round for Mrs. Round, and sees her at a distance, as stiff as starch, and looked as dead as anything in existence. All scarched and grimed, and more than that, I see the copper slap right on her head, for all the world like a percussion copper cap. Well, I crooks her little fingers, and crumps them well up together, as humanity pints out, and burnt her nostrums with a feather. But for all I can do to restore her to her mortality, she never gives a sign of a return to sensuality. Thinks I, well, there she lies, as dead as my own late departed mother. Well, she'll wash no more in this world, whatever she does in t'other. So I gives myself to scramble up the linens for a minute. lock sich a shirt, thinks I, it's well my master wasn't in it. Oh, never, 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 never see a sight so shockin'. Here lays a leg and there a leg, I mean, you know, a stocking. Bodies all slit and torn to rags, and many a tattered skirt, and arms burnt off, and sides and backs all scorched and black with dirt. As nobody was in 'em, none but nobody was hurt. Well, there I am a scrambling up the things all in a lump, when mercy on us, such a groan as makes my heart to jump. And there she is, a lying with a crazy sort of eye, a staring at the wash house roof, laid open to the sky. Then she beckons with a finger, and so down to her I reaches, and puts my ear again her mouth to hear her dying speeches. For poor soul, she has a husband and young orphans as I knew. Well, ma'am, you won't believe it, but it's gospel fact and true. But these words is all she whispered, why, where is the powder blue? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I'm Not a Single Man by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. I'm not a single man. Lines written in a young lady's album. A pretty task, Miss S., to ask a Benedictine pen that cannot quite at freedom write, like those of other men. No lover's plaint my muse must paint to fill this page's span, but be correct and recollect, I'm not a single man. Pray only think, for pen and ink, how hard to get along, that may not turn on words that burn, or love, the life of song. 9 muses, if I chooses, I may woo all in a clan, but one, Miss S., I daren't address, I'm not a single man. Scribblers unwed with little head may eke it out with heart, and in their lays it often plays a rare first fiddle part. They make a kiss to rhyme with bliss, but if I so began, I have my fears about my ears, I'm not a single man. Upon your cheek I may not speak, nor on your lip be warm, I must be wise about your eyes, and formal with your form. Of all that sort of thing, in short, on T.H. Bailey's plan, I must not twine a single line, I'm not a single man. A watchman's part compels my heart to keep you off its beat, and I might dare as soon to swear at you as at your feet. I can't expire in passion's fire as other poets can. My life, she's by, won't let me die. I'm not a single man. Shut out from love, denied a dove, forbidden bow and dart, without a groan to call my own, with neither hand nor heart. To Hymen vowed, and not allowed to flirt e'en with your fan. Here end as just a friend I must. I'm not a single man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Supper Superstition, a Pathetic Ballad by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. 4th of December 2016, Kent. O flesh, flesh, how art thou fishy field? Mercutio. 'Twas 12 o'clock by Chelsea chimes, when all in hungry trim, good Mr. Jupp sat down to sup, with wife and Kate and Jim. Said he, upon this dainty cod, how bravely I shall sup, when whiter than the tablecloth, a ghost came rising up. O father dear, O mother dear, dear Kate and brother Jim, you know when someone went to see, don't cry, but I am him. You hope some day with fond embrace to greet your absent Jack, but oh, I am come here to say, I'm never coming back. From Alexandria we set sail, with corn and oil and figs, but steering too much sour we struck upon the sow of pigs. The ship we pumped till we could see old England from the tops, when down she went with all our hands, right in the Channel's chops. Just give a look in Norie's chart, the very place it tells. I think it says 12 fathom deep, clay bottom mixed with shells. Well, there we are, till hands aloft we have at last a call. The pug I had for brother Jim, Kate's parrot too, and all. But oh, my spirit cannot rest in Davy Jones's sod, till I've appeared to you and said, don't sup on that 'ere cod. You live on land and little think what passes in the sea. Last Sunday week at 2 p.m. that cod was picking me. Those oysters too that look so plump and seem so nicely done, they put my corpse in many shells instead of only one. Oh, do not eat those oysters then, and do not touch the shrimps. When I was in my briny grave, they sucked my blood like imps. Don't eat what brutes would never eat, the brutes I used to pat. They'll know the smell they used to smell, just try the dog and cat. The spirit fled, they wept his fate, and cried, alack, alack. At last up started brother Jim, let's try if Jack was Jack. They called the dog, they called the cat, and little kitten too, and down they put the cod and sauce, to see what brutes would do. Old Tray licked all the oysters up, Puss never stood at crimps, but munched the cod, and little Kit quite feasted on the shrimps. The thing was odd, and minus cod and sauce they stood like posts. O prudent folks, for fear of hoax, put no belief in ghosts. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Duel, a Serious Ballad by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. 29th of December 2016. Kent. Like the two kings of Brentford smelling at one nosegay. In Brentford town of old renown there lived a Mr. Bray, who fell in love with Lucy Bell, and so did Mr. Clay. To see her ride from Hammersmith, by all it was allowed. Such fair outsides are seldom seen, such angels on a cloud. Said Mr. Bray to Mr. Clay, you choose to rival me, and court Miss Bell, but there you're caught, no thoroughfare shall be. Unless you now give up your suit, you may repent your love. I who have shot a pigeon match, can shoot a turtle dove. So pray before you woo her more, consider what you do. If you pop aught to Lucy Bell, I'll pop it into you. Said Mr. Clay to Mr. Bray, your threats are quite explode. One who has been a volunteer knows how to prime and load. And so I say to you, unless your passion quiet keeps, I who have shot and hit bull's eyes may chance to hit a sheep's. Now gold is oft for silver changed, and that for copper red, but these two went away to give each other change for lead. But first they sought a friend apiece, their pleasant thought to give. When they were dead, they thus should have 2 seconds still to live. To measure out the ground not long, the seconds then forbore, and having taken one rash step, they took a dozen more. They next prepared each pistol pan against the deadly strife, by putting in the prime of death against the prime of life. Now all was ready for the foes, but when they took their stands, fear made them tremble so they found they both were shaking hands. Said Mr. C to Mr. B, here one of us shall fall, and like St. Paul's Cathedral now, be doomed to have a ball. I do confess I did attach misconduct to your name. If I withdrew the charge, will then your ramrod do the same? Said Mr. B, I do agree, but think of honour's courts. If we go off without a shot, there will be strange reports. But look, the morning now is bright, though cloudy it begun. Why can't we aim above as if we had called out the sun? Swoop into the harmless air, their bullets they did send, and may all others' jewels have that upshot in the end. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Singular Exhibition at Somerset House by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. A Singular Exhibition at Somerset House. Our Crummy is a dainty cow. Scotch Song. On that first Saturday in May, when lords and ladies great and grand repair to see what each R.A. has done since last they sought the Strand, in red, brown, yellow, green, or blue, in short, what's called the private view, amongst the guests, the deuce knows how she got in there without a row, there came a large and vulgar dame, with arms deep red, and face the same, showing in temper not a saint. No one could guess for why she came, unless, perchance, to scour the paint. From wall to wall she forced her way, elbowed Lord Durham, poked Lord Grey, stamped Stafford's toes to make him move, and Devonshire's Duke received a shove. The great Lord Chancellor felt her nudge, she made the vice his honour budge, and gave a pinch to Park the judge. As for the ladies in this stir, the highest rank gave way to her. From number 1 and number 2 she searched the pictures through and through, on benches stood to inspect the high ones, and squatted down to see the shy ones. And as she went from part to part, a deeper red each cheek became, her very eyes lit up in flame that made each looker on exclaim, really an ardent love of art. Alas, amidst her inquisition, fate brought her to a sad condition. She might have run against Lord Milton, and still have stared at deeds in oil, but, her picture joy to spoil, she came full butt on Mr. Hilton. The keeper, mute, with staring eyes, like a lay figure for surprise, at last this stammered out, "How now, woman, where, woman, is your ticket, that ought to have let you through our wicket?" Says woman, "Where's David's cow?" Said Mr. H, with expedition, "There is no cow in the exhibition." "No cow!" but here her tongue in verity set off with steam and rail celerity. "No cow! There ain't no cow, then the more's the shame and pity. Hang you and the R.A.'s and all the hanging committee. No cow! But hold your tongue, for you needn't talk to me. You can't talk up the cow, you can't, to where it ought to be. I haven't seen a picture high or low or anyhow, or in any of the rooms, to be compared with David's cow. You may talk of your Landseers, and of your Coopers and your Wards, why hanging is too good for them, and yet here they are on cords. They're only fit for window frames and shutters and street doors. David will paint them any day at Red Lions or Blue Boars. Why, Moreland was a fool to him, at a little pig or sow. It's really hard it ain't hung up. I could cry about the cow. But I know well what it is and why. They're jealous of David's fame. But to vent it on the cow, poor thing, is a cruelty and a shame. Do you think it might hang by and by, if you cannot hang it now? David has made a party up to come and see his cow. If it only hung 3 days a week, for an example to the learners, why can't it hang up turn about with that picture of Mr. Turner's? Or do you think from Mr. Etty you need apprehend a row, if now and then you cut him down to hang up David's cow? I can't think where their tastes have been to not have such a creature, although I say, that should not say, it was prettier than nature. It must be hung, and shall be hung, for Mr. H. I vow I daren't take home the catalogue, unless it's got the cow. As we only want it to be seen, I should not so much care, if it was only round the Stoneman's neck, a coming up the stair, or down there in the marble room, where all the figures stand, where one of them 3 Graces might just hold it in her hand. Or maybe Bailey's Charity the favour would allow. It would really be a charity to hang up David's cow. We haven't nowhere else to go if you don't hang it here. The water-colour place allows no oilment to appear, and the British Gallery sticks to Dutch, Teniers, and Gerard Dow, and the Suffolk Gallery will not do. It's not the Suffolk cow. I wish you'd seen him painting her. He hardly took his meals till she was painted on the board, correct from head to heels. His heart and soul was in his cow, and almost made him shabby. He hardly whipped the boys at all, or helped to nurse the babby. And when he had her all complete and painted over red, he got so grand, I really thought him going off his head. Now hang it, Mr. Hilton, do just hang it anyhow. Poor David, he will hang himself unless you hang his cow. And if it's inconvenient, and drawn too big by half, David shan't send next year except a very little calf. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lines to Mary by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Lines to Mary. Old Bailey Ballads. At number 1 Newgate. Favoured by Mr. Wantner. O Mary, I believed you true, and I was blessed in so believing, but till this hour I never knew that you were taken up for thieving. Oh, when I snatched a tender kiss, or some such trifle when I courted, you said, indeed, that love was bliss, but never owned you were transported. But then to gaze on that fair face, it would have been an unfair feeling to dream that you had pilfered lace, and flints had suffered from your stealing. Or when my suit I first preferred, to bring your coldness to repentance, before I hammered out a word, how could I dream you heard a sentence? Or when with all the warmth of youth I strove to prove my love no fiction, how could I guess I urged the truth on one already past conviction? How could I dream that ivory part, your hand, where I have looked and lingered, although it stole away my heart, had been held up as one light-fingered? In melting verse your charms I drew, the charms in which my muse delighted. Alas, the lay I thought was new spoke only what had been indited. Oh, when that form, a lovely one, hung on the neck its arms had flown to, I little thought that you had run a chance of hanging on your own too. You said you picked me from the world, my vanity it now must shock it, and down at once my pride is hurled. You've picked me, and you've picked a pocket. Oh, when our love had got so far, the banns were read by Dr. Daly, who asked if there was any bar. Why did not someone shout Old Bailey? But when you robed your flesh and bones in that pure white that angel garb is, who could have thought you, Mary Jones, among the Jones that link with Darbies? And when the parson came to say my goods were yours, if I had got any, and you should honour and obey, who could have thought, O Bay of Botany? But oh, the worst of all your slips I did not till this day discover, that down in Deptford's prison ships, O Mary, you've a hulking lover. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Compass, with Variations, by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Compass, with Variations. The needles have sometimes been fatal to mariners. Picture of Isle of Wight. 1. One close of day, 'twas in the bay of Naples, Bay of Glory, while light was hanging crowns of gold on mountains high and hoary, a gallant bark got under way, and with her sails my story. 2. For Leghorn she was bound direct, with wine and oil for cargo, her crew of men some 9 or 10, the captain's name was Jago. A good and gallant bark she was, La Donna, called Del Lago. 3. Bronzed mariners were hers to view, with brown cheeks clear or muddy, dark shining eyes, and coal-black hair, meet heads for painter's study. But midst their 10 there stood one man, whose cheek was fair and ruddy. 4. His brow was high, a loftier brow never shone in song or sonnet, his hair a little scant, and when he doffed his cap or bonnet, one saw that grey had gone beyond a premiership upon it. 5. His eye, a passenger was he, the cabin he had hired it, his eye was grey, and when he looked around the prospect fired it, a fine poetic light as if the Apennine inspired it. 6. His frame was stout, in height about 6 feet, well made and portly, of dress and manner just to give a sketch, but very shortly his order seemed a composite of rustic with the courtly. 7. He ate and quaffed, and joked and laughed, and chatted with the seamen, and often tasked their skill, and asked, What weather is to be, man? No demonstration there appeared that he was any demon. 8. No sort of sign there was that he could raise a stormy rumpus, like Prospero make breezes blow, and rocks and billows thump us, but little we supposed what he could with the needle compass. 9. Soon came a storm. The sea at first seemed lying almost fallow, when lo! full crash with billowy dash, from clouds of black and yellow, came such a gale as blows but once a century, like the aloe. 10. Our stomachs we had just prepared to vest a small amount in, when gush! A flood of brine came down the skylight, quite a fountain, and right on end the table reared, just like the Table Mountain. 11. Down rushed the soup, down gushed the wine, each roll its roll repeating, rolled down, the round of beef declared, for parting, not for meeting. Off flew the fowls, and all the game was too far gone for eating. 12. Down knife and fork, down went the pork, the lamb too broke its tether, down mustard went, each condiment, salt, pepper, all together, down everything, like craft that seek the downs in stormy weather. 13. Down plunged the Lady of the Lake, her timbers seemed to sever, down, down, a dreary derry down, such lurch she had gone never, she almost seemed about to take a bed of down forever. 14. Down dropped the captain's nether jaw, thus robbed of all its uses, he thought he saw the Evil One beside Vesuvian sluices, playing at dice for soul and ship, and throwing zinc and juices. 15. Down fell the steward on his face, to all the saints commending, and candles to the Virgin vowed, as say vaults 'gainst his ending. Down fell the mate, he thought his fate, checkmate, was close impending. 16. Down fell the cook, the cabin boy, their beads with fervour telling, while Alps of surge with snowy verge above the yards came yelling. Down fell the crew, and on their knees shuddered at each white swelling. 17. Down sunk the sun of bloody hue, his crimson light a cleaver to each red rover of a wave, to eye of fancy weaver. Neptune the god seemed tossing in a raging scarlet fever. 18. Sore, sore afraid, each papist prayed to Saint Aid Virgin Mary, but one there was that stood composed amid the waves' vagary, as staunch as rock, a true gamecock, mid chicks of Mother Carey. 19. His ruddy cheek retained its streak, no danger seemed to shrink him, his step still bold, of mortal mould the crew could hardly think him. The Lady of the Lake, he seemed to know, could never sink him. 20. Relaxed at last the furious gale, quite out of breath with racing, the boiling flood in milder mood with gentler billows chasing. From stem to stern, with frequent turn, the stranger took to pacing. 21. And as he walked to self he talked, some ancient ditty thrumming, in undertone, as not alone, now whistling and now humming. You're welcome, Charlie, Cowden knows, Kenmure or Campbell's coming. 22. Down went the wind, down went the wave, fear quitted the most finical, the saints I wot were soon forgot, and hope was at the pinnacle, when rose on high a frightful cry, the devil's in the binnacle. 23. The saints be near, the helmsman cried, his voice with quite a falter. Steady's my helm, but every look the needle seems to alter. God only knows where China lies, Jamaica or Gibraltar. 24. The captain stared aghast at mate, the pilot at the apprentice. No fancy of the German sea, of fiction the event is. But when they at the compass looked, it seemed non compass mentis. 25. Now north, now south, now east, now west, the wavering point was shaken. 'Twas past the whole philosophy of Newton or of Bacon. Never by compass till that hour such latitudes were taken. 26. With fearful speech, each after each took turns in the inspection. They found no gun, no iron, none to vary its direction. It seemed a new magnetic case of poles in insurrection. 27. Farewell to wives, farewell their lives, and all their household riches. Oh, while they thought of girl or boy, and dear domestic niches, all down the side which holds the heart, that needle gave them stitches. 28. With deep amaze the stranger gazed, to see them so white-livered, and walked abaft the binnacle, to know at what they shivered. But when he stood beside the cart, St. Joseph, how it quivered. 29. No fancy motion brain begot in eye of timid dreamer. The nervous finger of a sot never showed a plainer tremor. To every brain it seemed too plain, there stood the infernal schemer. 30. Mixed brown and blue each visage grew, just like a pullet's gizzard. Meanwhile the captain's wandering wit, from tacking like an izzard, bore down in this plain course at last. It's Michael Scott, the wizard. 31. A smile passed over the ruddy face. To see the Poles so falter, I'm puzzled, friends, as much as you, for with no fiends I palter. Michael I'm not, although a Scot. My Christian name is Walter. 32. Like oil it fell, that name, a spell, on all the fearful faction. The captain's head, for he had read, confessed the needle's action, and bowed to him in whom the North has lodged its main attraction. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ghost, a very serious ballad by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Drew Conway. 29th of December 2016, Kent. I'll be your second, Liston. In Middle Row some years ago there lived one Mr. Brown, and many folks considered him the stoutest man in town. But brown and stout with both wear out, one Friday he died hard, and left a widowed wife to mourn at 20 pence a yard. Now Widow B in 2 short months thought mourning quite a tax, and wished, like Mr. Wilberforce, to manumit her blacks. With Mr. Street she soon was sweet. The thing came thus about. She asked him in at home, and then at church he asked her out. Assurance such as this the man in ashes could not stand, so like a phoenix he rose up against the Hand in Hand. One dreary night the angry sprite appeared before her view. It came a little after 1, but she was after 2. Oh, Mrs. B, oh, Mrs. B, are these your sorrow's deeds? Already getting up a flame to burn your widow's weeds? It's not so long since I have left, for I the mortal scene. My memory, like Rogers's, should still be bound in green. Yet if my face you still retrace, I almost have a doubt I'm like an old forget-me-not, with all the leaves torn out. To think that on that finger joint another pledge should cling. Oh, Bess, upon my very soul, it stuck like knock and ring. A ton of marble on my breast can't hinder my return. Your conduct, ma'am, has set my blood a-boiling in my urn. Remember, oh, remember how the marriage rite did run. If ever we one flesh should be, 'tis now, when I have none. And you, so once a bosom friend, of perjured faith convict, as ghostly toe can give no blow, consider you are kicked. A hollow voice is all I have, but this I tell you plain, marry come up, you marry, ma'am, and I'll come up again. More he had said, but chanced clear, that sprightly shade did shock, with sudden crow, and off he went, like fowling piece at cock. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fall by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The Fall. Down, 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 10,000 fathoms deep. Count fathom. Who does not know that dreadful gulf, where Niagara falls, where eagle unto eagle screams, to vulture vulture calls, where down beneath despair and death in liquid darkness grope, and upward on the foam there shines a rainbow without hope, while, hung with clouds of fear and doubt, the unreturning wave suddenly gives an awful plunge like life into the grave, and many a hapless mortal there hath dived to bale or bliss. One, only one, hath ever lived to rise from that abyss. O heaven, it turns me now to ice with chill of fear extreme, To think of my frail bark adrift on that tumultuous stream, in vain with desperate sinews, strung by love of life and light, I urged that coffin, my canoe, against the current's might. On, still on, direct for doom, the river rushed in force, and fearfully the stream of time raced with it in its course. My eyes I closed, I dared not look the way towards the goal, but still I viewed the horrid close, and dreamt it in my soul. Plainly, as through transparent lids, I saw the fleeting shore, and lofty trees like winged things flit by forevermore. Plainly, but with no prophet sense, I heard the sullen sound, the torrent's voice, and felt the mist, like death's sweat gathering round. O agony, O life, my home, and those that made it sweet! Ere I could pray, the torrent lay beneath my very feet. With frightful whirl, more swift than thought, I passed the dizzy edge. Bound after bound with hideous bruise, I dashed from ledge to ledge, from crag to crag in speechless pain, from midnight deep to deep. I did not die, but anguish stunned my senses into sleep. How long entranced, or whither dived, no clue I have to find. At last the gradual light o' life came dawning o'er my mind, and through my brain there thrilled a cry as shrill as birds, of vulture or of eagle kind, but this was set to words. It's Edgar Huntley in his cap and nightgown, I declares. He's been a walking in his sleep, and pitched all down the stairs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Village by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. Our Village by a Villager. Our village, that's to say, not Miss Mitford's village, but our village of Bullock Smithy, is come into by an avenue of trees, 3 oak pollards, 2 elders, and a withy. And in the middle there's a green of about not exceeding 1.5 acres. It's common to all, and fed off by 19 cows, 6 ponies, 3 horses, 5 asses, 2 foals, 7 pigs, and a calf. Besides a pond in the middle, as is held by a similar sort of common law lease, and contains 20 ducks, 6 drakes, 3 ganders, 2 dead dogs, 4 drowned kittens, and 12 geese. Of course, the green's cropped very close, and does famous for bowling when the little village boys play at cricket. Only some horse or pig or cow or great jackass is sure to come and stand right before the wicket. There's 55 private houses, let alone barns and workshops and pigsties and poultry huts and such like sheds, with plenty of public houses. 2 foxes, 1 green man, 3 bunch of grapes, 1 crown, and 6 king's heads. The green man is reckoned the best, as the only one that for love or money can raise a postilion, a blue jacket, 2 deplorable lame white horses, and a ramshackle neat post chaise. There's 1 parish church for all the people, whatsoever may be their ranks in life or their degrees, except 1 very damp, small, dark, freezing cold, a little Methodist chapel of ease. And close by the churchyard there's a stonemason's yard, that when the time is seasonable will furnish with affliction's sore, and marble urns and cherubims, very low and reasonable. There's a cage, comfortable enough. I've been in it with old Jack Jeffrey and Tom Pike. For the green man next door will send you in ale, gin, or anything else you like. I can't speak of the stocks, as nothing remains of them but the upright post. But the pound is kept in repair for the sake of Cobb's horse, as is always there almost. There's a smithy, of course, where that queer sort of chap in his way, old Joe Bradley, perpetually hammers and stammers, for he stutters and shoes horses very badly. There's a shop of all sorts that sells everything, kept by the widow of Mr. Task, but when you go there it's 10 to 1 she's out of everything you ask. You'll know her house by the swarm of boys like flies about the old sugary cask. There are 6 empty houses, and not so well papered inside as out, for bill stickers won't beware but stick notices of sales and election placards all about. That's the doctor's with the green door, where the garden pots in the window is seen. A weekly, monthly rose that don't blow, and a red geranium, and a tea plant with 5 black leaves and 1 green. As for hollyhocks at the cottage doors, and honeysuckles and jasmines, you may go and whistle. But the tailor's front garden grows 2 cabbages, a dock, a ha'porth of pennyroyal, 2 dandelions, and a thistle. There are 3 small orchards. Mr. Busby's the schoolmaster's is the chief, with 2 pear trees that don't bear, 1 plum and an apple that every year is stripped by a thief. There's another small day school too, kept by the respectable Mrs. Gaby, a select establishment for 6 little boys and 1 big and 4 little girls and a baby. There's a rectory with pointed gables and strange odd chimneys that never smokes, for the rector don't live on his living like other Christian sort of folks. There's a barber's once a week, well filled with rough, black-bearded, shock-headed churls, and a window with 2 feminine men's heads and 2 masculine ladies in false girls. There's a butcher's and a carpenter's, and a plumber's and a small greengrocer's and a baker, but he won't bake on a Sunday. And there's a sexton that's a coal merchant besides, and an undertaker, and a toy shop, but not a whole one, for a village can't compare with the London shops. 1 window sells drums, dolls, kites, carts, bats, clouts, bulls, and the other sells molten hops. And Mrs. Brown, in domestic economy, not to be a bit behind her betters, lets her house to a milliner, a watchmaker, a rat-catcher, a cobbler, lives in it herself, and it's the post office for letters. Now I've gone through all the village, aye, from end to end, save and except 1 more house. But I haven't come to that, and I hope I never shall, and that's the village poorhouse. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Public Dinner by Thomas Hood, read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. Sit down and fall to, said the Barmecide, Arabian Nights. At 7 you just nick it, give card, get wine ticket. Walk round through the Babel from table to find, a hard matter, your name in a platter. Your wish was to sit by your friend Mr. Whitby, but steward's assistant has placed you at distance, and thanks to arrangers you sit amongst strangers, but too late for mending. 12 sticks come attending a stick of a chairman, a little dark spare man with bald shining knob mid-committee swell mob. In short, a short figure. You thought the Duke bigger. Then silence is wanted, no nobis is chanted, then chairman reads letter, the Duke's a regretter. A promise to break it, but chair he can't take it, is grieved to be from us, but sends friend Sir Thomas, and what is far better, a cheque in the letter. Hear, hear, and a clatter, and there ends the matter. Now soups come, and fish in, and C brings a dish in, then rages the battle, knives clatter, forks rattle, steel forks with black handles under 50 wax candles. Your soup plate is soon full, you sip just a spoonful. Mr. Rowe will be grateful to send him a plateful, and then comes the waiter, must trouble for tater. And then you drink wine off with somebody, 9 off. Bucellas made handy with cape and bad brandy, of East India sherry, that's very hot, very. You helped Mr. Myrtle, then find your mock turtle went off while you lingered, with waiter light-fingered. To make up for gammon, you order some salmon, which comes to your forces with boats, without sauces. You then make a cut on some lamb, big as mutton, and ask for some grass too, but that you must pass too. It's served the first 20, but toast there is plenty. Then while lamb gets coldish, a goose that is oldish, at carving not clever, you're begged to dissever, and when you thus treat it, find no one will eat it. So, hungry as glutton, you turn to your mutton, but no sight for laughter, the soup is gone after. Mr. Green then is very disposed to take sherry, and then Mr. Nappy will feel very happy, and then Mr. Connor requests the same honour. Mr. Clark, when at leisure, will really feel pleasure. Then waiter leans over to take off a cover from fowls, which all beg of a wing or a leg of, and while they all peck bone, you take to a neck bone, but even your hunger declares for a younger. A fresh plate you call for, but vainly you bawl for. Now taste disapproves it, no waiter removes it. Still hope, newly budding, relies on a pudding, but critics each minute set fancy agin it. That's queer, vermicelli. I see, if he's a telly, there's glue in that jelly. Tart's bad altogether, that crust's made of leather. Some custard, friend Vesey? No, batter made easy. Some cheese, Mr. Foster? Don't like single Gloucester. Meanwhile, to top table, like Fox in the fable, you see silver dishes with those little fishes, the white-baked delicious, borne past you, officious. And here, rather plainish, a sound that's champaignish, and glimpse certain bottles made long in the throttles, and sniff, very pleasant, grouse, partridge, and pheasant, and see mounds of ices for patrons and vices, pineapple and bunches of grapes for sweet munches, and fruits of all virtue that really desert you. You've nuts, but not crack ones, half empty and black ones, with oranges, sallow, they can't be called yellow, some pippins well wrinkled, and plums almond sprinkled, some rout cakes, and so on. Then with business to go on. Long speeches are stuttered, and toasts are well buttered, while dames in the gallery, all dressed in philallery, look on at the mummery, and listen to flummery. Hip, hip, and huzzaying, and singing and saying, glees, catches, orations, and lists of donations. Hush, a song, Mr. Tinney. Mr. Benbow, 1 guinea. Mr. Frederick Manuel, 1 guinea and annual. Song, Jockey and Jenny. Mr. Markham, 1 guinea. Have you all filled your glasses? Here's a health to good lasses. The subscription's still skinny. Mr. Franklin, 1 guinea. Franklin looks like a ninny. Mr. Boreham, 1 guinea. Mr. Blogg, Mr. Finney, Mr. Tempest, 1 guinea. Mr. Merrington, 20. Rough music in plenty. Away toddles chairman, the little dark spare man, not sorry at ending, with white sticks attending. And some vain Tom Noddy votes in his own body to fill the void seat up and get on his feet up to say with a voice squeaking, "Unaccustomed to speaking," which sends you off seeking your hat, number 30, no coach, very dirty, so hungry and fevered, wet-footed, spoilt-beavered, eyes aching in socket, £10 out of pocket, to Brook Street the Upper, you haste home to supper. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sally Simpkin's Lament by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Sally Simpkin's Lament, or John Jones's Kit Catastrophe. He left his body to the sea, and made a shark his legatee. Bryan and Perrin. Oh, what is that comes gliding in, and quite in middling haste? It is the picture of my Jones, and painted to the waist. It is not painted to the life, for where's the trousers blue? Oh, Jones, my dear, oh, dear my Jones, what is become of you? Oh, Sally dear, it is too true. The half that you remark is come to say my other half is bit off by a shark. Oh, Sally, sharks do things by halves, yet most completely do. A bite in one place seems enough, but I've been bit in 2. You know I once was all your own, but now a shark must share. But let that pass, for now to you I'm neither here nor there. Alas, death has a strange divorce effected in the sea. It has divided me from you, and even me from me. Don't fear my ghost will walk o' nights to haunt, as people say. My ghost can't walk, for oh, my legs are many leagues away. Lord, think when I am swimming round, and looking where the boat is, a shark just snaps away a half, without a quarter's notice. One half is here, the other half is near Columbia placed. Oh, Sally, I have got the whole Atlantic for my waist. But now, adieu, a long adieu. I've solved death's awful riddle, and would say more, but I am doomed to break off in the middle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to Sir Andrew Agnew Bart by Thomas Hood, read for LibriVox.org by Gloria Keawe, May 2018. Quote, "At certain seasons he makes a prodigious clattering with his bill." Close quote. Selby. Quote, "The bill is rather long, flat, and tinged with green." Close quote. Bewick. "O Andrew Fairservice, but I beg pardon, you never laboured in De Vernon's garden. On curly kale and cabbages intent, Andrew church service was the thing I meant. You are a Christian. I would be the same, although we differ, and I'll tell you why. Not meaning to make game, I do not like my church so very high. When people talk, as talk they will about your bill, they say, among their other jibes and small jeers, that if you had your way, you'd make the seventh day as overbearing as the day of Algiers. Talk of converting blacks. By your attacks, you make a thing so horrible of one day each nigger, they will bet a something tidy would rather be a heathenish man Friday than your man Sunday. So poor men speak, who once a week, perhaps after weaving artificial flowers, can snatch a glance of nature's kinder bowers, and revel in a bloom that is not of the loom, making the earth, the streams, the skies, the trees, a chapel of ease. Whereas, as you would plan it, walled in with hard Scotch granite, people all day should look to their behaviours. But though there be, as Shakespeare owns, sermons in stones, zounds! Would you have us work at them like paviors? Spontaneous is pure devotion's fire, and in a greenwood many a soul has built a new church, with a fir tree for its spire, where sin has prayed for peace and wept for guilt. Better than if an architect the plan drew. We know of old how medicines were backed, but true religion needs not to be quacked by an unmerry Andrew. Suppose a poor town-weary sallow elf at Primrose Hill would renovate himself, or drink, and no great harm, milk genuine at Chalk Farm. The innocent intention who would balk and drive him back into St. Bennet think. For my part, for my life, I cannot think a walk on Sunday is the devil's walk. But there's a sect of deists, and their creed is deing other people to be deed. Yeas, all that are not of their saintly level, they make a pious point to send with an aroint down to that great Philhellenist, the devil. To such a ramble by the river Lee is really treading on the banks of Dee. Go down to Margate, wisest of lawmakers, and say unto the sea as Canute did, of course the sea will do as it is bid, "This is the Sabbath, but there be no breakers." Seek London's bishop on some Sunday morn, and try him with your tenants to inoculate. Abuse his fine Sioux chung, and say in scorn, "This is not churchmen's chocolate." Or seek dissenters at their midday meal, and read them from your Sabbath bill some passages, and while they eat their mutton, beef, and veal, shout out with holy zeal, "These are not Chappet's sausages." Suppose your act should act up to your will. Yet how will it appear to Mrs. Grundy to hear you saying of this pious bill, "It works well on a Sunday"? To knock down apple stalls is now too late, except to starve some poor old harmless madam. You might have done some good and changed our fate, could you have upset that which ruined Adam. 'Tis useless to prescribe salt cod and eggs, or lay post horses under legal fetters, while Tattersall's on Sunday stirs its legs. Folks look for good examples from their betters. Consider, Acts of Parliament may bind a man to go where Irvings are discoursing. But as for forcing proper frames of mind, minds are not framed, like melons, for such forcing. Remember, as a Scottish legislator, the Scotch Kirk always has a moderator. meaning one need not ever be sojourning in a long sermon lane without a turning. Such grave old maids as Portia and Zenobia may like discourses with a skein of threads, and love a lecture for its many heads, but as for me, I have the hydrophobia. Religion one should never overdo. Right know I am no minister you be, for you would say your service, sir, to me, till I should say, my service, sir, to you. 6 days made all that is, you know, and then came that of rest, by holy ordination, as if to hint unto the sons of men after creation should come re-creation. Read right this text, and do not further search to make a Sunday workhouse of the church. End of poem. This reading is in the public domain.